which is a kind of exploration of how, like, a lot of science fiction is based on a very European-centric tropes and signifiers and things like that. So it's kind of asking, what does sci-fi look like when you step outside of those Western ideals of fiction and look at it through like a black lens. So I think that's going to be really interesting and something that I'm definitely keen on learning more about.
All right, interesting. Also, we've got the Fear Factor, which if you're in the UK, that'll be on at 9:45 p.m. on PAX 1 on the main PAX channel, 4:45 p.m. if you're on Eastern Time in the US, and 1:45 p.m. if you're on Pacific Time. It's about what makes a game scary, and they've got some really great guests, lots of horror game makers, some of the folks behind Until Dawn or the Dark Pictures anthology, if you prefer more recent, Little Nightmares, and a new indie horror game called Mundawn, so mundane possibly. But I am very interested in hearing lots of experts talk about what makes a horror game actually scary. How do you do that?
Big demons.
Yep, correct.
Jump scares. A guy with a knife.
You should still go and watch the panel, but you basically
even though I've given away the main content. And
finally,
also there's a panel called Improv in Roleplaying: How to Run a Game in the Now. So this is for DMs rather than players, and it's about games masters who just dread it when your player characters go off script, like we do all the time in the Oxventure. But Johnny deals with it very well by being very good at running a game in the now. So if you want advice from an expert team of authors, comedians, and expert tabletop maestros, you can learn the secrets of how to improvise and adapt so you can handle anything that your players can throw at you, even if they decide to turn into a chair and stow away on a ship and completely bypass everything that you'd planned so thoroughly and nicely.
Who would do that to their DM, their suffering DM?
That's an extreme example of a terrible group of awful players, but, you know.
I think that's going to be a really good panel, because I was surprised that actually it's directed at DMs, actually directed at Dungeon Masters rather than players, because you think obviously about the players, they're improving, whereas the Dungeon Master isn't. But of course the Dungeon Master is absolutely having to scramble and improv a whole lot of the time.
As much, if not more, than everyone else.
Yeah, so, right, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a good one. You got to stay up till about midnight if you want to see that in the UK, but they're more reasonable times if you're in the States. So good luck to you.
It's PAX Online EGX digital, baby. I never sleep.
Yeah, never sleep.
Right.
No sleep. No sleep till Sunday is what we say.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a content consuming machine.
He eats,
that's right.
Sleeps, breathes, drinks. Content, all
Excretes.
Content, all the time. I wasn't going to say excretes, but you said it, so let's say excretes content.
Can't do the others without that one.
No, because it would all build up, all the content.
Yeah.
Well.
So yeah, that's exciting. Also tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming Mario Sunshine with Luke.
Oh no! How did that come about? Your most hated Mario game.
I don't know. I think I was sort of just nodding generally to something else, and he quietly went,
and also, you're going to have
do you want to play Mario Sunshine on a string? I was just nodding, and he was like, nod if you agree. So, yeah, I'm going to be thrown into Mario Sunshine jail, and I'm going to have to watch Luke.
For a little bit of background, it's been
Sunshine.
An inside joke how much Andy hates Mario Sunshine. Hates? Is that too strong a word for you?
No,
Andy?
I don't hate it. It's just not
your
the
fave.
best Mario game, is it?
And so when they announced the new stuff, we decided that we would stream it on Outside Extra. So Luke is going to be playing. Andy is going to be held captive and forced to watch.
Enduring. And,
enduring Mario Sunshine. And
so that'll be fun
too. But yeah, days more to come here at EGX Digital, also known as PAX Online Cross EGX Digital. And we're looking forward to it with the X's, all the X's. Yeah, cool.
So we're back on Saturday for another daily wrap, and we'll be here on Sunday as well for the daily wrap. So
we get the weekend, the good days,
the good shift. Yeah.
So
so we'll be seeing you then for some more EGX and PAX wrapping up. Everyone is giving me their sympathies in the chat. Thank you so very much.
Oh, it's not that bad.
I'll take your words with me.
Mario Sunshine. Don't cry
Mario
for
Sunshine.
Argentina.
Yeah. Do a bit though. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this daily wrap. Hope you enjoyed the content today at EGX. You enjoy the content this evening or today if you're in the US or other parts of the world at PAX Online. And we'll see you again on Saturday for another wrap up.
Bye, friends. Enjoy PAX for us. Bye.
Enjoy it. Bye.
Bye.
Cool. Welcome, everybody. My name is Ryan Stunkel, and today we are going to be making some cool sounds. Actually, let me pull up Twitch chat so I can interact with y'all. But yeah, so today, if you guys have been to previous PAXs, then you probably have seen me before doing the sound design live panel that we have. And usually we make sounds from the audience, and people have crazy objects in the crowd. Someone had a jar of peanut butter once. Somebody had balloons, and we usually make an okay sound at the end of it. But the idea is that we're going to make a sound effect from scratch using just sounds from you guys, the audience. So I think we're going to try and limit this to people in the Blip Sounds Discord server for now, just because we have some limitations here. Yeah, we're going to try and do this online. Should be a fun time. I've done this once before online, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. So for those of you that don't know, I'm a professional sound designer, and I am with blipsounds.com. I'm the founder of it. And with sound design, it's basically the art of making sound effects for sounds to enhance them or make them feel better, and audio design as a whole. So I think the best way for me to really show off how sound design works is to show off a video of it. So I'm going to pull up a little video that I posted on the Blip Sounds Twitter some time ago. So this is I decided to try recreating Cloud's cross slash from Final Fantasy VII Remake. So yeah, that's basically the process of sound design. As you can see, the process of sound design involves recording sounds from scratch, making sound effects. Excuse me, let me just change my window here. It's going to involve recording sound effects from scratch. It's going to have a processing point, and then we're basically going to just try and make that into a professional sound effect. So it gets a little bit more chaotic when we add you all, the audience, into the mix, but we have about like 30 minutes to do this. So I think that we're going to try and jump right in. So we're going to do this panel by doing, we're going to try redoing Cloud's cross slash as you just saw here. So in order to do that, we are going to, I think that in order to do this, I'm going to use people from the Blip Sounds Discord server. If anybody has any, people are already sending sounds in. Perfect. This is from Aaron Stickless. If anybody's in the Blip Sounds Discord server, if you want to join to send in some sound effects, just hit just type in invite.gg/blipsounds, and you will be able to, you can just go ahead and upload your sound files through there in the off-topic channel. We're we're basically just going to take this video here. Let me see if I can get it up. So yeah, we're gonna just try remaking this Cloud cross slash sound altogether. This is the video we have. Very cool. And we're gonna try using the limitations of what the crowd has given us. This one is a wooden frog toy from Aaron Stickless. He's a really cool guy in the Discord server. Let's listen to what he gave us. Ooh, this is a tough one. Okay, interesting. So this will be a tough one to use, but I think that we can find a place to put this. I think that the very first step when doing sound design is to just try and find the places, the key elements of the sound. For example, in this animation here, we can see that the hits are happening right when the sword collides. So like that big contrast and dark to light. We're going to put a sound right at the start there. So we're just going to put something right here. We're going to do another one at the next swipe of light. And then we're going to do one on the last one as well. Cool. There we go. And while I'm doing some of this explaining as well, I think that the sounds that we're going to need are going to be a So yeah, so basically the appreciate the help PAX staff. So yeah, basically while I'm doing the sounds here, I think while I'm editing some of these sounds here, I think that the move is going to be to get a couple different source recordings. If you remember seeing the video, you could see that that there are some, we can use something called thematic sound design to kind of break down what we need in our sound effect. So for example, if we take Cloud's animation here, we can see that he has some metal sounds, and then we have some like fire sounds going on in there. And then we also have some whoosh sound effects as well, because there's lots of pretty whoosh VFX going on. So in order to like kind of break this down, I think some source recordings that we might need is something called a white noise source, which is basically all of the frequencies combined. So like what I would do for the panels at PAX is I would usually have the entire audience go shh at the same time. Yeah, and Aaron just posted up an air hiss sound. And that should help with and he just said that'll help with the whooshes. That's perfect. Thank you, Aaron. And then so we can totally use that. There's a duct tape sound in here that I see that somebody just sent in. This will be perfect. The last thing that I think that we're gonna need is some metal sound. I see that there's an aluminum sound here that we could probably use. So yeah, I think that the first step, of course, is going to be just placing all the right spots. So these are our time markers for where our sounds are going to go. And then I'm going to take these air hiss sounds here. That should be a pretty good sound effect to use for the impacts. I'm going to do just one small thing here where I change the frames. Okay, there we go. And yeah, let's go ahead and start placing these in the right spots. So first one's going to go right here. The second one's going to go here. These are going to represent all of the individual hits here. Cool. And we're going to just change these to different sections of the recordings so that we can actually have some variation. Cool. And then next step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wish I knew what was going on with my internet. It never goes out. I deeply apologize. Basically, if anybody's listening, I think we could use some deep impact sounds if anybody in the Discord server is listening, or if you want to submit some sounds. And big shout out to the PAX staff again for hooking up such awesome online experience. They're doing a crazy good job during all of this, and I'm sure they're getting tons of new issues that they've never dealt with before. So in addition to these whoosh sounds, I think that we're also going to be getting, I think that we can also use, or in these impact sounds, we can also use this white noise for whooshes. So I'm going to take this here and I'm going to create a different envelope shape. So you can see that an impact sound is going to have a very it's going to be a very abrupt and aggressive impact sound, basically. So with that, we call this a fast attack. And the reason is because if we think of an envelope as the attack and the release, the attack being a slow or a fast volume over time, and the release is faster, slow volume on the end of the sound, then we can sort of shape our sound that way. For example, this sound has a fast attack and a slow release, while this sound has a slow release and a slow attack. And then a sound like this would have a fast release and a slow attack. So you can kind of get the idea for how we can shape our envelope to fit sounds differently. So with this being said, we want to have a whoosh with a slow attack and a relatively slow release, building up to another sound with a fast attack and a slow release, otherwise known as an impact or a whoosh sound. So let's go ahead and just listen to all of this together. So that's going to be, doesn't sound great right now, but I think that we got some more impact sounds here from somebody in the Discord server. Thank you so much for taking part, everybody. And let's listen to how this sounds. Not bad. It sounds like, oh, there's a hydrophone recording. Cool. So this is actually a underwater microphone. Very... Am I frozen again? Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, you were just frozen. So let's see. Yeah, I'm going to low pass it for sure. Good notes, good notes. So we're going to do this whole thing. Could use something like this. I think an impact like this will be pretty good. I'm also going to take, there's some, I guess it's a chef knife sound. I'm going to go ahead and pop that in here. And let's listen to that. Ooh, that's going to be beautiful. Those are some beautiful recordings. It's almost like the audience was prepared for this. I promise they weren't, though. The Blip Sounds Discord server just has so many awesome people with so many awesome sounds. Cool. Let's so basically we just have these little like sliding sound effects, and I want to use this for the metal source recordings. So we can emphasize the whoosh sound effect with these metal slide recordings. And you can hear right here. And we're gonna just place these all right before every individual hit. And I want to talk a little bit about frequency spectrum. So if we go to our effects here and we go to an EQ, we can actually boost the higher frequencies and make these stand out a little bit more. And we can basically just boost the higher frequencies here. And we can also cut out the lower frequencies. And we can get some pretty cool sounds out of it. And that's just to kind of clean up the audio a little bit. Part of the work is involved in this is just cleaning up the audio and making sure that everything is well balanced and everything is just nice and clean, basically. Man, people are sending so many awesome things. We have it looks like an anvil impact. This should be pretty cool. Or let's put that on a new track, and something like that should work. Let's try and layer this in with the rest of the sounds. Like this. So the sound sounds pretty bad right now, but we will hopefully get to a point where the sound does come together. I think another thing that I want to add is a little bit of reverb. So I'm gonna use, this is a paid reverb. I usually don't like using reverbs that are paid, but it's just that the default plugins for Reaper are not very good. For those that don't know, this DAW that we're using is called Reaper, and basically in Reaper we can Reaper has like so many free plugins and assets that you can use that come with it to make your sound effects, and it's really just one of the best programs out there, and I can't recommend it enough. So if you want to get started with Reaper, if you want to get started with sound design, going to Reaper is an awesome way to get started. And we have some free course material on the Blip Sounds website to get started with, on blipsounds.com. So otherwise though, you're going to hear right here how much reverb affects the sound here. I'm just going to do I'm going to just do a pretty simple reverb across all of these sounds here. It'll be a little bit messy, but I'm okay with that just because we're kind of testing things out for now. And I'm also going to take these whoosh sounds again, and I'm going to make sure that these are layered properly over different areas of the sound. So you can kind of hear how these impact, how the metal sliding sounds are coming together pretty nicely. I think that they just need to be a little bit of a lower pitch. So let's try that. And I think this is going to make it sound a little bit meatier and heavier. There we go. That sounds a lot better. So the idea and thought process behind that is if I want something to feel bigger, then I'm going to lower the pitch of it or raise the volume of it. And essentially what I did was I just lowered the pitch by stretching it out here. Excuse me. And essentially just lowered the pitch, and it made it sound a lot bigger, and it made it seem like an object was moving, or a big object was moving, basically. So we have some more sounds here. Man, people are posting a lot of stuff. We have this cool Ninja Start impact sound. Ooh, that'll be pretty cool. I think we could use that as a layer for our impacts. I think that the anvil sound isn't really working as well as I had hoped. But I think this will have some good low end to the sound. Let's take a listen. Cool, that'll work pretty well. And in addition to that, I'm going to add something called a compressor. And we are going to do, I'm not going to explain any of this. Basically what's happening though is that the compressors are one of the most difficult things to explain, but essentially what it's doing is it's making everything sound a little bit more powerful. So the idea is that if we have a bunch of quiet sounds, we're making those quiet sounds louder. So for example, this is a representation of a sound over time. So this volume here, you can see that this waveform is a lot quieter here while it's a lot louder over here. So by adding a compressor, we can boost the volume of this part of the sound while maintaining the volume of this part of the sound to make it all sound bigger together. And you can hear the before and after. It's a little bit quieter. Now it's a little bit louder, which, you know, it makes it's very subtle, but it does make a big difference in the grand scheme of the sound design. And then we have another little anvil hit here. Let's see if we can add that in. By the way, keep sending sound, guys. I think that we could use a little bit more like deep impact sounds. I might just pull something from my personal library if we can't get anything, but you know, I think that we can manage. So I think I'm going to copy the same compressor settings onto this impact anvil. And I think that we need to just lower the pitch of these altogether. So to do that, I'm going to highlight all of them, stretch it out quite a bit, take off preserve pitch. It's a pretty cool sound. I think that it sounds pretty bad right now. I like that one a lot. That has a nice punch to it. So I think we're just going to reuse that one a little bit. And let's take a listen. And let's see how that sounds in the grand scheme of the sound design. Yeah, it doesn't sound great right now, but we will make our way there. Let's see. We're going to add another compressor onto these little metallic impact sounds, and I'm also going to add a little bit more reverb to these sliding sounds here. That sounds cool. And okay, we got some nice impacts here. You said that there's some impacts? Oh, okay. I didn't see those, Aaron. Thank you. Let's listen to these. Ooh, those will be nice. Great job, Aaron. Yeah, we'll use some of those, and you have 3 of them. It's perfect. It's like you just recorded this, maybe. So we're gonna use these in the same exact location as here. So as you can see, the process of sound design involves a lot of layering, a lot of tweaking, and just a lot of somebody on our Discord server described it as dancing with the sound effect. And you're kind of just taking tools that you have to your disposal, and you're just kind of seeing how a sound will sound when you when you just play with it enough. And at this point, the sound is, it's sounding okay right now. It's not to my best liking, but we also have a crazy limitation of making sure by using the crowd or the audience here. I'm gonna try muting this. Nice. Okay, that sounds really nice. These metal impact sounds, or these anvil sounds, were pretty cool, but I don't think they're going to be working for us, unfortunately. Let's see what else anybody has posted up. I think that we could use some more white noise source recordings, personally. And I think that to describe white noise, a white noise source would be something similar to this whoosh sound that was sent in earlier. Something that has like a lot of frequency content to it, and something that we can use with to just kind of fill out the whoosh sounds a little bit more, and also fill out the impact sounds a little bit more. And actually, if anybody happens to have like any like paper crumbling sound, I think that would work pretty well. So go ahead and send them in. And for the time being, I'm going to actually show off how to get some white noise inside of Reaper. Actually, I don't know if this person has it, but we have our moderator, Aaron, in the Blip Sounds Discord server, who makes a bunch of custom plugins in Reaper. And he made this thing for me, where if I click on one of these buttons up here, it'll automatically create white noise for me. Actually, I haven't done it in quite a while, unfortunately. Add media file with current track. Actually, doesn't seem to be. I'm probably using it wrong right now, but actually, why isn't it working right now? Huh, that's weird. Maybe I messed something up. But anyways, I'll just get white noise the old-fashioned way, because we all don't have Aaron send on to our disposal. But if we use our white noise generator, and then we create a new media item, and then apply the track to effects as new item, then we can remove it. Aaron, no, I did not clear my Reaper directory recently. So that's probably it. Apologies for trying to show off your thing and it not working out. So with this, we are going to cut out you can hear with this white noise here. You can hear with the white noise here that it kind of just it sounds like static on a TV. And what I want to do is I want to add another equalizer, and I want to basically just cut out the high frequencies a tiny bit. And it's a little bit less harsh as a result of that. And Tyler, in regards to the paper that I'm looking for, I think I'm looking for some sort of like paper crumbling sound. Like if the lighter the paper, the better. But heavy paper is okay too. I would say just any sort of like paper crumbling if you can. Let's see. And if you guys want to join in on the Discord server, it is invite.gg/blip sounds. And it's a really great place to get started with sound design. We have a monthly competition and a bunch of passionate sound designers that are just hanging out. Let's see. So we are going to emphasize the lower frequencies by boosting the lows like that. And we're going to layer this in with the rest of them. And I'm also going to, honestly, I'm just going to keep copying this compressor sound. And that'll work out pretty well, I think, for our sound. Let's listen to what we have so far. Nice. Okay, it's coming together really nicely. I think I want these to be a little bit lower pitched. And there's also something called, we have a piercing frequency in the 8 to 10 kHz range on the frequency spectrum. The frequency spectrum goes from, the human hearing range at least goes from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, or 22,000 hertz, I believe. So, and there are some frequencies that just sound a little bit piercing. If you've ever heard like those high pitched piercing sounds, it's in the 8 to 10K frequency range. So now these metal sounds will be a little bit less piercing. And very cool. And I'm going to take a couple more of these metal impact sounds here. And let's take some of these and like have them go off into the sound after plays. I'm going to allow the lower frequencies to come back in here a little bit. Let's listen to the sound on its own. Nice. Ooh, that's a pretty sound. So I think that having a mix of lower frequencies and higher frequencies is pretty important for a sound effect. So in this part of the sound, you can hear that we have some lower frequencies. And in this part of the sound, we have some higher frequencies. And I think that's going to come together really nicely in the grand scheme of our sound effect. And let's just find one more spot with some clean higher frequencies. That's not quite what I'm looking for. I think right here would be good. Yeah, let's try something like that. And I'm adding fades on here just to clean up the sound, because otherwise it'll sound a little bit messy if we were just to stop it abruptly. So by adding the fades, it just sounds a little bit more smooth and more like a whoosh sound effect. And I'm going to do this cool thing where I reverse a sound effect. So I'm going to hit Control R here. And that's basically, it doesn't really sound too cool right here, but it's a thing that you can do with certain sounds. Actually, now that I think about it, those anvil sounds that we had before, I'm going to try adding it back in here, because I want to see what happens if we were to reverse this, actually. I think that in almost all sounds, it's very important to have an anticipatory sound effect. Every sound effect should tell a story. So if we hit reverse this, there we go. Nice. So that's the kind of sound I was looking for. You can hear how it sounds like a reverse cymbal kind of sound effect. And we're going to use this at the beginning for the start of the sound here. For when Cloud has his his blade. Nice, cool. And along with this, I'm going to take this hissing sound here. I think it's an air canister. Nice, sounding a lot better. Cool. Good stuff. So I think that we are unfortunately we're a little bit over time for this panel. I didn't really realize that we were coming to an end here, but I appreciate you all taking a listen to this and watching this panel. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to finish the sound. Usually, I would say on average, it takes a sound effect about an hour to get completed. But everybody, thank you so much for joining the this panel. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all learned something. I know it wasn't a full, complete sound effect, but I think that it was a fun time anyways. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, everybody. And come join the Blip Sounds Discord server. There's a bunch of there's a whole community of sound designers there with over 1,000 of us. And you can join by going to invite.gg/blipsounds. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's 1 tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting, crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Are you good, Josh? Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am the voice actress for Farah. Farah reporting for duty.
Dope. And Zenyatta, ye of the wise old beard.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Hello, I'm Theodore Chin. I play Zenyatta. Experience tranquility.
I want you to just say that to me all day long during this quarantine.
Yeah, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be nice? I'm just gonna record you and play it nonstop. Lucy.
Hello, I am Lucy Pole, and I play Mercy. Someone call the Wambulance.
Do you really say the Wambulance?
Yeah, it's a relative new voice line. I love it.
I'm so happy about that. I might have to go to Cameo and request you to do a video for me to sing the Wambulance.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise my prices just for you.
I'll let you know when I've sent it, and then you can send them back down for everybody else.
Perfect.
Josh.
My name is Josh Petersdorf, and I play the Shakespearean legend known as Roadhog. Ready to go, whole hog.
You just made me so want to hear Roadhog do Shakespeare.
What doth light?
It sounded like Alan Rickman.
What light through yonder window break?
Doth life.
Some kind of
Good morning. Good to see everybody.
And Keith.
Good morning, everybody. Keith Silverstein, voice of Torbjörn. Ready to work. Yeah. Thanks, Josh.
I'm his hype man. I'm Torbjorn's hype man.
Flavor Flav.
Torbjorn is also one of my favorite names just to say for no reason, just to say Torbjorn. He's just like randomly throughout the day gives me great joy. But
and I love how you say it.
Even before quarantine, I didn't get out very much. So,
you have to say it 3 times fast, though.
Torbjorn! Like I want him to appear like Rumpelstiltskin.
You have to hold a hammer up and stare into the hammer and then say it 3 times. If you want him
what
to
if I just hold on to my like Torbjorn keychain over there? Can I do that?
You should try it. It might work.
What about the dance they made up for you in Kuwait, Keith?
Did I have a Torbjorn dance?
Yes.
A special one in Kuwait?
Remember the crazy Torbjorn dance that they made up?
No, you're going to have to show me.
What? That was like...
I think someone out there...
I remember the dance he does. I remember the cheese treats.
Cheese.
So speaking of cheese, how about that for a segue? I know we've all been separated and mostly quarantining in our homes, and I know obviously, Boris, you are in the land of far away for the rest of us because you're all the way across the sea. But during this time, or even like in this last year, is there any like new new skills or new hobbies or new fun things that you guys have taken on, or new things that you've learned to do? I know all of us had to learn to put together a home studio, those of us who didn't have one, so there's that. But other things that might be fun, or things that you didn't expect that you would have found out, or didn't expect that you would have done.
I started learning to play the guitar. I learned how to make banana bread out of quinoa flour, almond flour, regular flour, and whole wheat flour. And
no bananas?
No bananas.
What?
Well, which was better? Which flour was better?
Yeah, which one was the best?
I really like, this is going to sound so douchey, but I really like the quinoa flour.
Okay.
I have to say.
That doesn't sound douchey.
I can see that.
And almond flour is great for cookies, but that time is behind me. I no longer bake. That was just a phase.
Okay.
I was baking
But you
a lot.
achieved it.
Now it's over. What?
You achieved it. Mission accomplished. Check, and then you're like,
done.
On to the guitar. How are you feeling about the guitar? Like, are you feeling solid and crispy about what's going on?
I'm feeling like you're supposed to practice, and if you don't,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That's
I started with "Wish You Were Here," Pink Floyd, and that was it during, like kind of the middle of the quarantine. And I would get to the part where it's like, how I wish you were here, and then I would just cry and it would make me feel so in touch with my rock star self. And then I smash the guitar, and then
Excellent. Did you do like some? Did you do some Pete Townsend? You got to do some Pete Townsend windmills before you smash it.
But yeah, that one and Redemption Song. Those are the two I know how to play now. Oh, and I learned that Redemption Song. He says triumphantly, and I always thought it was try home friendly, but it's actually triumphantly. Another thing I learned.
Try home friendly.
To know.
Try home friendly.
I love those moments when you have a lyric that you misunderstand. You guys remember that song with "Move Aside and Let the Man Go Through"? Let the man go through.
Yeah.
I have a friend who thought it was "Move aside and let the man go through." Let the man go through. So I'm like an idea of like a big walking mango, like walking through, like Mr. Peanut. Oh.
Or like Rock the Casbah, Rock the Cat Box, Rock the Cat Box.
This
so
is
many.
My best friend from college. Hers was "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road," and it's that "Can't let me in your penthouse." She was convinced it's "Cat can't pee in the penthouse," and I'm like, dude,
I mean, both of those
cat
are true.
can't pee. Like, no, it's that. Yeah,
Both of those are true, though. Both of those are accurate. The cat can't pee in the penthouse.
it's true. The cat can't pee in the penthouse. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
The classic song that
Wait.
"What a Fool Believes." For the longest time, no judgment, I was singing, "The white man has the power." I always thought it was "The white man has the power."
There you go.
I didn't judge it. I was like, no, he's right.
Sure.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Sorry to go on this lyric thing, but all Latinos thought that "This is the rhythm of the night." Oh yeah. They thought it said, "Are those Reeboks or are they Nikes?" Because in Spanish, it's just Nike. Esos son Reeboks son Nike. Oh, yeah. So, things translate weird.
And what are they?
I think they're Asics, but
Yeah. Sure. Pumas.
Pumas.
Yeah.
BK Knights.
I remember those.
Remember those?
I do. I think I was in high school when those came out. Oh my God.
Boris, what have you been doing, learning, finding out over the last years? I know you've just released some information about a new project, so I don't know if that.
Yeah. Well, no, that's it. I mean, I've been really lucky because I've just been busy. I haven't. I mean, I feel I'm happy that that's the way it is, but sometimes I'm a bit jealous of all these actors that can learn a language and an instrument and banana bread. I would love to do that, but I'm sure you guys have been really busy as well. But I've just been getting crazy slaving away on this video game called Ori and the Will of the Wisps with a company called Moon Studios, and we released that in April. And up until then, it was just go, and then straight on to the next project, which I can't really talk about. But what we kept a secret and was just unsecreted was that we worked on a Switch version of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which is out today.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Nice.
Yeah, that was really, really fun project because I don't know if you guys know it, but it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful game. And I worked on it as an animator and doing a voice of a big toad called Quolok. And I was involved in the story department as well, developing kind of cinematics and the flow of the storytelling of the game. So it was a lot of fun, really intense, really crazy. And and I was involved with casting as well and doing voice directing for the other actors.
Well, thanks for casting us.
Say that, right? What am I, chopped liver? Come on. Right.
Oh, I don't know what that's strange.
I kept calling and no one picked up the phone. Haven't learned anything new. I'm sorry to say. I mean, kind of, practicing.
But that in and of itself, I mean, I'm hoping everybody else is as interested as I am, because we don't get to talk about this as much. Being someone who's on both sides or on like 7 different sides of this apparently septagon, what's it like doing all of those different things? You have to really compartmentalize. Okay, now I'm working on it just as the actor, or are you always thinking of it from all different angles while you're participating in those different things, like a producer, director, actor would do? Or how does that work for you?
Well, it's just no sleep. no life, and just doing lots of doing.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't quite as crazy as. I mean, I directed this kids TV series a couple of years ago, and I was so burnt out by it because as a director, you really do a little bit of everything. And then I wanted an easy job working from home, which is why I signed up for this one. And but when I really got my teeth sunk in, they asked me to do more and more and more and more, and I was happy to do it because I was so passionate about the project. And so it kind of came natural to just do a lot of different things. They allowed me to do it. They needed people to do it. It's a really interesting infrastructure they have at that studio where they allow everyone to kind of contribute what they will if they can, and everyone feeds in. So there's a hierarchy, but no one is like anyone's boss and like you do this and I'll do this. It's kind of everyone feeds into the project, and that was just So it was, I never took on more than I could chew, but it was always tight and always kind of going. There was always many fires to put out.
Well,
but
Boris,
it's kind of
you're also learning to be a new dad. That's a huge job.
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. I didn't learn anything. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. Yeah. Little Willow, I just showed her before the call started. She had her first birthday on Saturday, the 12th.
Oh my God.
So it's been the best year of my life and the craziest year of my life. And well, Josh is in the same boat, right?
Yes. We got Willow and Sunny. We're now girl dads. Me and Boris are girl dads for the win.
Girl dads are best
for the win. Yeah, Keith's a girl dad too. That's right.
Yeah, Keith, absolutely. Keith can give you some hot tips.
You know what I've learned through quarantine? I have a new mantra. Maybe Zenyatta can say this for me. It's only kindergarten. and that keeps me alive because I have to sit with my 5-year-old while she does her online class, which she usually doesn't she just wants to color and draw things and half listen to the teacher. And so when I find myself getting frustrated because I'm trying to make her focus and she's doing it a different way, or I say it's only kindergarten, like it's gonna be fine.
Only kindergarten.
We will get through this crazy 2020 year of remote school, and everything will be fine.
At least
wow.
Say it again, Phil.
At least they're not in high school.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's so funny. Yeah. See, now, and my longstanding mantra along this vein has been like, children grow up in crack houses. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Like this is always, I'm like, children grow up in crack house. He's going to be fine. So it's you know what? They're going to survive. Everyone's going to be okay with coronavirus. I was on the phone this morning with someone who was really worried about like middle school and kids falling behind and how are they going to do? And it's easier when they're younger. And I'm like, look, every child in the world is going to be struggling this year with school. Like everyone's going to get a little messed up this year. Yeah. Everyone's going to be fine. We're all going to be fine. We're all going to catch up. If there was a little bump this year, everyone will catch up and everyone will know, oh, how old were you in 2020? It's going to be fine. So don't worry, all the parents of the younger children, the kids will be fine.
And they found life on Venus, so we can go there too.
There's that too. Everyone's going to be fine.
Yeah. Seeing Crispin's face as that happens, and I'm just moving. Our resident astronomy expert.
Tell us about the discoveries on Venus, Crispin. Tell us.
It was like,
it was you, wasn't it? You found the life.
Yeah.
I mean, if you like breathing acid, by all means, move to Venus. Sounds like a fabulous place to be.
Breathing it.
It does feel like
live in the clouds, Crispin. You have to live in the
slightly
clouds.
uninhabitable atmosphere, just slightly.
I think you're better off on the
We live in
moon.
New York, okay? We breathe acid every day.
True.
We're ready
It's true.
ready for the clouds of Venus.
Los Angeles would agree with you right now. We've been breathing acid for the past about week and a half as well. So,
oh my gosh,
A little bit of
breathing
something.
the smoke.
And we're sharing it with the world.
Yes.
You're welcome, world.
Have some Canada, have some Idaho. Enjoy our smog and
Yes.
pollution.
It's going to
have
Europe.
some
It's gone
Japan.
to Europe.
Have some Europe. Yeah.
I want to let us get to some of these fan questions that are coming in hot. I was gonna say hot and heavy. They're not coming in hot and heavy, but they are coming in fast and furious. This is interesting. What do you guys feel, if anything, is the unifying trait for all great voice actors? Do you have any
Commitment.
You're the newest to our merry band, and so I'm interested in hearing what you think, like especially coming into this gang of weirdos that we are. Do you feel like there is Jeannie? Yes. Do you feel like, did you have a favorite great voice actor, and what do you feel like is the unifying trait among all of them?
I don't know if I have a favorite voice actor. I just love voices. I love languages. I love people communicating and using their entire body as the instrument. But I think it actually, Caro just said it, commitment. It's huge. And one thing I do want to say about voice acting is that this is like my first big gig. It's so huge. It was so unexpected. There's a part of me that felt like, wow, there are so many voice actors out there. They're brilliant. There are people who are just, they're so in it. They're so dedicated. And I do multiple things, so in some ways I'm like, I'm not worthy. There are people who are slogging their guts to, and they're practicing, they're taking care of their voice. But I think if you just love sharing story, and you love using the instrument, I think that's what we all love doing. We all love telling story in our own unique or made up kind of way. So that's what I feel about voice. I know that everybody has a different approach to it, and I'm just in awe of all of you, so I really do feel like I'm not worthy, but at the same time I'm very happy to accept the invitation and to be here with you all. So that's my nugget of my experience.
Well, you're very worthy because you kill Echo. Yes, Kristen.
I would say that the unifying thing that I find in voice actors, and I would say this probably applies to artists in general, is they're obsessed. There's a certain obsession that comes from someone who wants to do artwork on a professionally competitive level. And that obsession can take many different forms. Some people are obsessed with character. They're obsessed with doing different types of characters and figuring out the psychology of characters. Some people are obsessed with sound, right? They're obsessed with creating different sounds with their mouth and whatnot. I'm the kind of person who's obsessed with story. I'm obsessed with the meaning behind story and the structure of story. And so I always want to figure out, how can I play a character that will serve the story best? Some people are obsessed with collaborating with their fellow actors. They love just feeding off other actors and figuring that out. Everyone's got their different obsession. But if you ever try to pin down anyone who's successful as a voice actor, as an actor, or as a creative in general, there's something that they're obsessed about that they just, they get it between their teeth and they won't let go.
Love that.
That's a great point. Paul.
I think for me, it's imagination. I think voice actors have to have just amazing imagination, because, you just get a script and you don't have any visual at all. So, you have to sort of create all of that, in your mind. I mean, especially when you have scenes where someone says, oh yeah, this monster's, just came out of the ocean and he's turning towards you, and you have to run, and then you have to fall down 20 steps, flights of stairs, and then, make this sound. You have to be able to see all of that in your mind, and that's what makes it more interesting, and fun, is when you can actually see that.
Yeah, definitely agreed. Jen?
I always think that the common denominator is voice actors have to be good listeners. And I think in general, whether you're a voice actor for games or for animation or for commercials, you have to be good at listening to the group that you're in. You have to be listening for timing. You have to take direction well. You have to, if there's source material, you have to listen to that. If there are questions being asked of you that you're responding to, you have to hear questions. I feel like being a deep, interested, curious listener is what makes you a good voice actor. And every good voice actor, a successful voice actor I know, really listens well.
Sorry, what did you say?
Someone had to do it. It had to be the comedian.
Good.
Someone had
I
to step
suppose,
in. Thank you for doing that we depend on you for that.
I suppose as well, the ability to think on your feet, right? That kind of feeds into what Jen's saying, that very often with voiceover gigs, with regular like film and television jobs, you get a script a while in advance, and you get to learn your lines, and you even get to talk to people about it, probably maybe rehearse a little bit. And so when you do the thing on the day, you got a pretty good idea of what's going on. With voice acting, you often don't get the script until you're in the booth. And even if you do get the script, it's often not until like a night in advance or something, and you read it and you think, yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And then you bring all that to the session. And then the director tells you for the first time, oh, I want you to do this, 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 and this, and that, which is completely different. And then you go, and then you still have to be able to kind of deliver what they want on the spot and as fast as possible, please, because we only have 45 minutes to do this. So yeah, thinking on your feet is, I think, and being able to still make that sound kind of fresh and spontaneous and good is I don't know how people do it because it's hard.
Well, I think I agree with you. The sense of the combination of immediacy and a giant sense of play, just a willingness to play, because we all need that as actors in all media. But we know no matter what we're doing, we need that sense of like, okay, sure, I'll try this without judging ourselves. But I think it's so vital in voice acting to just be like, okay, go with the flow and create on the fly. It's amazing to watch other people. It's amazing to watch some of the folks, especially like a lot of the folks in this cast, to watch them do that in other sessions and stuff. I know Carolina's had the same experience being able to watch Fred just kind of like,
and Darren DePaul.
Fred it up. And Darren, oh God, yeah, both of them. And just kind of like watch them just come up with 20 different characters and voices on the fly. They're so completely different. And it's really fun to watch everybody doing that. Someone wants to know, what is your process for developing a new voice for a new character? Do you feel comfortable embodying that character anytime, anywhere? Does anyone have a specific process or a process that they use regularly or anything like that? Crispin.
Yeah, sure. My goal is always to try to find the psychological center of the character. I think a lot of times when people think about voice acting, they think it's about finding some sort of funny voice for the character. But if you try to do some vocal pyrotechnics for a character, that's like the sauce you're putting on something, and there's no amount of ketchup that will make up for bad acting. Like you actually have to have the psychological center of the character underneath, and then you can put some sauce on it if you want. So people think, oh, like my Winston voice, I just came up with a big rough voice. Well, if I just did that, it would sound dumb. Like I have to know where the psychology of the character is coming from. And usually when I'm trying to help my students figure out the psychology of a character, the two big questions that I like to make them answer is, what is a character obsessed with, and what were they hurt by? And usually those two are connected, right? Like what's their main sort of damage, and what are they obsessed with? And the two often relate, and that can give you a good starting point about trying to figure out where the character comes from. And then as a voice actor, I think it's far more important to be the actor of 1,000 psychologies than the actor of 1,000 voices, because it's the psychology that will actually make the character different. Like when before we lost Joe Alasky, who used to do the voice of Daffy Duck, they would ask Joe, can you do Daffy Duck for us? And he would say, which one, 30s, 40s, or 50s Daffy? Like he had so tuned Daffy Duck's voice in to the psychology of how Daffy Duck was with Tex Avery or Friz Freleng or Chuck Jones or different directors, that he could dial in the psychology of that character that specifically, even though we all supposedly know what Daffy Duck sounds like. So that's usually what I'm looking for, is trying to find that psychological center of the character. And then the sauce or the tone comes later.
Wow.
I'm going to go
You just made me feel
now.
Yeah, well, no,
I love that.
It made me feel so much better, because honestly, I never think of myself as someone who has a million different voices. And like many of the rest of us, I came to this more from either a stage acting or a film acting or whatever before we came to this. And all acting that's where you start, right? You have to start on the side with the character before you figure out how that is expressed into the world. So it just made me feel better about my own career. Thanks, Christy.
I love that. Crispin, I feel like you're the Lee Strasberg school of voice acting, and I'm the Stella Adler school of voice acting. Because while I love paying attention to, I mean, obviously you have to know what motivates you and what your motives are. But the first thing that I pay attention to is how do they stand? What are they wearing? Where do they breathe? How are they physically built? And so the first thing that I do is I find out, well, first their name, because whoever named the character, like names are very revealing. Then I love to see a drawing. And if I don't, a drawing is really great. That's like the first clue, because then I can get into a posture, I can get into a stance, depending on how they garb themselves or what their skin is made of or what their mouth is shaped like. That's going to determine so much of what their voice is going to sound like. And then once I have that stuff down is when I'll start looking at what motivates them, because it's all sort of, for me, encapsulated in what their package looks like.
Sure. And that's the difference between inside out voice acting and outside in voice acting. I mean, historically, all acting has been outside in. It's been far more like choreography. If you go back to Bharatanatyam dance theater or Japanese no theater or Greek tragedy, where you have the Cathurn eye and the mask and everything else, there was external requirements that you had to be able to fill that character. And when I work with my students on developing new characters, we do commedia dell'arte. I give them Italian commedia masks and have them, because the mask gives them permission to play a character they never would have given themselves permission to play before. It's only in the 20th century with the invention of film that we have this sort of inside out obsession with figuring out the psychology of the character. But so often now what people are calling for, especially with something like in video games even more so, is they want cinematic, they want it real. Well, there's nothing real about voice acting. What it is it believable, right? I don't care about real, I care about believable. And so it depends. If you want to do the inside out way of doing it, that's great. You want to do the outside in, it's all trying to get at the same target. It's just whichever tactic works. I mean, I come from Suzuki actor training where I'd be doing like kabuki style movements and stuff on stage. And that's what I bring when I come to my voice acting stuff. So the psychology stuff is just, it's easier because that's what people are more
It's
familiar
just
with.
an easier way for you to clue into it. It's the place that you go in first. Like I go out in just first. It's where it's more obvious for me doing those characters. I love it though.
And I think that's also a great answer to this question too, is that every actor finds their own way in, and you learn what your process is through doing. And some of us don't have a specific process for all things. You just have a big toolbox and you just say, okay, well, what's appropriate for this particular project, for this particular medium, for this particular character, for whatever you're working on, or what's appropriate for where I am today as a human being and as an actor, right? We use different tools for different circumstances. So the fact that there's an outside in, and then there's you could do inside out, you could do outside in, upward, downward, diagonal, I don't know, all the different things. I think that it's nice that we all have those options. Did anybody else have any specifics, like, or things that they add to that? Any ways in?
Well, I think part of it is just, like I've said this a lot, is just talking to yourself, you know? If I'm driving and I'm listening to NPR and there's like, we are interviewing now live from, like Lebanon, this is what is happening. Like my Arabic accent isn't perfect, but I'll start like imitating or repeating what they're saying just to get into how does it roll off your tongue? And so I'm constantly just imitating things I see in movies, or like when I was watching Money Heist, it's awesome that Tokyo is always narrating, because then I really
Tokyo is you. I still say Tokyo is you.
Well, I want to be her.
5 seconds of watching that. That's you. Sorry.
But no, so it was really great because she narrates, and so the whole time she's like, and I'm like, oh, that's how you do it. So I'm trying to learn a Castilian accent. So I feel like practicing stuff, we can't just leave it here. It's got to roll off our tongue, or else it's just this like imagination thing that doesn't exist, and we got to ground it. So practice.
I'm a big believer in intuition too, like what sort of your first impulse is, and to listen to that and trust it and go with it, and then book 0 job.
I'm a comedian.
I subscribe to the Lucy Pohl method. That is.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways to go into doing a character and coming up with a voice and a character for it. And sometimes the first one you go with, like sometimes your intuition, like you said, works great. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you want to play against characters. So I know like some of you mentioned like looking at the character and what they look like and everything. But frequently it's better to go a different direction. You know, they'll tell you if they want a parrot voice. If it's a parrot, if the character is a parrot, you'll know. It'll be very clear. So if they're not asking for a parrot voice, try something totally different. So I find if I'm not happy with one of those approaches, because I love all those different approaches, and I'm just not happy with what I'm coming up with, it's great to reach into that toolbox and like, you know what, let me do it the other way around. Let me try it this way. Let's just see when something, you know what, maybe an impression, maybe something I was mimicking a couple days ago, maybe I'll try it here. Does it work?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a knowing when you found it also. I think having the different options, because I can't say that any one of those always works for me, or at least makes me happy or helps me book the gig. It's kind of jumping around.
And I feel like no, there's just shitty impressions. Like I'm not good at impressions, but if I try to do an impression, that could become a character that people aren't going to go, oh, that's Christopher Walken, but it's my really crappy Christopher Walken. And then it works for a character that has nothing to do with Christopher Walken. And I feel like that also is helpful. Lucy,
You just got to be careful you don't get good at that impression.
Yes.
Once you're booked for doing it poorly, and then like, wait a minute, I sound like Christopher Walken. Hang on.
Do you guys find that you use different processes when you're doing a character for an audition versus when you're doing a character or trying to find a character in session? Like even if like, say, like I know for some of us, you know, Jen, you talk about this a lot, that you did a very different voice or it was a very different character when you auditioned.
Yeah.
That you didn't even think that you thought they made a mistake when they said they cast you as this role.
Yes.
And so in a sense, it's different. Is there something that you do differently in auditions versus what we're doing in sessions?
Well, I mean, that was an instance where I think that if I had been in a live audition for that one, if I had a casting director explaining the character to me, I probably would have done what I would imagine Farah to sound like. But that was one where I was home and I only had pages that were sent to me. And I had a little blurb. And from what I was able to gather from that, I imagined this villain. And so I did this villain audition, having no idea that she was a hero, like having no clue at all. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's different. All you can do is take the information that's available to you and make the assumptions you're going to make. And that was an instance where Andrea Toyas knew me and had heard things that I'd done. And I guess she could hear within the villain and within other stuff I had done for World of Warcraft that, oh, if I give her a little bit of an adjustment, she'll make it like this. And I knew that it would adjust. So
I think that's one of the missing puzzle pieces too, is for me personally, a lot of times when I do an audition specifically, I feel very lost because you only get 2 or 3 takes. Sometimes they're very specific. So I'll dig through 15 takes I did and just wreck my mind over which one, to send. And then I love when you book a job and you go in the booth, I love just having the person there like, what do you want? Like now we can talk face to face. Do you want it like this? Do you want it like that? No, perfect. Let's go. And that kind of I guess the final piece of the puzzle for me, and it ends a little bit of the anxiety of the audition at least. So, but I say this all the time. It's always the ones you kind of throw away are the ones you book because you can kind of hear it in your voice that you just let yourself go a little bit and you weren't so wrapped up. And there's been a million times that I've done, in my opinion, of course, these amazing auditions that were fabulous, and I was so pleased with the audition that I didn't mind if I didn't even get the job, because I was like, hey, I did my best and I'm just happy with what I put forward, and if I don't get the job, it's not because of anything I did, it's just that they weren't looking for something like that, so that's okay. That's just the nature of the beast of the business.
That ultimately for me what it's all about, that as an actor, all you can control is that one performance for your audition. And as long as you're happy with that, then you've done your job. Because after that, the casting it could be a myriad of things that you have absolutely no control over. So in order for your own sanity and peace of mind, you just have to be, as long as you're happy with that audition, that you've done your job, that's it, you're done.
Yeah. A very smart teacher said to me many years ago that every audition, you're auditioning not for that job or that role, you're auditioning for your career. that you're just, you're always auditioning for your career. So long as you're happy with the job you did and you walk away excited about it or pleased, and I've had that sensation of like being satisfied in that performance-y way. Like, I did a good one. That was a great one. And it doesn't matter if you book it or not, because every time that your work goes out, it speaks for you, and then you'll be thought of for the next project. So that's.
Yeah.
Does anyone do this? No, my defense mechanism against all the, the rejection that we all get is that I literally will like forget about stuff like minutes after.
Me too.
So
always.
If my agent calls me and says, "Oh, well, you booked this," and I think, when did I do that? What was that?
Yeah.
And then I get to the job and I'm thinking, you know what? I don't even remember what I did here. Can you play me a sample?
Yeah.
But
With voiceover auditions, especially, the same way, Paul.
Yeah.
Theo, what were you gonna say?
I do that too, but I think it's just I have memory problems.
Theo just gets so many auditions he can't possibly remember.
Yeah, that's.
Where am I?
We're in Overwatch together, Theo.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, he
Well,
also he just voiced somebody in Mulan. So excuse me.
That's right. It's so cool to watch
funny.
all of the different things that everybody has going on. And also just, I love so much how many different backgrounds that everyone on this panel and everyone in our cast comes from in terms of coming to this particular job. I know, some of us came from theater and some from film and some from animation. And Jeannie, I know you have a bunch of different things that you do. And I feel like the Overwatch world the Overwatch community doesn't know you necessarily as well because you are new to us and we welcomed you in while we were all essentially in quarantine. So can I put you on the spot a little bit and have you talk about like how you came into this world? Like, were you doing, not how you came into this world? We know.
How were you born, Jeannie? How were you
come
born?
into the world?
We know how that is. We all do this. Like, you came in like that.
She was feet first.
Wow. Okay. But yeah, but were you, have you started as a writer, as an actor? I know all of the different lanes you are in. Where did
I have done
the journey?
So many things because my brain demands it of me. I've got this left brain that just wants to be creative and wants to try everything. I've got this right brain that's just like, what is wrong with you? So I a lot of the time it was really hard for me to concentrate on one thing. And as much as I see, some people have a straight arrow and they know what they want to do, I felt like I knew what I wanted to do, but I got distracted with like, oh, shiny things, I'm going to become an artist. And so I went to and then I ended up as a makeup artist. So I ended up on set because my art skills took me to makeup, and then someone saw me on set and I ended up auditioning for a role and felt like, wow, I don't have the tools to become an actor. So now I'm going to go and study to become an actor. And so then I studied to become an actor. And meanwhile, I'm writing because I felt like I don't see anybody telling the stories that I really connect with. So I started writing, and that's where my heart is. I love human stories. Just talking about listening to Crispin, I'm all about dissecting character. I want to know what your fears are, what you need, what are you moving towards, what are you moving away from, your whys, your patterns. I love that. And so when it came to voiceover, I'm a Brit in LA, and you get a lot of people going, "Oh, I love the way that you sound. Oh, that's fantastic."
I want to know who's talking to you like that. Oh,
I
hello,
love the way you
Sailor.
sound. Nice British girl.
Talking to you like that. Exactly. Twisting them.
Some of my Virginia
Hey,
Slim.
baby. Yeah, baby.
They were terribly evil people. So, I thought, well, yeah, my voice is my voice. We've all got something unique going on. I love doing accents. I love the British Isles accents because I am British born Chinese, Vietnamese. But so like Carol was saying, I love to just listen to like, oh, that's really cool how this Ethiopian woman is speaking English and like Castilian Spanish or Vietnamese, So I love just the sounds of human beings. And And so I thought, well, I'm going to make a reel. I'm going to try this. As actors, we have to make a living, and it's not always consistent, especially if you haven't made it. I know some of us have worked in restaurants or done catering gigs and tutoring children, and so it was just something like, what else can I do that's still creative, that still allows me to tell a story of another human being, not necessarily on camera, and that's totally fine. And so I made a reel. I just went online, I looked at lots of resources, I listened to lots of interesting voices, and also what was in my wheelhouse. I wanted to be authentic to what was within my range. I don't have a huge range. I don't have like a higher range voice. I can go quite deep, but so just knowing what I was capable of at that time, I created a reel, and I was really fortunate. I had a friend who was at Vox here in LA, and she was really, really gracious, and she walked my reel in to Tom Lawless and at the time I think it was Alyssa Weisberg, and they were really great. They were very open about it. They and I remember sitting there just thinking, this is just opportunity, and hopefully I've done enough work for that opportunity to meet hopefully I've done enough work to meet that opportunity, and so they took me on. At 3 years, it took me 3 years to book Overwatch. So in that 3-year time, still getting rejection from on camera, still writing and fulfilling my sole passion, and feeling like, God, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. I'm doing these auditions. I think my setup maybe isn't good enough. What's going on here? And then when it came to Overwatch, I remember going into the booth, and I rented a half an hour time over at Voice Tracks West, and Art Butler directed me. He was a session engineer, and he was just like, just throw it away. Just do what feels natural to you. Blizzard loves they listen for the person. They're listening for the real person in there, even though you can create character. So let's just have a go at this robot who's not a robot, but who is a robot, but don't play her like a robot, So I, it's like, ooh, too much direction. So I just dug deep into who I was, with the givens of the fact that, the breakdown of who they told me she was. And then I let it go, because I'd already had 3 years of feeling like, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel terrible, and just flogging myself. And that gift of letting go of, the pressure, let somebody else decide whether you're good enough. You do a good job. You feel good about it. And that's exactly how I felt. I walked out of the booth thinking, that was such a good experience, and it was worth it. And even if I don't,
oh wow,
it adds to my that nugget of gold.
Right. And that speaks very similarly to what Theo was talking about, that you just have to find some way, we have to find some way as actors to be satisfied with the experience of the audition, or to be satisfied with that being that unique experience, and then the booking of the job is a completely different thing. And do you guys find, I'm curious, was there ever with any of you some big risk you took career-wise, whether in an audition or at a job or in your career in general, just some big, huge risk that you took that, or what felt like a big, huge risk that you took that then surprised you, like something particularly scary that you had to do, but then surprised you on the other side?
Headshots.
As an actor. Your headshots were scary?
My headshots, the only reason I moved to Los Angeles trying to become a voice actor, and when I told the story I think the other day a little bit, but I'll quick recap. Basically, my first and only headshots that I've had professionally done were for a job at Universal Studios when I have the honor of portraying Optimus Prime and Megatron in the live meet and greet, and so that automatically kind of gave me a nice daily gratification of meeting children and doing that. But that was something stepping out of the comfort zone, because I'd never done anything like that, and doing an improv something like that And that was something that when I spoke to Andrea Toyas when I was recording Roadhog, we really bonded over that. And we really got a really cool conversation going about how it was one of my favorite, most rewarding parts of the job is being able to tell children how brave they are and how proud I am of them and how smart and strong they are, because maybe they don't hear that enough. And the kids of our world need to know that they're amazing young children. They need to know that they can do anything they want. Optimus thinks you're amazing. And if I went to see a theme park, the first thing I thought is, what would I want to see? And I'd be like, I want him to blow my mind. I want him to tell me that I looked at my satellites tonight and I saw you driving here and you used an eco-friendly car and I couldn't be more proud. Like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. So for me, that was a little bit of it helped a lot. You know what I mean? It helped it was a great confidence booster going into, because it's a brutal world, voice acting. You know what I mean? You hear no a lot more than you hear yes. So, you know, just keeping the faith within and keeping your own fire and your inner fire built, like Jeannie said, you are worth it and you are amazing. So dig deep and find what makes you, you.
I love that. Go, you, Jen.
It's funny. I'm sitting here racking my brain, and then I'm remembering there was a point I had been with a very good voiceover agent for a few years, and Jeannie, like you, I had been auditioning and auditioning, and I mean, I was auditioning every day and not booking anything. And I'd finally gotten to this place, and I kept worrying, like, is this going anywhere? Is this not? And I just started booking. Like, I just begun booking. I just booked Avatar: The Last Airbender. I had just booked a couple of commercials. Like, it just had started. And a few casting directors started saying to me that I should be at a different agency. They started saying, oh, you really should be somewhere else. And now, mind you, these agents had just invested years into me. And meanwhile, I'm hearing this from casting directors. And it happened enough times that I went in and sat down with my agent and said, this is what these casting directors are saying to me. What do you think? And he kind of shrugged and like didn't say anything. Well, then I heard it more. And I went in a second time and I said, look, I don't know what to do with this. Like, what do I say? Like, this is what they're saying to me. And he said, why don't you look around? And he said it in this very weird, kind of cold, tossed off way. And this is a guy who I knew really cared about me and had invested. And I was like, what? Like, I was really thrown by his reaction. And I was like, oh my God, did I put my foot in it for saying something? He's, why don't you look around? So this happened right before I was going away on a trip. And I went on the trip, and while I was away, I sort of got to unplug and think for a little bit. And somehow, while I was out of the scene, I said, okay, I am going to look around. And I made a list while I was away of where I was going to look and who I was going to talk to and who I was going to ask to introduce me and what I was going to do. And I sort of just said, you know what? I'm going to throw the chips where they're going to fall. I'm going to see how this is going to go. It must be time for me to move on. I got back. I started making phone calls to meet people. And the next day, my agency announced that they were closing their commercial division. And so he obviously couldn't tell me, but he knew what was coming down the pike. He wanted me to wrap my head around it. And I was the first person out of that agency who had appointments all over town. And so then I got to pick where I was going to go from there, but I was ready. Like, other people sort of scrambled when it happened and had an extra month of trying to figure it out and figure out where they'd fall. But his reaction and my taking the risk and then my getting myself set up for it really set me up to succeed and to have my pick of the litter of where to go from there. And I've been with the same agency from that switch for 15 years now. So I remember that was a moment. I was like, oh my gosh, did I screw up? And no, it was great. And he actually did me a favor.
Oh, you're muted, Angelina.
Yeah.
Kristen?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was working as a theater actor. I mean, I'd grown up wanting to basically be Gene Kelly. I wanted to be a actor, singer, dancer, and went off to New York to go to grad school. And right after grad school, booked a part on a Broadway show and was working, Broadway, regionally, off Broadway, whatnot. And then, but I'd always been fascinated with Japanese animation. I'd grown up watching anime and had been really passionate about it. And a friend of mine put me in touch with studios, and I started dubbing some Japanese animation in New York while I was doing theater. And I found myself getting more excited about working on Japanese animation and working in animation than I was about being on Broadway. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Right. And so then okay, I have to make this decision. I guess I need to follow this voice acting thing more fully. And New York's probably not the best place for it. I should probably move to LA. So I moved to LA, and my mom was like, do you have a job lined up yet? And I'm like, Mom, it doesn't really work like that. And so I come
Your
out.
mom and my parents hang out. They
I know,
must.
right? And so I got out to LA, and I booked two really big roles. I booked the villain in the Cowboy Bebop movie, and I booked a role in the 4th season of Digimon as one of the main characters, and I got fired from both of them. Because fired. I got let go from both jobs because my skills were not good enough yet. They've been really good in the New York environment, but when I'd come to LA, I was playing in a different league, and I just was not up to speed with the LA things. In Cowboy Bebop, it was partly because I was miscast. I'm like 10 years younger than the rest of the voice cast, and I was playing a character that needed to be a tank, that needed to be really big, and I just didn't sound heavy enough. And then with Digimon, I just wasn't up to speed. And then I was like, heartbroken. What the hell? I've come out here to do this, and I get fired from two really high profile jobs that I was really excited about. I was like, okay, back to basics. What do I got to do? And for like the next 6 months, I'm taking classes and I'm working with people that I've met in the industry and trying to figure out how to do it. And ironically enough, I got cast as the twin brother in Digimon of the character I gotten fired as. So I wasn't good enough to play him, but I was good enough to play his twin brother, right? And so I get cast as a twin brother, and I'm working, and it's the same woman who was directing me in Cowboy Bebop. And I said, ooh, I think I figured out how to do that tank character in Bebop. And I did the voice just randomly for her. And she's like, that's it. How come you couldn't do that 6 months ago? And I was like, I don't know. I just wasn't ready. Like I hadn't gotten up to speed, but now I'm there. So yeah, sometimes it's when we get our butt handed to us that we have to sort of recreate and figure out what we've got to do to get to the next level.
That is so true. So true. Paul, do you find, because I know you too come from a Broadway background and a theater background, do you find that there is a lot of, do you find that there are things from the theater that you would take with you into voice acting? Like I know for me, it definitely feels like the vocal training that we got becoming theater actors is super helpful endurance wise. Do you feel like there's anything else crossover that helped out? Or that
yeah, I mean, I think the energy level that is required, to be on stage, that kind of intensity of energy and intensity of vocal projection, I mean, I think definitely has helped in terms of, doing voiceovers, because I think you can, because you're in front of a mic, and because you are in a booth, you can kind of start feeling like, oh, well, I don't want to be too big here, or I don't want to be, you have a tendency to try to make yourself a little bit, smaller. But, working on stage, it's like, that's the energy level that you have to have all the time, So, and it gives you a place of where to go, that you have a bigger range, so, I mean, I think that's helped tremendously, in terms of doing theater, 8 shows a week,
Right.
Yeah.
This is going to be a terrible segue, but I gotta go straight to some fan questions, because I've been asking all these questions that I want to hear your answers to. I gotta actually ask questions that the people want to hear the answers to.
You mean there are people watching?
There are people watching, you guys. They're watching our hang. If you could direct an animated short of your character, what would it be about? Or if you could, let's say if you could create it, or you don't have to direct it. If you were writing, creating, whatever, your animated short, what would it be about? What, Caro? Oh my God, you're so excited.
Sombra and Symmetra are robbing a bank. that's all I got.
That's our.
And that's
You can't tell them about our weekend plans. What are you doing? You can't tell the world. Now we can't do it.
I got nothing.
So people need to understand that when I first came and started working on Overwatch, I thought I was a secondary character or a tertiary character because I saw Winston as sort of like Beast in X-Men. You know, he's like Hank McCoy. He's blue. He's furry. He's a scientist. He probably says, "Oh, my stars and garters." Like he's just a nerd who's playing with his science stuff. It wasn't until a year worth of recording on Overwatch that I finally realized that like Winston was the heart of the team. That like he's the one who's got the Rolodex who pulls everybody in. And I was like, "Oh, I'm Professor X. I'm not Beast. I'm like a big deal, aren't I?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're a big deal." I was like, "Okay." So then early 2019. They'd say, "Okay, we can't tell anybody about this, but we're going to be doing Overwatch 2, and we need to have you come in and do the next animated short." And so they showed me 0 Hour, which is the short that they aired at BlizzCon in 2019, right? So they showed me the animatic for 0 Hour, and I'm sitting in the and I tell people, like, I'm usually a pretty zen voice actor. Like, things don't get under my skin. But man, Overwatch will make me choke up. And I'm in the studio watching stuff, and Overwatch will make me choke up. And they showed me the animatic for 0 Hour, and I just looked at them. I said, "Did you just make this for me? Like, is this, how did you know? Like, did you just decide you were going to make a film just for me? Okay, let's record this, but how do I avoid like tearing up? All right, let's do this." Like, yeah. So, I mean, as far as I'm totally spoiled, like they just keep making stuff that I love. I don't know what else to ask for.
Aww.
Yay.
Winston's such a pivotal part to Overwatch 2. He is such the aortic valve of the heart. You know what I mean? He is the pumping, pulsating lifeblood. I love it.
Aw. Thanks, Josh.
Absolutely.
Lucy, what would your short be about?
I mean, I always say that I love so much to be surprised and educated by what they come up with. So I sometimes I don't dare go there because the writers are so great, and I feel like, oh, I don't want to, but I would love to this is a little bit boring, but I would love to just delve into the story of Mercy's parents that we know, were killed in the war, and the background of her education, how she came to do what she does. And then I would love to find out more about her and Moira. There's a lot of relationships, why is she such a slut? That around so much. No, joking.
So easy.
But I think that there's a lot of drama in her past that I would love to explore. And I think there's darkness that she has turned to good and light for herself, but I'd love to explore that and find out all the darkness and drama that occurred in her younger years.
Theo, you looked like you had some ideas there for the Zen Master.
Let's see. I think I would love to see a short where Zenyatta is trying to learn how to juggle. It's like, this is frustrating. I am not enjoying that. In
the big top.
It'll have to be like the first. It'll have to be like the first frame of what he's doing, hanging out before everything happens. Right there, in the first frame.
Zenyatta is the Christopher Walken of Overwatch.
Yes.
This is frustrating.
Yay.
I don't like this.
It's very frustrating.
I juggle.
Keith, what about you?
I think, I feel like I don't dare story-wise either, because I'm always so surprised and I just love what they come up with. But I would, if they did one with Torbs, I would really love to see the dichotomy, to have some of it where you're seeing his most loving, him being most loving as a father and as a family man, but at the same time, somewhere in that to also show how fierce he can be in battle. He's completely determined. So I don't envision the story, but I envision it showing both sides of him at his fiercest and at his most loving. And to me, just having that within one short would be my dream, just to kind of cover all angles of him like that would be really cool. Robbing a bank, probably, with Sombra.
Robbing a bank with
Sombra. You guys are all very serious.
We should discover that. Wait, you've got turrets and I've got turrets. We should hang out. I'd love to, for Symmetra. I'd just love to see how she connects with the rest of the gang. You know, especially because other than like she has the Vishkar connection, and we still don't know whether she's going to figure out that they are shady. I'd just love to see which way does she go? Does she go to the dark side? Does she go to Talon? Does she go to Overwatch? What happens? We don't know. Does she just dance like this the whole time? I mean, who knows what she does? Who knows? Jen, I know you've talked about what you would like.
I'm so predictable with the answer to this. Okay, just picture it. A therapy session with Farah and Anna. Done. Mother-daughter therapy session.
Like in Dr. Hack style.
Done. Yes, totally.
Exactly.
I'm
maybe
like,
Mercy,
oh my God.
maybe Mercy could be the therapist, even though she's not that kind of doctor.
That would get a little incestuous,
But
I
she
think.
could
I think that's like a cross of yeah.
All right,
I don't
fair.
know. We'd have to go to some.
Farah would be talking mostly about Mercy. In the
Right,
session.
exactly. I know.
We're gonna have to talk about Mercy. Fair.
Yeah, I know.
Fair point.
Yeah.
We already talked about this one about but I feel like what keeps you motivated or stops you from getting burnt out on the negative aspects of the industry?
Nutella.
Hazelnut spread.
Doing other things, eating is a good one. Yeah, eating.
But also, like, in particular, now that we're on this Overwatch panel, the love from the fans and the, like, every time you pop your head out and, you know, into the Overwatch fandom, there's like this deluge of love that just, you know, comes over you. So I think that keeps me motivated a lot of times to see, even if it's just one person who sends you a message and is like, this meant so much to me, and thank you, you know, you're like, oh yeah, that's why we do it, right? To spread love.
Yeah, if I can kind of piggyback on that, especially I think right now, like if this whole pandemic situation has taught us anything, it's that, you know, the arts they have value, you know, and what we do has value because, you know, I think a lot of times an actor or, you know, if you're a singer or just any kind of artist, it's in our society, it's kind of maybe not necessarily, you know, it doesn't get the respect that I think it just.
Yeah. It's like, but what do you really do?
It's like, yeah, you know, sure, you're an actor, but, you know, we've seen that, you know, with Netflix or video games, like people need this, you know, they need this kind of thing, you know, right now. And I think that's just knowing that it's very gratifying.
Yeah, I think when things are good, when things are going well career-wise, the creativity itself motivates me and keeps me going because I love what I do. So I love, you know, booking something and just focusing 100% on that while I'm doing that, and then going to another session and focusing 100% on that one. When things are not so great, if you have a bad session, a bad audition, we've all had days that don't go well, career-wise even. When that happens, for me, it's always my family that motivates me because I always know I'm going home to my family. So no matter how bad it gets, the director can hate me. It can just be the worst. And it doesn't happen often, but I think many of us have probably had that day where you're like, I was miscast on this and I don't feel good and I can't wait till this is over. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to be positive. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to listen. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, you know what? I'm going home and my family's going to love me just the same. So that gets me through when it's difficult.
Sure. I definitely find that oh, sorry, Kristen, go.
Oh, no, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Anjali.
No, please.
There's content that I have always loved, that I go to, that always sort of nourishes me and makes me feel good, whether it's that movie or that album or that story or that book or whatever. And obviously, because I'm a fan of animation, a lot of it is animated. And I think to myself, oh my God, these things mean so much to me. And then life can get rough and tough. And sometimes I want to go back to those to sort of, you know, feel better about myself, like a warm blanket. And I think, oh, you know, sometimes things, as Keith was saying, things get tough and things get rough and you're like, what am I thinking? And you lose perspective. And I will say I'm guilty of getting on YouTube and watching reaction videos. Like I watched a whole bunch of reaction videos to the Overwatch shorts. And it reminds me, because as voice actors, we record in a vacuum. We don't have an audience, and I come from the theater and I'm used to having an audience there that I can see whether they're responding to me or not, or whether I'm connecting with them or not. And as voice actors, we don't have that. Even in this panel, I don't have that, which is why I'm on the Discord. Like right now, I'm watching on the Discord, sort of seeing how people are reacting to us, because that makes me go, we're doing good, I think. Yeah, everyone wants to chime in the Discord. So,
tell us if we're not.
That's all. I only figured it out because I got on like 2 days ago for our diversity panel, and I figured it out then, and otherwise I probably wouldn't be on it now. But this idea of like watching the reactions of people, and seriously, people tearing up and crying at watching our performances in Overwatch, at watching the shorts because they're so damn good, and it reminds me of like, oh God, yes. Like they're like, this is what we're doing for people as we're in the trenches trying to get this, and not just Overwatch, but our career, right? We're in the trenches in our career trying to get things done, and it can become overwhelming, and to take a moment and try to look at it from the audience's perspective and just see how magical it must look what we're doing from their perspective, and realizing, right, I contribute to that. I contribute to that magic. And that was the magic that fueled me and nurtured me when I was younger. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Let me refocus on what's going on here, because that's my contribution. That's what I can share with other people. That's what I'm doing to uplift from in my corner of the universe, holding up my corner of the universe.
Sure. Just reminding ourselves that there is value even when we don't necessarily feel like we are being, whether we so often we don't feel like we're being seen or heard as actors. Like that's one of the big fears is, will I, if I put this work out there, will it be seen? Will it be heard? Will my voice be heard? And getting to see so many people having such lovely experiences or reactions, or hearing about families coming together or different things because of this game has certainly that's certainly helped me through certain lean times. And like I can't remember specifically who someone said, I think it was actually Paul, said just like having other lanes. What I used to think was career ADD, I now just realize is diversifying, like you do with any investment, and our time and our energy is an investment. So part of what also keeps me motivated is knowing that there's no time to feel crappy about this one thing. Like assess, figure out what you did wrong, figure out what you did right, and move on, because you got to make more things for people to enjoy, or for people to have those reactions to.
So you guys, I've missed really seeing you guys and hanging out with you guys, and you guys motivate me, because every one of what you have said today, there's been something in it that I take in and I go, that's really true. And I really want to thank you all for, all of your experiences and your opinions that you have bring to this, because I learn something, every time I'm with you guys, and it's better in person. I do have to say, like over sushi or sake, yes. which we've all done, but it's just, I'm really so thankful, that, because when you're doing it, it's like you're just by yourself, and so you go through the trials and tribulations of it by yourself, and you start thinking, oh my God, I just like, I blew that, why didn't I, But then when you hear all of your stories, that everybody has the same experience of doing lots of auditions, not booking something, and then you book something and it's great, but then all that downtime in between where you're thinking, oh my God, I really suck. How could I suck so bad? You guys make it all realize that this is what we've chosen, this is what we go through, and the collective feeling, of us together is just so great. So I really thank you so much. I've missed you guys. I really have.
These panels are really, for everyone watching, these panels are also for us, for such a nice chance for all of us to catch up.
Yes,
because we don't see each other so much, and also to bring Jeannie again into the fold, and Boris more, because we've only gotten to see you once live in person at BlizzCon. We miss each other. I miss having you guys over to the house.
But also, I think and I think you probably all feel this way. I get motivated by reminding myself of the privilege that we have to do this.
Mhm.
Like, I waited tables for 7 years, and I hated it, and it was so hard, and it was like banging my head against the brick wall. And now, being able to do this for a living, that's a privilege. Of course, we worked hard, obviously, but there's so many people dreaming of doing what we're doing. So I think that for me, a lot of times I have to remind myself, like, all right, well, it might not be going so well right now, or I might be down, but I am able to live my dream,
Yeah.
So that motivates.
As Paul was
Hello?
talking about relationships and how we've connected and all that, I had a question. Do you guys remember who won Best Actress Oscar in 1994?
No.
Okay, that's my point.
That's your
Fried
point.
green
That's my
tomatoes,
point.
Jessica
Like,
Lange.
like Gwyneth Paltrow for Shakespeare in Love.
Maybe. But do you remember your first grade teacher? Do you remember do we remember the people who have really affected us? And I think about when I have had a really crappy day, it's what are the relationships that I keep nurturing that are giving me love and giving me, peace, and you guys are inspiring me. And that's where I feel like a lot of the gamers who have connected with other gamers online, and they haven't been able to maybe make friends in their city, but then somehow they have that friend in Kuwait or that friend in Argentina. And like the fact that we keep connecting like this and making the real connections, I feel like that's what keeps us going, because it doesn't matter what voice actor won Best Voice Actor Award in 2012, because in the end, like, we don't remember that stuff. We remember the people who've actually affected us and given us inspiration. I feel like that's what we're always moving towards, right? More love.
Yeah.
It
It was a wildly unexpected to have, like, when you do things in the theater, you build these relationships with people over the course of the rehearsal process and the run of the show. So it makes sense that you would take those relationships forward. And even when you're working on a TV show with Les, you're working with people for a chunk of time. So you would expect that. It was wildly unexpected to find the cast family that I'm closest to of all the things I've ever done through this voiceover project on a game that none of us knew what it was when we first auditioned. Like,
Yes.
that the combination of those two things is part of what keeps me going too, is remembering you never know what the next big one is going to be. Something you think is going to be little could end up being huge. Every audition, you really don't know what person you're going to meet on this tiny project that might lead to this thing, or this person you're going to meet on the street today. The things do just kind of blow, they blow my mind how they happen, because sometimes it just sneaks into your world rather than being with big fanfare, like you booked the next big show. My first Broadway show originated as a show that we did in Chicago for $200 a week at a regional theater, and it was set in a pool, and we did it in the freezing cold in Chicago. And we never would have known that was going to have the effect that it did. Yeah. And this game, all of us came to it with just, it's just another audition. We knew it was Blizzard, but it was another audition. With the exception of Kristen, I don't think any of us knew about Overwatch before we auditioned, right? I think, and you didn't either. You didn't.
No, I didn't know.
Gotcha.
You understand, when I came in, again, I thought I was playing a secondary character, and I played this gorilla, and I thought, okay, whatever. And then I'm at BlizzCon, was it 2015, I think, or 2014, I think it was, because I was in World of Warcraft, and we were promoting Warlords of Draenor, because I was playing Vindicator Maraud and that. And I'm backstage in the green room, and there's a little screen that shows what's showing on the big screen. And I'm just backstage, just sort of chilling out before we go for the World of Warcraft panel. And this film starts playing on the screen that looks like a Pixar film. It's this bright, shiny, happy. It was first Overwatch trailer. They were premiering it at that BlizzCon, and I'm sitting watching. What is this Pixar film? Wait a minute, there's a gorilla. I play a gorilla. Wait a minute, is this my game? Overclock, Overdrive? What is this? I have no idea. I had no idea. Yeah, I didn't even know what the name of the game was, and it wasn't until literally the gorilla came on the screen that I was like, I think that's me. Yes, that's me. Like, and then everyone's like, "That's you." I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." So I had no idea where this is going. And even after that, I thought Tracer was the main character, and we would go into record, and I say, "Well, I would do my the first character film was Recall with Winston, right? That was the first sort of cinematic that we did that released on YouTube after the trailer. And I said, well, you're making one of these for every character in Overwatch, right? And they're like, well, we don't know. I was like, you don't know? Really? I thought I was just one of many. And they're like, no, you're sort of the center. I was like, when was somebody going to tell me this? Like, no, I had no clue going into any of this.
Amazing.
That's
Amazing.
awesome.
Can we acknowledge Jen's amazing top? Sorry.
Yes,
like
absolutely. Show off
guys.
the top.
Thanks.
Like,
Wow.
you
Yeah, it's like this plasticky.
Amazing.
Oh my god. It's like this plasticky material.
Yes.
It has buttons.
That's so cool,
guys. Thanks.
Heel before Zod.
I know it's so Zod, right? Josh, it's for you. Josh, it's for you. Oh.
Kneel before Zod.
Kneel
I did
before
say,
Zod.
I did
Zod.
send you a message the other day, Jen, that I really wanted to see you in something iridescent because there was an article in the Atlantic about iridescence in fashion, and I was like, this has got Jen all
Well,
over.
I did a story about iridescence in fashion years ago when I was collecting all this iridescence. So I've got like a lot of accessories with lots of iridescence. And,
Are you wearing your yellow platforms?
I'm wearing socks. I don't have
Oh,
any
so you
platforms
don't have no
on right
platforms
now.
on?
I have no. Can you
There you
imagine? I wear them in my sleep, Paul. I have to like
Show us your
my
socks.
platforms off.
Show us your
I know.
socks.
You know what? I have all these awesome ones. I have like ones that say all sorts of filthy words on them and are great. But I'm not. I'm just wearing little black nothing socks. I should have my good socks with me. What am I thinking? What am I thinking?
Here's a question. If your character had a you-inspired skin, what would it be?
This is actually another repeat answer, but it's really the best answer. So I had a fan artist after I was at BlizzCon, and at that first BlizzCon, I wore my Kneel Before Zod t-shirt and metallic silver pants and my flame boots. And so an amazing artist, made a flame skin for Farah. And I was like, oh my gosh, of course Farah needs a flame skin. Of course she needs a flame skin. So that without a question would be the Jen inspired Farah skin. Some like fabulous vintage, like great colors, flame skin.
Nice.
Hot
Boris,
rod,
what about
like
you?
Hot rod Farah.
Because Sigma does not. Sigma looks not quite like you. So what would he looks
I
slightly
feel an
different than you.
insult coming on.
No. On the contrary, it is decidedly the opposite.
Yes.
So what would be Sigma's Boris inspired skin?
Sorry, what's that?
If Sigma had a skin that was inspired by you, with his Boris skin, what would he like? What would he be? What would he be rocking?
What, my fashion sense? I don't know, old man.
Or your
like
crazy.
like a blue linen shirt and like orthopedic shoes or something like that.
Khakis.
Well, I mean, I'm
wearing
sure,
shoes.
exactly. He'd have shoes on those toes. So
Yeah.
that is a good thing.
I put some shoes on Sigma. I think I'd put some socks and some shoes, maybe some clogs. But
Right. Yeah.
Fair. Josh,
but
what
yeah,
about
a
you?
loosely fitting linen shirt of some sort, I think.
We get
We'll call him
Boris.
Summer Sigma. Summer. I shouldn't come up with names.
English patient Sigma.
There you go. Ooh, a little Ray Fiennes in there. I like it. Ray Fiennes and Boris will take it. He will take it. Jeannie, what about you?
If Echo was going to wear anything from my wardrobe, it would probably be either leopard print or leopard print.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
Makeup, I would have her made up with a little black nose, and then she could say her lines, but also put a little in there too. So yeah, flying leopard.
Yes,
I love
dig
it.
Cool.
I dig that. Anyone else have some winner? Yes, Kristen.
So I've always wanted to see Winston in a NASA flight suit because I actually went to Space Academy when I was in high school and did all the simulators and did the whole week thing at Space Camp and whatnot.
You were Space Camp.
I was totally at Space Camp. Although when I was in high school, we called it Space Academy because Space Camp was for the little kids and Space Academy was the one where we got in the big simulators and did the whole thing. And I did the EVA with the air pads and the spacesuit and everything. I was a big Space
So you
Academy
were
guy.
like a space cadet?
Yeah, no, I was going to major in theater and astrophysics when I was in college because I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to be like a military pilot, and then I realized I have to kill people, and I was like, no, that's not good. Let me be an astronaut instead. So I was sort of obsessed with being an astronaut, and so I had a flight suit. When I came back from Space Academy, I had a NASA flight suit with all the patches on it and everything else. So I would love to see Winston in a NASA flight suit. I mean, he's got to be a NASA nerd.
Awesome.
Come on.
I mean, it would make
Doesn't
sense.
he have
Yeah.
sort of like a skin like that? Some sort of like a no? He doesn't have a skin like that.
I haven't been paying very close attention, but I haven't seen like a proper blue NASA flight suit with like the Apollo 11 patches and like, you know, Robert and Crippen from the first shuttle launch and all that kind of stuff on him. So that would be sort of old school nerdy NASA suit.
Josh, what about you? Because obviously, you two bear so much resemblance to your character.
I know, right?
So much,
yeah.
so much physical resemblance.
I want to say maybe like he'd be wearing like a graphic tee and like sweatpants, just kind of,
yeah,
just kind of like me, and some like nice, really expensive like shoes or Jordans or something. All right. But maybe
we call him. What would we call? Would we call him Chill Hog? What would we?
Bro Hog.
Bro. The bro skin. It's the bro skin. I love it.
Bro Hog. And he's just like he's just really chill and like instead of inhaling gas in the mask, like exhales like smoke out the mask or whatever. You know, like he's just like he's like vaping or something. He's like super.
Oh my
super
God.
hipster, like.
I think for Symmetra, I would need to give her higher heels because her heels are too practical. If it was me, she would have to be wearing high heeled boots that come up to here with like a 4.5-inch heel instead of these like 2-inch heels that she's running around in. Because those are practically tennis shoes. So like that's
they're practically flats. Yeah.
They're not exactly. That's not nearly as impressive. You guys, we only have a few more minutes, and I want to give everyone a chance to talk about anything else that they might be working on right now, and to let everybody know where to find them on the socials. And I'm going to start this, however, by saying all of you who are here, thank you so much for joining us. You can also join all of us all from pretty much right after this panel on through the weekend. Everybody here and Chloe Hollings and Ben Zantoine and Johnny Cruz now are all doing signings this weekend through streamily.com. You can check it out, streamily.com/Overwatch. You can check out everybody's timings and all of those fun things. But I would like to pass this to you guys. Boris, where can everybody find you, and what are fun things that you might be working on that you want to share?
People can find me on my name in full. Just Google that, and then you'll get to my Twitter and Instagram. And on my Instagram, it'll say when I'll be signing some lovely Sigma prints this tomorrow and on Saturday, and maybe on Sunday. And I'm working on all sorts of crazy stuff, but I'm not allowed to share any of that knowledge with anyone, which sounds really up my own.
But we can all
thing,
check out your game. So the one that we talked about
Yeah,
before.
oh, yes, you can.
Mention that to the people who came late.
It's called Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and it's out on Xbox and on PC, and now also on Switch as of right now.
It's a beautiful game.
So you guys have to check it out.
Love it.
Did you play it, Josh?
I have played. I played the one before, not the newest one.
What?
I know. Now I'm
That's
ashamed.
the one you need.
So I'll get the new one today on Steam. Pop it up.
Please.
Jeannie, where can the people find you?
The people can find me at gbole, either on Instagram or the Twitter. I'm not really on Twitter very often, but yeah, on the gram. I'm also signing today at 2 p.m. and then Friday and Saturday. You can go to my Instagram and see when I'm signing and just come and hang out. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. A game was announced yesterday. but I'm terrible. I'm just like, tell me when I'm supposed to talk about it because I'm not going to remember. But they just announced a game that I did one of the voices for a professor. That's all I'm saying. So that, but I think that
Could be anything.
Could be anything. That's right.
Could be anything. Could be anything. Could be a Gilligan's Island game, and you're the professor. We'll never know.
I'm betting it's not a Gilligan's Island game.
I mean, it could be. How cool
Could be, you're right.
Wouldn't you feel sheepish if it was? Look at that. They surprised you, Silverstein. Caro, where can everybody find you?
My Insta is Ravasa. My Twitter is Carolina Ravasa. I just started Twitch live streaming. I'm also on a game called Valorant, and I've been interviewing all the VAs there and the writer. And then I'm going to move over to you lovely people because I'm having a really good time chatting people up. So the Twitch is Carolina Ravasa. And I am soon going to be launching a Kickstarter campaign, guys, because I am crowdfunding for a film that I'm going to act in. I play a cosplayer and her trials and tribulations during quarantine. That's coming soon, so stay tuned. Please follow all those so that you can help me share because I want to do some crowdfunding and make the film happen. Ta-da!
I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited about that. Crispin.
My handles on social media are just Crispin Freeman, all one word, whether it's Twitter or Instagram, whatnot. I will acknowledge that I'm not really a big social media person. I put a lot of my energy into my podcast, which is called Voice Acting Mastery, which I've been running now for 9 years, which is sort of terrifying to think about.
And it's incredible. It's so good.
Oh, well, thank you. And thank you, Anjali, for coming on it. I've interviewed Anjali on the podcast. We did a sort of swap interview when I got on your fun size videos, which was fun. Yeah. I mean, most of the stuff, I as Boris would say, I cannot talk about stuff that's coming up. I wait for like my fans to tell me when something I'm in has come out, and I go, oh, well, I guess it's public now, because otherwise NDAs, I would just get in trouble. So I just sort of don't talk about it. But keep your eyes out. Things will come up, I'm sure. But otherwise, please check out my podcast. I try to share as much useful, valuable, practical information on the podcast about voice acting in the industry as possible. And otherwise, please head to our signings. I'm going to be doing one today at 1 o'clock after this panel, and another one on Sunday. But there's a whole big schedule of all of us doing all these signings. If you want to come join us most of us, I think, are going to be streaming on Instagram Live or Twitch. So come join us, and you can hang out with us there. I speak English for a living. Thank you very much.
Paul, how about you?
What? Me?
Oh, yes, you. Paul, yes, you.
Paul. Hey, yeah. Find me on Instagram or Twitter at FeoChin, at FeoChin. I'll be signing today, tomorrow, and Saturday at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. And if you're looking for more content, I did some voices on Mulan. You can find that on Disney Plus. And there's a terrific show called Bulge Bracket, and that's on Amazon.
Yes.
It's a lot of fun. And that's about it. Just wear a mask, and please remember to vote.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody vote. If you need to find information, click over to nerdsvote.com. Not only do they have all the information you need about voting, they also have lots of really cool swag, so you can get those. Paul Nakauchi, where can people find you?
Just Paul Nakauchi on Instagram, just my name, and then on Twitter it's Paul Nakauchi #1. I don't really go on Twitter very much, but Facebook is just Paul Nakauchi. What's coming up? Let's see. There's a couple things that I did. Couple animated series that are going to be coming up, but they probably won't be coming out for another maybe year or so for Netflix, and one was for Marvel.
Ooh.
So
nice.
So they'll be coming out, and then I'm on that game that Fio is the main character on, the Ghosts of Tsushima.
Oh,
which you didn't mention. He is a major character. I have a small part in it. But so
that's exciting.
Games,
listen for you. Cool, Jen.
Oh wow. Okay. I am on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and Twitch, all at Hey It's Jen Cohn, JenCohn. And I'm mostly an Instagrammer. I am less a Facebooker and less a Twitterer. So Instagram, if you're going to pick one, is where to go. And on Twitch, I stream twice a week. I stream on Mondays doing Ask Bird Mom streams, and either on Wednesdays or Fridays doing fashion streams, doing interview streams, doing styling streams, doing field trips, blah, blah, blah. It's super fun at Hey It's Jen Cohn on Twitch. And I too am shackled by my NDAs, so I can't talk about a few very cool things that are coming out, but I'm very excited. And so keep your eyes and ears open. And I'm whoop, whoop. And then I'm doing my signings for Streamily are tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time, or 5 p.m. on the West Coast. And tomorrow at noon, New York time, so 9 a.m. West Coast time, because tomorrow night is Erev Rosh Hashanah. So happy New Year to everyone, because New Year starts tomorrow night. Happy Rosh Hashanah, everybody.
Yes. Oh, and happy new moon. Today is a new moon. Just remember that. So we've got the combo platter there.
Combo platter.
Lucy Pole.
Hello. You can find me at the letter U, love, LUCIE on Instagram and on Twitch. Lucy Pole Comedy on Twitter. And write down my address. It's and yeah, I do streams on Twitch. I'm on Instagram. I try to be funny on Twitter sometimes, and sometimes I rant, and sometimes I'm just happy that there's life on Venus. And and yeah, I'm signing at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, 2 p.m. tomorrow. And yeah, love, peace, happiness, wear a mask, vote. I can't vote. I'm not an American citizen. So remember, it's a privilege. And, it's a privilege. Yes. You're laughing at my immigrating. No, it is. I grew up in this country, but I'm not a citizen. Not everybody is. There's all types of immigrant stories. So use your privilege, exercise your right, do it. You won't regret it, and be nice to people.
Yes.
Just do it.
Amen.
Yes.
Do it. You can find me on Instagram, Keith Silverstein. On Twitter, I'm at Silver Talkie, Talkie. You can check me out there. As far as, like everybody else, I've got stuff in the pipe, but that I can't talk about. Recently, Netflix dropped Transformers: War for Cybertron Siege, and I play Jetfire in that. So that check that out.
You do.
There you do.
Yeah, dude. I made it sound like this, but
Bomb knots here, Herbie. Hurry, bomb knots.
And I'm signing this weekend. I'm signing Saturday and Sunday on Streamily, and I'll be live streaming on Instagram at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So come say hi.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
You can find me hunting rebel scum in your local Star Destroyer. Me and a bunch of the cast just celebrated season 3 on Netflix of Agretsuko being released. So that's our brand new, really amazing season. Really great cast, helmed by the incredible Erica Mendez and Ben Diskin for Haida and Retzko. You can find me on Twitch also. I'm Optimus_Slimed. My social media is Cranky J on Twitter, and I'm Menace Made on Instagram. I'm all over the place. I had to cancel a signing today, but I'll be continuing the other ones on Saturday. So no worries there. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here. It was great to see everybody. So
yes.
Thanks.
Really, where can we find you?
Well, let me tell ya. You guys, thank you for asking, Lucy. You guys can find me on the interwebs. My handle is usually Sweet Ange with 3 E's because we're selling SWEEETANJ. You can also find me on the Facebook at my name. And as for things that are coming up, I do have signings. You can find all the times on my socials and all that. I still am doing my show on YouTube. I Am Fun Size. There are 3 of you on this panel that I have not yet, 4 of you on this panel that I have not yet had the joy of bringing on the show. So I'm looking forward to making that happen if technology allows me to. Jeannie and I tried, and technology beat me down. But the thing that I'm the most excited about being able to share right now is that a movie that I shot last year in New Orleans called Evil Eye is coming out on Amazon Prime Video on the 13th of October. It is a psychological thriller starring Sarita Chowdhury. who a lot of you might know from Jessica Jones and from Homeland, and Bernie White, who you know from practically every show known to man. So I'm very, very excited, and I want you all to see it. And Carolina was there helping me to audition for it when I was at BlizzCon last year. So, or helping me make a tape for it. It wasn't BlizzCon, it was some other thing. But anyway, so I'm very excited that it's coming out. It looks awesome, and the trailer is out now. So keep an eye out for that. Very, very cool.
Ooh, yay!
You guys, yay, everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I know we went over. I hope we didn't keep anyone too long, but we wanted to it's hard to say goodbye. Thank you, PAX, for hosting us and for hosting our little party. And we will see you all out there in the world. Be safe, wear your masks, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, because we are the only people we've had. So
If Roadhog can wear a mask, so can you.
And there it is. Bam.
Anjali, for doing an amazing
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Anjali, beautiful.
Great job,
Thank
Anjali.
you, guys.
So great.
Great seeing all you guys.
Yeah.
care,
Love
everybody.
you guys.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
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 Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile & Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile & Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound, and with guile and glory, I will tell their story.
I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked.
Welcome everyone to our NIS America panel. I am Laura, one of the PR coordinators at NISA.
Hi, I'm Trevor. I'm one of the content moderators here at NISA, and today we're going to be talking about some of our upcoming releases. We're going to talk about an exciting new localization announcement. We're actually going to see some gameplay from that localization announcement. But for right now, we're going to talk a little about what we've been doing lately. We've been working from home lately. All of NISA has fully transitioned to working from home, working safely and diligently to bring you the titles you love. We're just doing it from home now. And how's that going, Laura?
I think it's been going pretty nice. You know, I like not driving.
Yeah, avoiding the commute here in California is a pretty big plus. So I'm enjoying it myself as well.
Can't avoid the heat, though.
No.
Cannot avoid the heat.
No getting around that. Anyway, besides that, I think we'll hop right into some trailers, huh, Laura?
All right, let's take a look at our October lineup.
Who the hell stole my panties? We're running out of time, dude! Gotta have guts, dude! Ouch! Yeah, dude! I'm the main character, dude! Here I go, dude! Get out of my way! I'll give it my all, dude! This is bad, dude! I can do it, dude! Ready shot, dude!
We need to find out what happened in Heimdall that day, and what they're planning now.
Whatever it is, it must have something to do with what's going on behind the scenes in Erebonia. I still don't understand why that data from Heimdall was sent here of all places.
It's simple, really.
What I got? Popcorn! Wheel of time!
I will not falter again! Ready? Phantom Ray!
It's time we entertained our guests. Let the party begin. I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
Let's finish this! Dragon Ball!
I'm just getting started! Omega Impulse! Fire!
It ends here! Rising Sun!
Let us begin! Come forth from the heavens and shine upon us! Aura Rain!
Hope you're ready. Ether Strike!
About time I got this started.
Eat steel! Berserker!
I think I can use the 7 points to find out where their teacher is.
Cheer up, guys! Cherubic Smile!
I don't know if I'd call us heroes exactly, but we'll help out in any way we can.
Now that we have this, we've got a long road ahead of us.
There's no way we're letting this world come to an end.
We'll change this world's fate!
And now it's time to show them what we're made of.
We can definitely do this.
We weren't sure of ourselves before. We definitely are now.
The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 4. In a world ablaze with war, heroes must unite.
right, so that is our October lineup. We have 3 games coming out in
Yeah.
October. So the first one we just wanted to go over really quickly is Prinny When 2 Exploded and Reloaded by Nippon Ichi Software. And it is our Nintendo Switch exclusive coming out October 13th. So it's coming up soon.
Yeah, it's coming out really fast.
A little less than a month, I think, from now. And then guys
About
get
so.
ready. Yep. So this is a remaster of the original PSP version, now available on a wider scale. There will be French text if you guys are interested in playing it in French. Prinny, of course, will have it on cart day 1. Prinny 2 is going to get a patch a bit later. And just for content in this, it includes all bonus stages, both Prinny 1 and 2, and special weapons DLC. Only Prinny 2 at the moment, and if you want to pick these up separately, say you have one already on PSP, but you want to get one of them on Nintendo Switch, they are available separately and digitally on the eShop. And just as a quick call out, because we love interacting with the community, we did have a really cool contest where we had fans kind of send us in voice clips and imitate a Prinny. We gave a bunch of different lines out. The fans were allowed to pick either between Prinny 1 and 2, but we did pick 2 winners, one from Prinny 1 and Prinny 2, and then we did put their voices in the game.
Yeah. So try to, if you end up picking that game, try to find the fan voice. It actually did a really good job. So it might be kind of hard to pick out which one is.
Sounds just like a Prinny.
But we've also saw a trailer for Trails of Cold Steel 4. That's, of course, the very treasured Falcom franchise. That's coming out October 22nd on PS4. And is following on Switch and PC in 2021. It's the Trails of Cold Steel franchise. If you've been exposed to it, you know what it is. It's that hardline JRPG genre that so many of you have been looking forward to. It's got new in-game summaries for talks 1, 2, and 3, so you don't have to worry about starting halfway in. It's got a bunch of new mini-games, poker, blackjack. There's like a shooter coaster ride. There's a pom-pom party. It's a lot of extra side game content's being added. You have in-game bonuses for bringing in save data from talks 1, 2, and 3. So if you've been a hardline fan, you'll get rewarded for it. And this is the hugest payoff of the entire series. If you've been invested in the story of any of these games, whether it be the Crossbell series or just the mainline Trails of Cold Steel series, you really need to pick it up. It's got an immersive universe, an awesome storyline, incredible world building. If you're into any kind of JRPG, this is the franchise for you to get into. And it's got a really good soundtrack, too.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's basically an end to this wretched fairy tale.
That's
Pick it up, guys. I know you guys want to know what happened.
We know you need to know what happens. And then we have Mad Red Dead, the rhythm platformer that's going to be coming out from Nippon Ichi Software. October 3rd, NISA, Nippon Ichi Software America, and our sister studio, Nippon Ichi Software. So we pitted each company to see who had the better dancers. And go ahead and check out our Twitter at NIS America to see what each company brought to the table. And there might even be there'll also be a giveaway the next day. So if you're interested in seeing how well we could dance, check that out for yourself.
Keep an eye on our social media tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty intense. Also, if you liked any of the music that was playing in that trailer, check out our audio-visual trailer on YouTube. It kind of gives kind of like a sound sample of what the whole
couple different
game's about.
artists.
Yeah, there are over 36 different tracks in the game, so you got a pretty wide library if you end up picking it up, all from some really well-known artists in the kind of electronic beat genre. It's really good. This is the best soundtrack of a game I've played in a long time. You have a lot of different options like practicing songs and sound tests, so you can really get the rhythms right for each selectable song. And once you complete a mission in story mode, you can actually revisit them, switch up the songs, and even play at a higher difficulty. So if you're one of those rhythm platformer junkies who really needs to challenge themselves, this is the game for you. But otherwise, we have another block of trailer coming up for our releases in 2021. Want to cue us off there, Laura?
All right, let's check out our 2021 upcoming games.
Let's check it out.
We finally made it to Balduke, the prison city.
Forgive me for what I am about to do, but this city needs you. Come forth, my monstroms, and consume this dark night!
Witness the strength of the Crimson King! Leave it to me! Mow him down!
Here goes! Whitecap, reporting in. We can scale that wall using my gift. Yeah! Take this! Huh? What's the matter? Doll here. Good day. Use my gift to reveal clues. Huh? Eviscerate! Raging Bull is also peculiar. Raging Bull, I'm raring to go. I'll smash through everything that gets in our way! Shatter to base! Who's next?
Alright, let's get this party started!
It'll be a walk in the park for my hunter's descent.
Too slow! Out of my way!
Things just keep getting weirder and weirder.
Renegade, let's get on with it already. Use my shadow dive to get to the other side of it. My time has come.
There is no going back now, I'm afraid. The wheels of fate are already turning. As the sentinel between the dark and light, I, Aprilis, herald the fall of this dusk. Unsheathe your curse and smite the darkness.
East 9, Monstrum Nox.
I've crushed riots, foiled breakout attempts, and sent all those who opposed me to the gallows. You will not succeed.
What is that old saying? There's a first time for everything. A problem is a barrier. A challenge is surmountable. The dominoes are just beginning to fall. We must turn the people against Ivor. We must investigate this at once. In the best interests of Welkin, I must do the unthinkable.
I'm lost.
We have no time for diversions. This could be part of an elaborate trap. I am discreetly hunting for allies within the castle. The list you provided me earlier is most helpful.
You're a traitor, Lucian!
The plague and the slug will break down our walls!
Everyone in Welkin Castle is counting on us.
Ivor, Lucian, they all led me here.
Never forget, I hold the fate of Welkin in my palm.
All right, so we have some pretty cool upcoming games coming in 2021 that we just saw there.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, so let's start with East 9 Monstrum Nox, coming to us from Nihon Falcom. It's coming to PlayStation 4 February 2nd, and Nintendo Switch and PC summer 2021. So just quick call out, since we saw a ton of cool characters in there, right?
Yeah, we saw a lot of characters.
More characters than usual in our latest trailer for East 9. But as you can see, a lot of them have these thing called GIFs. Which is what some of them use to do more movement-based things. So,
Right.
you know, we've seen Adel do his ziplining before, but we saw a little bit more now with both the climbing the walls, the flying, that guy who just shadows himself straight into the floor.
A lot of maneuvering going on like throughout the dungeons.
Other than that, it does play very much similar to the East games, where you do have a bunch of different characters you can switch to, and they... depending on the enemy weaknesses and navigating the environment, there's also a ton of different side quests, as well as the main storyline you can do. But just a quick call out, this game was influenced a lot by Western fans.
Yeah, you guys had a lot to do with the construction of this game, its narrative, and its design as well.
Yeah, so you can kind of see the difference between East 8 and East 9 here, is that East 9 is very dark and gritty. It's very industrial now. There's a lot more vertical movement than just straight horizontal movement, which is also reflected in the gifts that these parties have. And it's also a little bit more open world. It's not really on the rails so much. It's a little bit of
very
exploration.
open. Kind of, it goes with that new environment. Like if you're exploring, you want a large environment to explore.
Yeah. So look forward to that. And just a quick call out, this is going to have French translation, and it's the same team that did Trails of Cold Steel 3's French translation. So look forward to that, my French friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, Fallen Legion Revenant's coming up from Yummy Yummy Tummy. It's coming out for PS4 and Nintendo Switch in spring 2021. So if you're not familiar with Fallen Legion, it's kind of like an active combat slash you go into these big combat scenarios, and then kind of halfway through you're left to a different area where you have to be kind of a sly diplomatic person. It's a very interesting gameplay loop where you go in, you make some key decisions at your home base, then you're out in the field, and then you're making other decisions, and some decisions influence others, and some are good for some people, bad for others. So there's a lot of different narrative paths. There's a lot of differences in the game. There's a lot of different ways to play it. It's a really big experience. There's also a lot of endings to go with those narrative paths. So if you don't like the one you did at first, you'll have to retry and go through again. We have some new characters coming from actually a social media contest we were running. We actually had a fan-created character be put into the game. So we're not going to say which one exactly now. You'll have to check the game out for yourself.
Or you can check our social media.
Or you can check our social media to see who won. Yeah. It's a tactical real-time RPG. As you saw in the trailer, there's a lot of kind of quick dodges, parries, blocks, responding to certain elements, enemies, using elements they're weak to. So you kind of have to plan out a little before you go into the field with what kind of characters you're going to use, what kind of spells you're going to choose, be a total glass cannon, just DPS everywhere, or tank it out with some heal spells. There's also been a lot of new improvements, like to the XP system from the previous game. It encourages a streamlined kind of process. There's a new alchemy system that helps you create items that you can use both in the field and at your home base. And there's a new stealth gameplay segment. So when you're kind of doing all these Machiavellian little plots in your home base, you don't have to be caught, with stealing bread or whatever. So we're gonna move on after that to Saviors of Sapphire Wings and Stranger of Sword City Revisited. So these are both titles from Experience. Saviors of Sapphire Wings is a first debut here in the West, but we've previously released Stranger of Sword City here in the West, so this is Stranger of Sword City Revisited. So these are both dungeon crawling games made by Experience. If you played them before, you form your party, you have these team-based RPG battles where you fight different ranks of enemies. If you're familiar with this kind of genre, this is like what exemplifies it all. Saviors of Sapphire Wings is a brand new title coming to the West where you defeat your knight who's kind of can't crusade against evil, ends in defeat, and your spirit is reincarnated 100 years later, so you have to form a new party to defeat the demon overlord. It's some pretty classic stuff with some really great dungeon crawling gameplay. And Stranger of Sword City Revisited is a remastered version of Stranger of Sword City. So that's going to come with updated graphics, updated musical tracks, There's going to be more dungeons, more characters, more enemies, different traps, different tactics to use. It's almost a brand new experience. So both of those are going to be coming in in one package, and it's going to be coming out in 2021 for Nintendo Switch and PC.
All right, so we are going to move on to our new localization announcement.
Yeah.
So check out this trailer that we have for you here.
Check it out.
So that is our new localization announcement. It is Poison Control, coming early 2021 to both Nintendo Switch and PS4. Now we're going to take a little bit of a look at the gameplay, along with a very special guest from localization team who helped work on this game.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. We're going to check out some Poison Control.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back. We're here with some Poison Control gameplay.
And this time we're joined with our very special guest, who I'll let introduce himself.
Hey everybody, my name's Nick. I worked on Poison Control as the project coordinator and translator. So we worked together in a team to bring you a very interesting and game that I hope you all enjoy.
All right, so we are currently in the menu screen. Just a quick call out. This is a dev build. It is still currently in Japanese. Our localization team is working very hard to bring the English build to us, and look forward to more updates in the future for that English build. So why don't we start with kind of, I guess, who are we in this game, Nick?
Sure. So you are an unnamed protagonist. I'm sure you've never come across that before. And basically, you find yourself lost in hell, and you can pick between either a male or female main character, which doesn't really have an impact on the story too much, but it's a nice option there. And you found yourself, you wake up in hell randomly at the beginning of the game. And as you progress, you find out more and more how you ended up here and what this hell is. But basically, right after you wake up, a klesha, which is like the main name of the enemy in the game, appears and basically fuses with you into, you both share your same body, and that becomes the kind of secondary main character in the game, Poisonette. And you work together, and your main mission is that you're trying to get out of this hell, and by doing that, you're collecting stickers to have a wish granted.
Kind of see our stickers in the top there, but just to call out, we are playing as the male character. You will see Poisonette's suit. But kind of, I guess, what is this overworld we're into? Because this isn't our main stages here.
Right, so these are just basically like, they're different levels of hell, so to speak. So right now you're at probably the very first one, or second one. I think the second one, actually, because you just moved through there. But basically, it's the levels, the hells that you're going to be playing in. And you have to defeat a certain number of them, and then there's like a kind of a boss that is blocking off the next area that you need to get to. So you can run around and select the levels. I think you can interact with like a gift shop you can buy an item at. And so it just kind of is a cool representation of the levels that you'll be playing in.
It's kind of got that interesting 2D effect where no matter which way you're walking, it does kind of rotate it towards you. But why don't we start going into one of these levels? I believe we'll start with a little girl and her dog, and we'll explain a little bit more about her. So as we're going into the loading screen, we can kind of call out a little bit of what you'll be seeing. So the first thing you're going to see is a lot of dialogue with Hegan Radio. So Nick, what exactly, I guess, is Hegan Radio, and who are our hosts there?
Sure. So Hegan Radio is a segment that appears pretty much before almost every hell, and there are two girls that work there, Midori and Kikiri, and they basically prep you for your hell. So they're kind of like your support team / cheerleaders / they like to watch from afar as you're dealing with all these problems. And so they read a fan mail which more or less sums up the girl's issues and why her hell was made to a degree, and like what you can expect to encounter. So it gives you a good kind of like preview of what's to come, and it has really funny dialogue and a lot of like joking and back and forth between them.
Like, unfortunately, Trevor and I cannot read Japanese,
No,
but we can hear it in their tone. They are very back and forth. It sounds like they're kind of ribbing on each other a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. They like kind of have I would almost say a love-hate relationship in ways. But I really liked their dialogue. They're really funny, and so like you'll encounter them pretty much before every hell that you do. So they're there, for the entire game.
I could read that.
So there is a little bit of English in this game right now. And they also regularly show these kind of like pictures or graphics in the beginning of these radio segments. And would you like to give a little explanation of what we just saw there, Nick?
Sure. So the premise like behind the game is obviously that you're in this hell, and other girls fall to this hell as well. And so basically in this hell, this little girl's dog died, and so she's become overwhelmed with grief, and she doesn't know what to do, and she kind of takes things in a weird direction without spoiling anything. But that her hell is that her dog died, and she's fallen to despair because of that.
So sad. Like, I'm laughing, but I swear to God, it's sad. Anyway, so there is a bit of a difference between, I believe, some girls that may still be alive and some that are not. Would you like to tell us what our status of this girl might be?
Yeah, so this one luckily is still alive.
That's good.
Yeah. And sometimes you don't know, and you have to find out while you're playing it. Sometimes the Hegan Radio girls will tell you that they're dead, or they think they're dead, but they're not sure. And if they're dead, their hell is going to be a little bit harder. The enemies are going to be a little bit tougher. So
a little bit more despair when you're dead.
Yeah.
I would too, honestly.
So this is our world for our little girl with her unfortunate dog. It's a very dark world. Like, it's horrifying compared to some of the levels, or one of the levels we're going to see after this. But all the levels also are a little bit themed. So I guess kind of what are we going to see in this world specifically?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of dog-related themes going on. Like, you're going to see the enemy right there, which we call them klesha, which means poison in Sanskrit, and it has to do with Buddhism. But we thought that was a perfect tie-in to the whole overarching theme of the game. So that was kind of a dog themed klesha, and you're going to see, I think there are like some dog skeletons and stuff, which is kind of awful.
There's one.
But yeah, so it really, the hell really reflects the girl and why she's there, and so and like almost the entire sense of the meaning.
So we did see a little bit of combat there. You can see that we can trigger Poisonette to come out whenever we'd like to. She does have a timer of how long she can be out, and you'll use her to kind of clear the poison that's on the ground. Poison comes in a couple different colors, but we'll mainly be seeing pink for the most part, which is the normal poison. And you can kind of make loops with her to clear out all poison in the middle of the circle, whereas if you didn't complete the circle, you kind of don't clear all of it. So it's a good way to both clear out a lot of it, and it does recharge your weapon that our main character here is using. So if you're running out of ammo, you want to recharge it a little bit more, you can see the meter going up. You can fill it up with some more poison and use that against the enemies. These enemies are a little unique too to this world because they've got that little stuffed animal on them. It's awful. We'll see some other themed enemies. We also have like standing enemies, we have flying enemies, but we keep seeing these blue things around. What exactly are these?
So because you're in this girl's hell, these are what we call thought forms, and they're basically like memories that this girl has. And so as you progress through the hell, you'll run into them and you'll get a better idea about what happened to her in the past and how she kind of fell to despair, fell to hell, and you get to find out more of her story, so to speak. So you'll encounter her and also other characters or like people in her life that were integral to basically bringing her to this point.
Kind of like following a quest system almost. So one of the other things I wanted to call out for this combat is you can also use the poison to stun enemies. You might see Trevor doing that occasionally. If they get caught in the circle, you can stun them for a little bit. As well as there's kind of objectives you want to do when you get stuck in certain areas that kind of block you off from going any further. So you either have to clear all the poison, you have to defeat all the enemies, or something of that like. The world is so pink also. Yeah. There's a very, very heavy pink theme throughout Poison Control, but this level especially is incredibly pink. Alright, so I guess maybe without spoiling it, are we just trying to reach the end of her level to kind of find the last thought form, or is there a certain goal we'd want to do in this level?
Yeah, so normally it'll tell you actually in the right-hand corner. So like before it just had her and it said to purify her hell, but now it's telling you that you need to defeat it, this Klesha. So basically they give you like little goals that you need to complete, but overall you're trying to purge her hell. And in order to do so, you kind of have to have the background, and in the end you generally end up getting an item that's really important to this girl. And you can give her back that item, and that kind of like either brings her like solace or peace, puts her heart at peace, and you purge her hell. And sometimes the girls will be like way out of control and delusional and almost kind of crazy. So like, but by giving them back this item or talking to them, you can kind of talk them back to being more level-headed. So that's basically what you're trying to do here.
I believe this is just through my own playthrough with half understanding what's happening because I don't read Japanese, but you do get different weapons, which is potentially based off of finishing these levels?
Yeah, you do. I believe, so you can get different like poisons and you get different weapons, and by clearing the hells you get these new weapons and poisons. So I think the more you play, the bigger your arsenal will become, and you can kind of, you can equip it on the world map and change your style to see what fits your play style the best.
I think we can kind of see that Trevor does have an alternate weapon available, this 54 ammo one. And I think there's at most 4 you can have equipped, and then you can switch between them in the levels. We also saw that, oh yeah, you do have your special move. Do you know what that move does, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's like a stunning move, and it also does like damage for enemies that are close by. And I believe it's when Poisonette like rejoins your body or something, or you need like the radio gauge filled up before you can do it. Yeah. So it's kind of like an AoE attack.
I believe we also have sort of a recovery thing. I know Trevor kind of got knocked down there for a second there. Is that the butterflies that we were seeing in the bottom right corner?
Yeah, that is. And basically they also feed off of poison. So if you don't collect poison, not only are you not getting ammo for your guns, but you're also not feeding the butterflies. And so basically if your health goes all the way down, you'll pop back up. It's kind of like a life. But if you're not getting the poison, then they don't recharge, and you're ultimately you're making it a lot harder for yourself.
Yeah. But it's nice to have those extra 3 chances. Just don't waste them all, Trevor.
Yeah, I'll try not to. Embarrass myself in front of all of these viewers. I think this golden chest will actually complete the level for us. And I don't think we want to show too much off. So I think we're going to go back into the the overworld for a second.
Sure. And then we'll take a look at what I would consider one of my favorite worlds, and I hope it's your guys' also.
We're going to be skipping through a little bit of dialogue here, just so you won't really get much context for it. So we're just going to go straight into the Hegan radio part.
Hagen Radio always has the cutest images too.
Yeah,
like every hell has its own. Just, it's so adorable. It's awful, but it's adorable.
There's one a little later in the game where it's like you chose the wrong difficulty in life, and it's like a JoJo character with like a mace and a lion on a chain. It's so endearing.
All right, Nick, do you have a little bit of insight of maybe what they're kind of talking about right now for this specific Hagen Radio?
Sure. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so now I got it. This one is another fan mail, and basically it is about a mascot character obsessed girl, and she's like completely obsessed with it. It's her entire life, and she's going on and on about it. And then a problem kind of crops up, and she's wondering, like, she loves this mascot character, but there's something inside of it, and she doesn't know. Yeah. She's like, what is this thing doing inside of this mascot character?
I think you guys might be able to guess what the mascot is.
Yeah,
a little familiar to us.
Familiar.
I feel like I would turn into this girl at some point because I absolutely love this level.
I feel like I've seen one of my coworkers jammed into that mascot costume.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. We have a giant pretty, and sometimes we shove our own employees in it.
Forcefully. It's got a padlock on the outside.
So if you guys really, really love pretties, please don't be shocked that there's someone inside of one. You might end up in hell. That's totally
seriously.
kidding. But
That's some real baggage.
So let's get into this level.
Wait a second.
Nick, what is happening? I need an explanation. What is this?
Okay, so that is the mascot character that we just talked about, and they definitely look very familiar to a character that you know, and so basically the whole level is themed around them.
I just love how swag they look.
Yeah.
They're ready to party.
That's called drip.
Oh man. So we also have these things flying around, which you can kind of tell is a picture of their own face, but most of the levels have something similar flying around that's more related to their levels, but
Yeah.
these ones are the best.
What are you talking about? That could not be more related to this level.
So we talked about how enemies might be a little themed, considering we saw the stuffed animal on those kind of dog creatures.
Wait, you're saying that's not the actual regular enemy design?
So what kind of enemies are we going to see in this level, Nick?
You're going to see their mascot character themed, and they're basically wearing like little hats and glasses, and then I think there are ones that look very similar to the mascot character, but they're not quite the same. Like they maybe are missing the hat and the glasses, and you have to only defeat the ones with that are the actual characters.
Oh god, the hats are so good. I love them so much. I need like a pretty helmet, just in general, for my own personal use. So, this girl is in hell, right? But she was also obsessed with these creatures. Are having these creatures around her, constantly surrounding her, actually a hell, or...
Yeah.
I'd enjoy it.
That's a good question. You'll have to play it to find out exactly why she's here.
Yes.
But
they're kind of intimidating, actually. The sheer amount of them just watching you being attacked.
Just ominous being around. They see everything.
Oh man, I've never actually seen kind of a redesign of. I guess they're not really called pretties in this game, huh? We should cover that these aren't the official pretty, huh?
Right. It's basically a mascot character that is very popular in the actual world that this game takes place in. So in the mortal realm, the living realm. But they look very similar to Prinny, and obviously they drew inspiration from that.
You're coming at you with that hat. So these are also our standing kleshas. They were kind of the standard ones. I think they might be the first ones that you actually see in the entire game. I don't particularly remember if we're going to encounter some of the more complicated ones. But there are like gigantic kleshas that you'll fight that have armor, and they'll wreck your stuff, man.
They're really, yes, a lot of these, you get some really tough enemies.
That's my favorite picture. Also, her shirt is like a cat with like 8 legs, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
what is
and
that?
you know what? It's a little off-brand for her. You'd imagine she'd have a little Prinny or Pyrin shirt.
Pinrin?
Pinrin, yeah.
I feel the like sorrow of this Prinny looking back at her, just like, oh god, not again.
No, not this
I'm just a
chick
man
again.
in a suit, please.
Oh god.
Just a quick call out to Poison. I love her reactions that she has to things. She just looks like she's freaking out. Actually, did we cover kind of her personality?
I don't think so. I'll let Nick talk a little bit about why or how exactly she is.
Yeah, I think you nailed it pretty much on the head there. But she kind of is a little sassy. Like she'll call you out or people out on things, or she'll be like, I can't believe that they're acting like this, or she'll like make jokes and comments, and she's just really because the main character doesn't really talk that much. Like you do have dialogue options later on when you're talking to her that kind of give the character voice, but she's like the main voice of the game, so she's kind of experiencing it in real time, and I think her reactions are really relatable.
So we kind of saw that little purple guy in the bottom. Are those different from the thought forms? They seem to appear kind of occasionally throughout the game.
Yeah, are you talking about like in the dialogue options?
Yeah, the dialogue one.
Yeah. So those are the other characters that are not the main girl. So basically, like any other person in real life that the girl was talking to, they're like kind of purple figures, and so that's how you can differentiate between the girl and then the other characters, and then they kind of have importance and her background and her story.
It's kind of like eavesdropping on a conversation she had with someone.
Yeah, exactly.
There's also just such a stark contrast between this level and the previous one, where it was just dark foreboding. You might think, oh yeah, that's definitely hell, but you were on like a street with a bunch of pinrins attacking us. They call them pretties. But just as a quick, I guess, not look, but I'll tell you about the other levels. They come in all sorts of different, I guess, colors. I don't want to kind of spoil too much stuff that's in them.
Every different, each level features a different girl, I think we should say. Oh, there's one of the giant...
Oh, that one's bigger.
Yeah.
It's got a bigger hat.
I should say, yeah, of course, the bigger the hat, the stronger the enemy. The classic video game term. But each different level features a different character, for the most part, and each of these... characters have a kind of their own baggage or their own issues, and that are kind of reflected in the.
Yeah, so you'll see a good variety of worlds.
Yeah,
especially with
quite a bit.
The street here.
I think this one happens to be a little more
wackier.
noteworthy. Yeah,
it's the best world.
It's my favorite. It's definitely one of my favorites.
One of the things we probably won't see... Oh, there's a flying enemy, too.
Yeah, here's some of the flying enemies, which are kind of like the fodder enemies that are, you really have to, like, focus fire on them, or they'll...
And this is the best music, too.
Yeah.
Anyway, so one of the things we might not actually see in this level, as it... we've already, completed level 4, I'm not sure if it reappears, but there is kind of a level-up system. If you've played the Princess Guide, it's kind of similar to that. But Nick, do you want to give us a little bit of insight into kind of how your conversations with Poisonette can level up certain aspects, and maybe what those aspects are?
Yeah, sure. So basically at the end of the level, you have a heart-to-heart conversation with Poisonette, and you can kind of get like more background information on her. Like you can be really kind of like playful, almost flirtatious with her, or you can be like mean to her, and your choices are directly correlated to a stat that because you're sharing this body with her, and it's basically like your body is becoming more in tune with each other, like your souls are becoming more in tune with each other. So based on your answers, like your certain stat will increase, and I believe there are like 5 or 6 stats you can choose from, and so each time there's this heart-to-heart, you'll get 3 options, and that will reflect to these stats.
And like, not to spoil, but does that influence the ending at all?
So there are actually a number of endings to this game. So I don't want to spoil too much, but I think it may influence one ending, and it might be a little hard to find actually. But
so that's just a hint for you guys. If you guys want to play the game, find all the endings. We're just letting you know it's an option.
Yeah, and I really love the dialogue varies too. So like, and it can be ridiculous or it can be like really serious, and I like to kind of see her reaction, because you can like really kind of like give her a hard time, and she'll even call you out on it. when you do.
She has the best reaction faces too.
Yeah, I love her shocked, like her little shocked
Yeah,
face.
with her arms like up in the air.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have noticed yet, but when we're actually firing, she is on our shoulder there.
Oh, she's so cute.
Yeah, she's tiny. I just got whacked. But if you hit an enemy, for every shot you do, she does a little fist bump in the air.
It's so adorable.
Yeah, it's so adorable.
I didn't even notice that the first time because it's just like, you
so focused
you can
on-
get mobbed by
yeah.
a lot of enemies. Like, our first level was pretty tame, but this one does. Oh no, our
Whoops.
lights!
Lights.
Sorry, we forgot that our lights were on a timer and we were.
No, it's the rolling blackouts in California
Yeah,
right now.
except our stream didn't die.
Can't be helped, guys. Sorry about that. Definitely not our fault at all.
Anyways, you can get mobbed pretty bad in this game. If you're not careful or
Yeah.
say you don't have the right ammo. Because some guns I do think are better in other situations.
Absolutely.
The default gun you're using is always good, just in general for taking out individual enemies. But there's some that fire a lot more, some that fire one really strong bolt.
Some you have to charge, some do like scatter shots.
And
this level, it really does fit into the aesthetic of like a crowded theme park. But this is definitely one of the levels that you can get easily mobbed with a lot of kind of weaker enemies. You'll notice that one or two shots to the pretty hat, which is something I'd never thought I'd say before, will put down one of these enemies. Yeah, just one shot to the pretty hat and they're down.
You break them.
Yeah, you break them. And if my pretty hat got shot, I would be pretty broken too. But I can't blame them. Yeah, there's enemies just like appearing behind me and everything like that.
So we do occasionally see that there's coins everywhere. I'm assuming we can use those in our little gift shop.
Yeah, I think the coins are like there's money, which I believe are called B, and then there are also they almost look like poker chips, but you have to gather a number of them to use a certain weapon, I think, or a certain poison in the level first.
I just like watching these enemies go down. It's a really satisfying gameplay when you see a bunch of coins pop out of an enemy.
It's such a visceral reaction of just like, oh boy, coins.
I mean, I also get that with clearing the poison.
Yeah, that's
It's like I want to clean it.
You'll see. Like I've been pretty guilty here of being pretty OCD. Like, okay, I missed a spot.
Yeah, I want it to be super clean. It's very similar to other games. Some of the other poison that we haven't seen yet, I believe it's maybe like a bluish or purple.
Mm-hmm. The returning poison.
Yeah, you clean it and it's poison that just keeps coming back, and it's upsetting because I want to clean the level.
It needs to be perfect.
I believe there's also a red poison, but I wasn't too sure what that did. If you had insight into that, Nick.
I believe the poisons kind of they directly correlate to like how much of a delusion or like how much in despair the girl is. So I think the red might be like the deepest, and so you may not see that until the later levels in the game where you're really getting to like serious issues. But I think the pink is, like you said, the kind of like base poison that the first few levels start out with. So you'll see like different colors, and sometimes they'll be like on top of each other. So it'll kind of make it a little more difficult to purge or clean up.
Especially with the blue one, because you clean up a large swath of area, say of pink, red, and blue, and then you forget where the blue one was, and then you step into it and it reappears right underneath your feet.
Whoops.
There's a couple enemies that actually spit poison too, don't they? They're kind of interesting and hidden throughout the levels.
Yeah, the enemies they're all over the place.
I feel the anxiety of you running out of ammo, Trevor, especially when you're shooting the enemies and then you start shooting and there's nothing.
Oh no! Click, click, click.
You can just switch to so sometimes I just switch to my other weapon for a quick kill.
I don't want to waste the special bullets.
Okay, but if you played better.
And what if I came up against a big enemy though? I need to save the resources.
And then you just never use it.
Never use them.
Yeah, it's her freaked out
I think
face.
that last
freaked out face. So good.
That little spirit orb like that will actually complete the level. So I think we'll hop back into the overworld real quick. And I was hoping we could show off a little bit of the menus.
Oh yeah, the menus are super pretty.
Yeah.
Actually, the art style, Nick, if you wanted to go into, kind of, at least what it evokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is really big on being like stylish and really sleek. So I think that's really, you can see that in the menus. And then you'll see Poisonette in the background because she's always with you. And I think the longer you're on the menu, she'll actually talk to you and make commentary. So I really like that aspect.
She's always with you,
Yeah,
even in your
always.
menus.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a little...
It's okay. We can't read Japanese, I'm guessing, here.
So this is your little equip screen. So you see you have your Doku blaster right there, and you can change the tabs for for different levels that you complete. You unlock some different equipment and all that.
It's a very floral kind of design, almost
very
Art Nouveau-esque.
Very flowy, kind of goopy, kind of.
Very pink.
Here's
She's
my
tiny.
favorite. This is my favorite screen of all time. It's just tiny little Doku Musume just like trotting along. And this is your stat screen. You guys talked a little bit earlier about how your conversations at the end of levels affect what stat levels up. So I'm not really sure what any of these stats do, but you can level them up.
You have the pictures, though.
Yeah.
Look, it looks like
So
you've
the
got
muscles,
life,
that's
maybe
strength,
smartness,
smartness. Yeah, depth.
Whatever. Localization is currently working on this. Unfortunately for us, we
Listen.
are illiterate on the Japanese front. But...
Just look at the little Doku Musume. Just look at her. That's all you need to see. Look at her. She's so cute.
So I think we'll probably wrap it up here for our
Yeah.
gameplay. We do want to throw out a special thanks to Nick for joining us. Do you have any final words for our viewers, Nick?
Yeah, I just hope you look forward to it. We worked really hard and tried to maintain a lot of the cultural aspects because it's really Japanese cultural centric. And we also, there's like a lot of call outs to like Buddhism and stuff in it. So if you're really interested into all that, and then you also just kind of want a really, I don't know, goofy, like some hells are really like feel good and others are kind of like really heavy. I think this game is for you, and I really enjoyed the story. So.
All right. Well, thank you once again for joining us and sticking with our gameplay and Trevor's unfortunate getting mobbed by
Hey,
many
it's a tough
things.
level.
This game does get a little difficult, just
Yes.
as a predecessor
it
for
can
that.
get pretty challenging. But thanks so much for joining us, and we're going to do a little sun out in a second. But this has been Poison Control.
All right. We'll be right back, guys. Stay
Thanks so
tuned.
much.
That was our Poison Control gameplay showcase. This game is also coming out 2021 to both Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4, so keep up with our social media for more updates to come with this game.
Thanks so much for joining us, guys. It was a lot of fun. But I've been Trevor.
I'm Laura.
And we're going to sign off. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Take it easy.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided.
Welcome everyone to the PAX East Fear Factor panel. I'm Allie Foreman, an entertainment reporter with Mashable, obsessed with video games and obsessed with horror. Today I'm joined by three excellent panelists. Would you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves one at a time? Why don't we start with you, Barney?
Thanks, I'm Barney Pratt. I'm audio director of Supermassive Games, currently focused on the Dark Pictures anthology. The last game in that series, or the next game in that series to come out, will be out on the 30th of October. It's called Little Hope, and just in time for Halloween.
My name is Lucas. I'm the lead producer of Little Nightmares. So I've been working on this franchise since we started at Bandai Namco, our relationship with Starship Studio, and I'm very happy to be there.
Okay, I'm Michel Ziegler. I'm developer at Hidden Fields in Lucerne, and I'm making Mundown, which is a folklore-inspired horror tale.
Let's just dive straight into what this panel is all about. What makes games scary? Barney, can you start us off?
So I'm biased. Being an audio director, I'm going to jump straight in and say it's the audio, of course, but I know that's not entirely true. I could bang on about that for hours. It's a number of things. It's about having a kind of emotional and sort of psychological kind of involvement with the game. For the players, it's the unexpected. It's taking believable characters to extreme situations. It can be suspense. It can be impact with jump scares. It's kind of a great number of things. It's often the timing and the subject matter and crafting those moments to kind of take the player on a journey they weren't expecting, maybe.
Lucas, what do you think?
No, I totally agree that sound design really plays a big roll. In making the game very scary. I mean, the build-up and the atmosphere are extremely important. There are really different angles where we can make like the game scary. So it can be more psychological, it can be more like jump scare or more gory oriented. Little Nightmares, we tend to avoid showing too much so that people are more like thinking what's happening in the background, and we think that's actually more impactful than showing. At least for our game, that works very well. And I think it's creating universe that are unique and very unsettling for the players. That makes things very scary, to me at least.
Michel?
Yeah, I think it's very subjective, and me personally, I like I find it very unnerving if I enter a foreign world where I'm a new arrival and I don't know really how the world works, where I'm lost. A lot of unexpected sights and sounds. It's also beauty and the darkness, because that can not only be dark, and kind of a story and the characters that all work together to create this one package. So I think for me, a lot of it comes down to an atmosphere of dread and oppression. Yeah, that's my personal preference, I think, in this genre.
When we talk about that combination of beauty and of darkness, horror games have traditionally been known as survival horror. You've got the Resident Evils, the Silent Hills. That's kind of where people have thought of horror games going. But all of you represent very unique, different kinds of new horror. What do you make of the way that horror games are expanding? And do you consider your projects part of a new subgenre or multiple subgenres? Would you like to start, Michelle?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot going on, and also in the indie scene when it comes to horror. And kind of Mundown is kind of a bit of it's not a retro-inspired game, but I would like to bring some of the unexpectedness and the freshness of those games, how they felt when they came out, I think. And I think it's more of the story, and the folklore is very important in my case. Yeah.
I think just in terms of the folklore, I think it's really interesting to kind of take that and then maybe put a different twist onto it, which is where the horror comes into that kind of original story. I think a lot of the narratives from Supermassive have been based on truths, based on historical fact, and kind of exploring those and kind of bringing those to kind of a different end to surprise the player.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different inspirations that that can make things very very unique. In Little Nightmares 2, we have like that character. She's a teacher, so she so basically everyone has experienced like having a teacher that is able to kind of hear you while she's like writing on the billboard or something. She kind of has like eyes behind her head or something like that. So we wanted to take that situation to the extreme where like the teacher can just twist completely her neck around, and that's really scary. And that goes also with the folklore. Like that character is inspired from a traditional like Japanese yokai, the Rokurakubi, which is like a woman who can extend her neck. So in terms of gameplay and feel, she's inspired by that. So it's really combination of different things, but it's very important that the ending result feels like unique and authentic. That's what we're trying to achieve, of course. But in the case of Little Nightmares, it's always complex because it's about surviving. It's about we're using the codes of the horror genre, but at the same time it's difficult to say we're just a survival horror because we have platforming, we have puzzles. So we have got this multiple genre factor, which is very interesting. Like when you talk to people, sometimes they just say you're doing platforming, sometimes they just say you're doing horror. It's just like we're doing kind of all of that.
In hearing all of you talk about your various games, I think we can all agree that it evokes a very specific, very cinematic image. And it's true across all of the games that we've discussed. In what ways do you think the increasing popularity of horror in film, because we're obviously in the middle of a cinematic horror renaissance, how is that being mirrored in games, or is it not? Is it motivated by something else? Barney, obviously, the Dark Pictures anthology is hugely cinematic, hence the whole movie night mode of Man of Medan. But would you mind starting us off and giving us your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I take a lot of influences from you can't underestimate the influence of Netflix and the indie horror scene within that. There's a few great series that we've been watching recently, and I'm always, finding little tips and tricks. I think the kind of believable characters has been an increasing kind of crossover from cinema into games. I think the performances as well, that is, players they're desiring lifelike or hyper real performances in games to match those in film, in cinema. And I think for us with the dark pictures, to be able to present an absolutely cinematic experience with the audio, especially, we go to great lengths for the detail on those characters, the detail in the environment, the kind of seamless flow of the game, the narrative, even within the choices and even within the multiplayer experience within that. So we try and take that cinematic experience and really extend it into games. So I'd say we're heavily influenced. And I think there's such an unlimited number of subgenres that are being explored, again, within the indie horror film scene. I think that's opening up opportunities and styles within the games world as well. I mean, not to underestimate the original styles that games present as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's I mean, horror has never been as accessible as it is now. It used to be a bit of a niche genre, or at least it wasn't. It was a bit difficult to get, like, horror movies back in the days. Now, like Barney said, it's just like just expansion of Netflix. You've got original horror creations from France, from Germany, of course from the US, from the UK as well. That has just like opened up like a large audience for horror genres. And in case of Little Nightmares, it's difficult to say like these have influenced our games directly, because the game, I think, is influenced not only by horror, by really a lot of different kind of things. If you check the mood boards from the artist team at Tarsha, they're really amazing. It comes from everywhere. But definitely, I think it's a great time to make horror games. That's for sure. I mean, I think the audience has never been as demanding as it is now.
Michelle, anything to add?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Sorry. When I started the game, I wasn't really thinking of a horror as a genre at all. I just had this specific vision of this folklore-inspired, very specific alpine scenario. And I started in 2014. And now when I look around, there's folklore horror popping out everywhere, like in television, in movies. And it seems like a lot of people in parallel kind of had the same idea, and now it seems to become a massive thing, which is really cool. As for cinematic influence, I mean, for Moondown, it's a first-person game, so I would say, and it doesn't have traditional cutscenes, so the cinematic influence is not that huge. While I mean the atmosphere, the influence of atmospheres, however, is pretty obvious. But it's largely on older horror films, like Rosemary's Baby, and the like. Just for this archaic kind of old feeling mood that is going on. And Moondown, a lot of inspiration is actually from old photographs as well.
With all of those references, death tends to serve as kind of the ultimate consequence in any horror movie and any horror story. But obviously, death plays a really different role in terms of gameplay. How do you account for that in your own project when, Lucas, you're probably the best person to start us off here, since Little Nightmares is a platformer. I spent last night being picked up by the twin chefs, which was horrifying. But can you give us a little bit of a sense of how you go about creating that sense of horror? Somebody may have to die multiple times in a game.
Yeah, so in Little Nightmares, we play with death in very different, with very different approaches. So like you said, we do have some die and retry kind of death, where you will have to die multiple times to complete the section, and we actually know when we intend the player to die here. We just need to, of course, avoid creating a frustrating experience. So it's a lot of balancing. But at the same time, we also have gameplay where you will explore a room, and you will see, like, a very big monster, and you know that you will have probably different kind of options to sneak around, and in that case, death is a bit more like the traditional ultimate consequence. You will just avoid dying from this big monster. You know that if you get spotted, you might have a short window to escape, but it's gonna be very challenging. So yeah, we approach death with different angles, and actually that's quite fun. And we even like sometimes play like Little Nightmares when we're counting the deaths of the players and stuff like that. So it's nice stats to track.
Barney, obviously in Dark Pictures, you can lose characters altogether. How does that change the horror experience?
Yeah, so the strap line is all can survive. You can kill everybody. You can or everybody can survive. I think death in horror can be a good thing. So you can want something or someone dead. So I think that's kind of an interesting twist on it. That's outside of our norm. We can, from an audio perspective, we can make deaths, any level of kind of emotional, from kind of schmaltz all the way down to, yeah, we're happy that was over. But we can even mislead the player to make some deaths seem more emotional than maybe they actually are, for a number of reasons. So no, I mean, deaths are, again, with horror, it's a very subjective thing. It's not always as negative for us in a third person, with some distance maybe from some of the characters, and with multiple characters in the narratives to play with. So yeah, we can play around with that quite a lot.
Michelle, anything to add?
Yeah, for Moondown, is trying to find the right amount of punishment that a death should entail, because it's not really the main thing about the game. It's not a game that's challenge based per se and lives more from the atmosphere and story, but at the same time you can die because from the enemy encounters in the game, because I personally like if there's some element of actual threat going on in the game. It's to raise the stakes a little bit, but again, it shouldn't be in the foreground, and also it's also an element of storytelling as well. Some thing about one death by one creature, which is pretty it's pretty elaborate, but can't tell you yet.
No spoilers.
We've talked a lot about horror movies, but in playing horror video games, scares are presented quite differently from movies, because your players can approach things multiple times or approach them in ways you didn't expect, from angles you didn't expect if you're in an environment, or maybe their narrative in the Dark Pictures anthology has unfolded in a way that is not all that common, whatever it is. In that way, is making a horror game more like crafting a haunted house than it is a horror movie? Anyone can start. Lucas, how do you start?
Yeah, I mean, in our case, Little Nightmares is very art driven. Well, most of video games are more like design driven, which makes it, I think, closer to movies in some ways. Since we have like a rather linear adventure, this allows us to control the pace, to control the atmosphere, the encounters, and the build up. So in that respect, I think we're kind of closer to movies, because we've got a lot of people just watching playthroughs of walkthroughs of Little Nightmares, not playing and really enjoying it, and that's I think that's really great. But there is still a situation where you can definitely tackle down your enemies from different angles, and yeah, sometimes we don't expect people to do what they do, and it's very fun to watch. And one thing that I really enjoy with video games is how it is enjoyable for people to share their experience, and when they play video game, like when they're screaming and all of that, when they're streaming their experience, that's really amazing. That's not something you've got with movies, so it's really fun to do that.
similarly, we have at least sections of linear for which we can craft the experience. So we've got a lot of control over those scares, as Lucas just said. But well, funnily enough, we've just put in a 360 follow cam style camera into Little Hope, which has given us some challenges around that, about where to place the camera, etc. But since we're looking at and crafting each of the moments in the game kind of quite heavily, there's a certain amount of control we can place on that camera to improve the experience for the player, whilst giving them the expectations and freedom of that camera. So that's been a huge advance. You know, it comes with responsibility, as you say. Yeah, we need to control that. It's also about timings. It's also about kind of not just getting the camera in the right position, but about crafting those moments and really playing with the timings to kind of tap into kind of expected pause time. There's something we discovered in audio very quickly. There's a classic way of doing a scare is you have a riser and then you have a sting. So you're coming into a situation, everything's getting more exciting, and then whammo, you go with the sting, right? That's a classic jump scare moment. But if you do that the first time, that's great, and the player thinks, okay, I'm definitely playing a horror game, that's good. But then the next time, you can do the riser, and they just hold with the pause, and then go with the sting. So they didn't think it was going to come, they've given up on it, and then it comes in, that can scare them. And then the third time, because you're now playing with their expectations, you can just have a simple riser to nothing, no sting at all. So, you know, an infinite gap, as it were. And in that way, you leave them hanging because they don't know whether that sting's going to come still. So you're just playing with their emotions. And a lot of these, like the riser to nothing, that kind of can be on the corner of exploration, can be in any kind of situation. So there's ways of crafting those moments even within the kind of free camera situation, just to improve the experience.
Michelle, how does this play into your game?
Yeah, it's definitely more like a haunted house than a movie, since it's very non-linear. And we're trying to find a good mix of organic and dynamic encounters and more moments that are more focused and even linear in some situations, because if you don't do that, there's a chance you will never have an encounter with an enemy. So it's a really fine line to kind of traverse, because I don't want it to feel too linear and scripted, and at the same time there's no substitute for a moment that you really design, and that can be really effective. Yeah, but at the same, also there's not a lot of jump scares per se in the game, but more like situations that are really scary, or more of a slow burning ones, or even situations where you walk into a situation where you know something in front of me is something's going on, and but still you need to go there because you need to advance, you need to find out something. So the player kind of has to get over themselves and advance still, even knowing that the situation they walk into, they don't necessarily would want to.
Can I just pick up on it? That was such a great discovery. When you realize you can create these situations where you have a little doubt about, is this going to be effective enough? If they go backwards, they can break it. And it's like, no, you're forcing them to walk into their own fear.
Yeah.
And that's exactly. and that's something you can only get in the interactive genre. So yeah, that was a good discovery. Huh?
Yeah.
When anyone is entering the horror genre, be it a filmmaker, a game developer, a writer, they have to kind of contend with the huge catalog of horror that already exists. We've been through the post-Scream era, we did the slasher period, and we've talked a lot about the folklore that plays into games and the kind of the perpetual fear that people have to play into. How do you keep horror original? Michelle, I obviously don't want you to give any part of your game away because we know so little and we're looking forward to it. But can you give me a little sense of how you made sure your narrative was unique and original?
Well, for starters, it comes from a very specific place, which is like Swiss folklore. It's a very specific place that partially exists in the real world. So it's kind of hard to go generic from that, which really helps. So every architecture, every crooked barn is kind of based in reality, and the same kind of goes for the gameplay, which which Mondown does a lot of things that you wouldn't necessarily see in a horror game when you just would think of the game, okay, let's design horror. You do a lot of other things as well. You can drive a hay loader, you will do a little day of farming, you do like mundane things in between, which I think really kind of helps or even puts the player into sort of sense of security or sereneness, which is always kind of overshadowed by the mood. And a lot of situations and a lot of encounters, they kind of really evolved from just working on the game. So I wouldn't necessarily start from, okay, this is the premise of this encounter, but it's just walking through this world and, okay, there's a hidden room behind this wall, which when you look at the mirror, you see it breaking behind you. It's like this kind of stuff which I couldn't really make up on paper planning, but that kind of emerges from making the game. And I think most or some of the best moments in the game are just, they weren't planned, but they kind of emerged and I went with it. And so I hope they surprise people like they surprised me when I thought, okay, this belongs here.
Lucas, can you speak to crafting original horror specifically as it pertains to making a sequel for a beloved game? How do you make Little Nightmares 2 as original as Little Nightmares 1?
So, I mean, we're of course keeping the same strengths from the first game, and we're trying to enrich it with more features. So, I mean, in Little Nightmares, I think the originality comes from the perception, like you're really experiencing the game, you know, from the eyes of the kids, and this world is not a good place for kids at all. It's dangerous. It's disturbing. It's very unsettling. And that's how we play. And then of course we introduce, like, you know, traditional nightmares from the kids, like when you go under the bed and you've got like kind of very big hands trying to look for you, and we try to extrapolate that into a kind of extreme situation. In the case of Little Nightmares 2, we really wanted to to go beyond the first game, so we decided to expand with outdoor places. So now you have a forest, you have a city, and those are a bit more open, a bit less linear, which is a new challenge for the team. But it is, I mean, in terms of technology as well, it is a challenge. But we're very happy about what we have so far, and what makes Little Nightmares unique is just the monsters. Like when you have you generally have like one big monster per chapter. And there's no monster that looks like, you know, a previous one. They're really truly original. They're all designed to make the player feel in a certain way. Sometimes they can just be like, you know, very aggressive, like the hunter. He's just a bloodthirsty, you know, taxidermist trying to kill everything that he sees in his forest, and just like, you know, he's gonna stuff you with foam, and then that's it. That's his thing. But you know, other foes, they have more complex agendas. Obviously, we haven't revealed everything for Little Nightmares 2 yet, but the originality of each monster is really what makes, I think, this game different.
Barney, how do you keep Little Hope fresh within the context of the Dark Pictures anthology? Because we already expect so much following the first game.
To say that, I mean, it's there is kind of a format to the anthology where there's 5 playable characters, and those characters kind of develop the narrative or develop in the narrative. But there's 8 different games in progress at the moment, either released or in progress, and the design for each one is so completely different. The mix of horror genres and subgenres that come together to kind of in the game development, in the game design, are so different every time. For example, you know, the Man of Medan was kind of a psychological kidnap horror, without too many spoilers. The next one, Little Hope, again, without any spoilers, there's indications of a historical reference, for example, indications of witchcraft, and indications of some form of creature. And so, you know, you can only imagine how those separate elements will piece together in this one. Of course, you know, I'm privy to the next couple, and they're in a very different surroundings again. So we kind of, I guess, it's Supermassive. We're delivering the same horror experience, but we're just changing it up every time. We've innovated with the multiplayer. So we're the backdrops, they're just changing all the time. The subject matter's changing all the time, and we follow suit with the music. We follow suit with the soundtrack. A historical reference lends itself to a historical soundtrack. A present day reference would lend itself to a present day soundtrack. We were even influenced by the swelling of the sea for Man of Medan. Everything was written in 3/4 by our composer Jason Graves. So we, for us, it's an amazing experience for ourselves, because we can change up what we do on every game as well to keep it fresh. So if we're keeping it fresh, then we think we're doing a good job for the players, really.
Barney, this is just a question for you, but I've been curious. With having Will Poulter as a huge part of Little Hope after his role in Midsommar and his role in Black Mirror Bandersnatch, is there an element of excitement or anything unusual about working with somebody who's already established as a face in the horror genre?
That's an interesting one. I mean, I can only really offer you a personal perspective on that. I kind of, I think in a way there are expectations on how he will perform, because he's been such a large part of other narratives, of other stories. So I think that's down to the players playing the game, whether we either meet, surpass, or surprise those expectations in our game.
I will keep Will alive, I promise you, when the time comes.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Thanks. One thought that I've had for a while is I can't speak to Little Hope, but at least in Man of Medan and in Little Nightmares, there are ways to imagine that the ending is hopeful, or that you can get a happy ending, or that you can win the game. Michelle, can you start us a little bit on whether or not you think it is important that a horror game be beatable?
You mean like you finish the game and get a good ending?
Do you need to have the possibility of a good ending? Either open to interpretation, or because there are multiple endings, like in the Dark Pictures anthology.
I don't think it's necessary. I think probably the same question as in a movie. But yeah, if you can, at the same time, yeah, if it's a game and you can only lose, and it's really noticeable to you that, okay, I get the bad ending and you can't get a good one, I don't know. It might leave something to be desired, but I don't think you can rule it out in general. Really, it might be possible in certain cases or very specific scenarios, I think. I don't know. We would have to see it to see if it works.
Lucas, what do you think?
Well, I think we just should let the creators decide what kind of ending they want to do. I mean, like Little Nightmares 1, the ending is I don't think, like, it's not happy, it's not sad. The DLC ending is very melancholic. And LN2, well, you will see, of course. But I don't think there is any recipe for making just like the best ending possible. I personally enjoy endings that are not so happy, because I think they are more memorable than the happy ones. But that's just like a mere opinion.
Barney, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, what's a happy ending in a horror, right? Is it coming out with physically roughly intact, or there's I think a kind of positive ending for a horror can be kind of finding a simple kind of resolution or some form of equilibrium again after such a crazy night journey, dusk till dawn kind of experience. I think for us, I think it's kind of important to have the range of endings, And yes, everybody can die and everybody can survive, including any other actors that might have been employed by us. It's so yeah. I think for us, I think it's important to have that range. Whether it feels successful or failure, that's kind of that's. I think with regards to the replayability, I think if people are going to investigate sides of their personality and make different choices, you know, maybe let their evil streak kind of win over. Maybe everybody dying would be a successful end to that playthrough. Yeah, that's down to the player, I think.
In the history of Hollywood horror, we often hear about the trope of haunted sets. So something weird happens on the set of The Exorcist, something terrifying happens on the set of The Shining. Have you ever had a scary experience developing a horror game? Lucas, you want to start us? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I hope not, because I need everyone to be there to finish the project. So I hope everyone is safe, you know, in the team. But I mean, yeah, there's of course, like, you know, stories, and then, like, you know, you've got like the studio gathering for parties and stuff like that. But no, hopefully nothing too serious.
Michelle? I know you create your games by yourself, so I imagine the solitude has got to be a little stressful sometimes.
Yeah, it's just making the game is kind of scary. Yeah, because it's sometimes you get anxious. How will it do? Will I make another game? And all these questions, like, and if you invest this much time, you get really, really attached to the project in an almost unhealthy way, I guess. So that's scary. And also one time I played the game in a chapel, which the game has a chapel, which is a real chapel. It's a really, I don't know, it's from the 1500s or so, which I was playing there as a child. It was always fascinating. And so the chapel is also in the game, so I thought I'll play the chapel. I'll go into the chapel in the game, but take my notebook to the chapel and play there. And I mean, it wasn't haunted, but it didn't really feel great, because it's still, I'm not a practicing Catholic, but my upbringing, it still kind of felt wrong, because the church is kind of a sacred place. So that was a bit of a moment of blasphemy, maybe.
Barney, any scary stories to share?
No, not massively. I mean, I think, sort of speak for everyone here, I'm sure, like you get gradually more and more desensitized to horror. It's not cynicism, but you gradually desensitized. But no, I mean, we become kind of acutely aware whether a kind of bug count or an email inbox, unread emails might read 666, or maybe you're working late one night and the life-size statue of the Psycho from Until Dawn out the corner of your eye might just catch you unawares, you know. In the corner of the office. So we have our moments, but overall fairly calm.
To that end, when you play horror games, be it your own or someone else's, what is a moment that stands out to you, something that really scared you in a horror game, a scene that really got you? Lucas, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Little Nightmares 2, we've got like one chapter which is really horror oriented, and it's I mean, you know, I think horror fans will really love it, and it's still like freaking me when I'm playing it, and I know what's gonna happen, and I really enjoy having people at the office playing it, and they're like really scared to shit. It's really, really fun. So yeah, I can even sometimes be scared myself by our own game, which is, I think, a very good sign that, you know, this is going to be memorable for people who will play for the first time.
How about you, Barney?
In terms of our own games, there's often scares that they might get you the first, second time, and that's quite normal. But if there's a scare that gets you the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth time, you're still playing them. You're like, okay, we've really nailed that one. That one's working, you know. I think I have to call out a VR title we did, Rush of Blood. There were a number of moments in there. Oversized, screeching pig heads. That was a classic. That kind of got me on edge every time. It was the intensity. And also there was another part of the roller coaster ride. You go this long dip, and as you came back up the other side, there was an oversized child's doll who just had this gentle high pitched giggle. And I think it was just the juxtaposition, I think, of the classic kind of horror moment. But that always sent a little shiver down my spine. I think it was after having kids that got me more.
Sounds overwhelming. Michelle, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. Sometimes the enemies, if you're going into a house and do something and then you turn around and one of them is there, it can happen. Or one of them is passing in front of the window casually. But yeah, it's mostly, I think some of the best moments are really like the ones that work after many times, and not even necessarily jump scares or anything, but just moments or dark moments that are really hitting you in the gut just because of the atmosphere, because of the sound design or the music. Just everything comes together nicely, and and every time you play it, it's just really nice. You just to experience this moment again, and that's a great feeling then.
All of you have such original stories that you're telling, but a huge part of the horror genre is sequels and remakes and reboots and revisiting classic horror concepts. If there was one existing horror property that you could play with in the game space, what would it be and why? Anybody can feel free to start.
I don't know. It could be. I mean, I don't have like one specific in mind, but I'd probably love to play like a David Lynch movie as a point-and-click game or something like that. I think that could be really awesome. Like something very disturbing, something very weird. Yeah, it's maybe because that's kind of the kind of weird stuff that we do. I mean, of course, it's different, but we tend to do just like stuff that are kind of unexpected, and I think his movies are doing that in an amazing way. So yeah, I'll probably pick up something from Lynch.
Michelle?
Yeah, like a game of Eraserhead.
Yeah, for example.
I just thought Nosferatu would actually be amazing. Like, do it in black and white, and maybe even silent almost, and just make a really solemn, lonely game where you're the count. It could be really interesting. There could be sailing. I don't know. I mean, the mood of that movie is just. I mean, the whole mood of silent movies. I don't know if it's been done in games or if it's too gimmicky, but I think just the whole aesthetic of it could lend itself really well to a horror game. But then do something really original with it, and don't follow the template of the film too closely, but just take it as a springboard for something original, maybe.
Barney?
I'd probably go the other way and want to take something otherwise fairly cute and innocent and twist it. I don't know, something like a Little Big Planet or something that my kids play, just to make a little twist on that, I think.
Well, that sounds pretty spectacular. With the time that we have left, I would love to hear a little bit more about each of your games coming up. Barney, you're first because it's this Halloween. We're going to be getting Little Hope October 30th. Tell us what you can. Tease us as best you can. We're all very excited.
It's been great to put we're literally kind of finishing, as we speak, with regards to schedule, etc. I've got to be really careful about spoilers. We're so close to it now, and I know I think we've got our marketing PR guys on this call as well. So no, I mean, it's been great putting it together as ever. It's super high quality, branching narrative game with multiple twists, multiple layers. Pacing's great. We're all playing it through at the moment. We're looking for polish areas. We're not finding that many. We're feeling good about it. Yeah, it's in a really good place, and looking forward to this one coming out. Looking forward to the feedback. We're feeling really good about this one. I can't really say too much. I know I'll drop myself in it. My apologies.
No, totally fair.
Okay.
We don't have to wait that long, which is great. For Little Nightmares 2, correct me if I'm wrong, Lucas, but I think we're looking at February 11th of 2021.
That is correct.
How are you feeling? What can you tell us?
Well, I mean, we're still working very hard on the game, obviously, but I mean, Little Nightmares 2 is really expanding the world of Little Nightmares, and the recipe. We have Six, the character from the first game, coming back as an AI companion. So it's going to be a very emotional journey with our new hero. That the name is Mono. He's got a little guy with the paper bag. And of course, it's going to be we're going to keep the same strength, the atmosphere, the cuteness versus the horror. We are adding new features such as the ability to wield a weapon and fight like middle-sized enemies that you will meet in the game. But you will still have these amazing monsters that make Little Nightmares very, very unique, and you will have to find the best way, of course, to outsmart them. We were having outdoor places. The game is much bigger than Little Nightmares 1, which was a bit short. So overall, we are all very excited about the game. We think it's amazing. Of course, we still have some work to do. But yeah, no, we think we're in a good place. So the game will release February 11th on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Digital, and Switch. And we have also announced a PS5 and Xbox Series X version for later in 2021.
Michelle, I know Mundan has been an incredible labor of love for you that you've been doing over years and years and years. How are you feeling? I know you're looking at a spring 2021 release.
Yeah. I don't know, it feels really unreal after all this time. It's really, really excited about it's really coming together now. It's like a really special kind of phase or moment when all the music comes in, the voice acting will come in soon. It's spoken in Romansh, which is a very obscure language, which is only spoken in the Alpine region of Switzerland. And I mean, I hand through every texture of the game, and it's been a journey, which is, when I started, I didn't really foresee the scope of it, I think. And now that it really comes together in a great way, it feels amazing and also pretty emotional. And I can't wait to see how people will react to the finished thing and finally show it to people. Yeah.
Well, I am personally looking forward, more than you could know, to being terrified by all of the stories that you were telling. I cannot wait to dive into each. Thank you, Lucas, Barney, Michelle, all for joining us. This has been an incredible chat. I hope everyone who's watching has a great rest of their PAX East online and has a great time preparing for this year's Halloween, for Little Hope coming out, for Little Nightmares 2 coming out, and for Mundan coming out. Thank you guys for joining us.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
What do you think it's like here, being a kid in the hospital? How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a swap at showdown!
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a swap-at showdown!
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up.
Hello and welcome. My name is Chris from GamesIndustry.biz, and I'm really excited to be hosting this session with one of the biggest video games companies in the UK. For much of its life, Team 17 has been best known for its Worms franchise, but in recent times it's become one of the biggest indie games publishers in the world, handling major games like Overcooked, The Escapists, Moving Out, Yoku's Island Express, Yooka-Laylee, Blasphemous, Golf with Your Friends, and a whole load more. This year marks 30 years of Team 17, and to talk about that, the past, the future, the state of indie games, we have a real leader in the games industry with us, the CEO of Team 17, Debbie Bestwick. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Chris. Wonderful build-up as ever. Thank you.
I was every time there's more and more games I have to add into that.
Brilliant. Thank you.
How have things been for you, particularly during this whole lockdown situation?
I've been in lockdown for 6 months, right, with an 11-year-old. And, you know, I think his first day is back at school today. So I'm quite happy. I think for once in my life, I'm still wearing my noise cancelling headphones because I've become so used that I needed them. But honestly, it's been absolutely fine. I think for a lot of people in the games industry, you know, we're kind of introverts to a certain degree anyway. And, you know, if anything, would I have gone out on a weekend? Probably not anyway, to be honest.
Oh, that's all right. How about the team? Has everyone adapted to working from home all right?
Yeah, I mean, we've moved really, really fast at Team 17. You know, we had plans in place. We've been following this in January and February. Not only did we move our own offices, we've got 3 offices here in the UK. Everybody moved to homework literally within about a week and a half. But all of our studio partners around the world as well. We had great plans in place. Massive credit to the team that put this all together. I was actually on a roadshow in beginning of March, and from a hotel, I made a phone call back to one of my heads in the studio and just said, look, can we get everybody on home working? I know we were planning half in, half out, and I went, just get everybody home working as fast as possible. And so that was great. I thought the platform holders were outstanding. People like Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo. It's great for people who work in offices where you just lift a laptop up and take it home, but think about development, you know, next generation consoles, games testing kits, all of that. They worked really well with us throughout February to make sure we had plans in place. We've launched a bunch of games during lockdown, all on time. Our next generation games have been in development, obviously, throughout all that time as well. And we're tracking really well. So I'm immensely proud of how the whole team came together to get everything moving so swiftly. You know, whatever you think as a business, number one is always your people. Always, always, always the best safety that you can for your people. So very delighted at the way that we responded.
Brilliant. Well, we're here to talk about Team 17, 30 years, which is frankly elderly in video games terms. But I seem to remember you've told me this before, but it has a sort of unusual origin of a few things coming together. Why don't you tell us that story? How did it come to be?
Sure. Thanks for the elderly comment. Can I just say we're not that old? We were teenagers when we started when we started Team 17. So Team 17, correctly so. We came from a different set of backgrounds. 3 co-founders, myself, a guy called Martin Brown, and what I would call the money man, a guy called Michael Robinson, who also was incredible as an entrepreneur in terms of looking ahead and seeing the way that the world was moving. I was over in the retail world. You know, we had a chain of stores across the UK. I think at the time it was one of the biggest independent retail chains. You know, I'm very proud of that. Indie Retailer of the Year that I won when I was 17. You know, that's really important. We also owned another company called 17-Bit Software. which was basically shareware software for the 16-bit Amiga market. Within that group, we obviously had access to development talent all across Europe and over in America as well, where they made the most incredible demos, and we sold those through our company called 17-bit Software. 17-bit was basically named because they were 1 bit better than the rest from the 16-bit, so that's where the 17-bit name came from. And basically, Michael Robinson was the guy. He owned the retail chain. He owned 17-bit. He approached Martin. He approached myself, and said, "Look, why? We're selling video games through all of our stores. We have access to the talent through 17-bit. Why don't we actually start making video games?" And there was a core group of guys, people like Andreas Tadic, Rico Holmes back in those days, and they'd been working on a game for Codemasters, Miami Chase at that time. And it was like, look, we can make, basically his vision really was, we kind of have our own app store. And this is back in late 80s, if you think about this, because we have the retail outlets, and video games weren't hugely expensive to make at that time. So we saw it that our break-even points we would meet anyway through our own retail chain on our games. And so his idea was, let's build a games publishing group that uses the skill sets of the other two parts of the business. He bought Martin from 17-bit, he bought myself from the retail commercial side, and Team 17, I think officially the company was December the 7th, 1990, but we'd been working on this idea for about a good year before that.
See, I never knew that 17-bit was to be 1 better than 16-bit. So
yeah, one bit better than the rest, right?
You did say you'd tell me something I didn't know, and there we go. Already, first answer. Well, Worms is obviously what you're best known for. That arrived, I think, in '94, and it was obviously a big bit of a game changer for Team 17. I mean, that's how it looks from the outside. I mean, how significant really was it?
Yeah, Worms officially, I think we launched Worms November 17th. We always have a 7 somewhere in key dates without. It happens just by accident in 1995, but we signed the game earlier that year. Andy, who was the creator, very similar to the indie scene that everybody's been talking about for the last 10 years. A lot of people think the indie scene is something that's new over the last 10 years. Well, to be honest, it actually existed in the late 80s and early 90s, bedroom programmers, small teams making games. And Andy basically entered the game in a competition with Future Publishing. I think it was Amiga format where he entered the game, and it didn't win, but he went along to ECTS, which you will probably fondly remember from our early days in London. Team 17 were an idol of his. I think between 1990 and 1993, to give you an idea, we'd launched over 32 games. Of the UK, we had over 50% market share of the Amiga market. We'd won Joint Publisher of the Year with Electronic Arts at that time. So we were very, very high profile. So we were his heroes. He wanted his game to be handled by Team 17. So he turned up at the show, showed us the game, very similar to what you see at PAX and events like that, where developers come around, hand over their game to you and say, will you please check out my game? All that happened back then. And the game was a version of Worms. It wasn't what Worms became, but it had that core hook and key element of Worms. And he brought it along, and I always remember it was the Grand National, and I was trying to convince Martin to go and put a bet on at the Grand National, because we always put a bet on the Grand National at Team 17. And Andy was there with this game, and it was like we were all playing this game, and I think we missed putting a bet on the Grand National. And that evening, when we went back to our hotels, we were all sat playing the game in the evening. And so that's where Worms first came about. But what Andy was a typical indie developer. He had a vision. It was his first proper game that he was making, and he basically needed a team around him. The game was written in Blitz Basic, so it needed rewriting in C++. But what happened when we launched Worms in November, which coincided predominantly, obviously, we had PlayStation launching for the first time on consoles. Yes. PC wasn't really a big deal back then. It was just starting to become a deal. And I always remember working on the forecast with one of our publisher at the time, Ocean Software, and we forecast the PlayStation sales figures for the first 12 months. And I think we had something like 60,000 units in, right? It went on to sell millions, of course. But basically, overnight, we'd had hits before. I think the biggest seller that we'd had previous to that was probably Alien Breed at around 500,000 units. But when Worms landed overnight, multi-millions of units. I mean, it's at 75 million today. And so how did that change Team 17? Completely changed us.
Worms obviously defined Team 17 for a long time. Was that a problem?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we completely forgot what we were once that success happened. You know, when I look back at the previous 5 years of Team 17 prior to Worms launching, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely do not regret Worms. I think it's a privilege to be involved in a game that most of us in the industry have grown up playing and is seen as one of those classic games of all time. And that's a huge privilege. But we kind of forgot everything that we were about. You know, when I say things like, you know, we helped companies like Epic launch their games over here in Europe in 1991. You know, we were handling games like Super Stardust and working with those guys who are good friends of ours as well. And working with incredible talent, launching a lot of new IP. So how does a company go from a company that really didn't have sequels apart from Alien Breed, and I think we made one for Project X, to this company that was only working on Worms? How did that happen? That came about because you've got massive success and massive pressure, right? So anybody, you know, from the publishing side, we were self-publishing all of everybody's content up until Worms. Worms was such a big project that we believed was a much bigger commercial opportunity. Back then, we had two areas. One was the open platforms, which is the Amiga and the PC market. And then the others were closed platforms, which was the consoles, you know. Physical goods, cost of goods. We didn't have the finance for the physical goods. We didn't have the finance to launch a huge marketing campaign. And so we chose a partner to go with us, and our publisher at the time was Ocean. And that was really a step away from everything that we'd been doing great prior to that in terms of original IP, publishing our own games, to all of a sudden massive success. Everybody only ever wanted to talk to us about Worms. Whichever publisher we spoke to, it was always when, you know, the next Worms game. And I just think we lost our way for quite a long time.
But so you work with Ocean. I think you work with quite a few different companies, Virgin, THQ, amongst others.
Many.
So how was that experience? Was it all good or a bit of mix?
Yeah, I think I looked at between 1995 and I think 2007, 2008, we had 10 different publishers. That tells you everything. We worked with some of the biggest publishers in the world. You know, we had, and, you know, I don't really want to name names because it's not fair, but I definitely did see the good. We saw the bad, and at times we saw the ugly. You know, you don't live with that many publishers and have everything. If we had the perfect publisher, I wouldn't have had 10. We would have had one. Ubisoft, I really enjoyed my time working with Ubisoft, really enjoyed my time working with Sega. You know, they were good experiences. THQ, we had a good time with THQ. But I think what was really fundamental is we had no consistency. And this is where a lot of the inspiration on our label, which we'll come to in a bit, came from. Because we were sat there as a developer, you know, every developer who's been around as long as Team 17 all have horror stories, you know, and we also have great stories. But you have to look at what you need.
Very early on, I remember in iOS and Xbox Live Arcade, I worked on that game when I was a games tester with Worms. You started publishing yourself again. You said before this was sort of a major moment in the history of Team 17. In what way did it change things?
Yeah, it was, I think we'd been working with THQ on Worms Open Warfare for a few years. And we'd pitched in what was Worms on Xbox Live Arcade, and they'd rejected it, you know, and they didn't want to publish that title. They didn't understand the digital world, and it's probably why the old THQ is not around today. The market was moving quite swiftly. and we had conversations with Microsoft, and we went first party with Microsoft to bring our product onto that platform. But what that meant was, for the first time in our lives, the business model was changing. A lot of people don't, I say to indie developers today, I know a lot is tough, but just flick back a few decades, developers were lucky to get royalties ranging between 5% and 30%. The beauty of today, your royalties, they're as high as 70% if you're self-publishing as an indie, right? And so all of a sudden we were getting the lion's share of the revenue for the content that we created, which allowed us to think more long-term, more sustainable. And on the mobile side, I also remember our first mobile game. I think it was 2001. It was a game that we did with SK Telecom in South Korea, and that was Worms, and it was for Java. And that gave us insight into that world. And then when Open Warfare launched on handheld devices with THQ, we saw the attraction that this was a fun game to play on any device. It didn't matter what the screen size was. Very few, very few games work on all screen sizes, and this was one. Apple obviously approached us, and we made Worms, and we launched that in 2009. I think, I'm hoping I'm correct here. My memory, it's semi-good, but not brilliant still. But I do remember that year. I think it was the second best-selling game on iOS with Words with Friends. Again, significant part of the revenue starting to come into the business and allowing us to look more long-term. Did we choose to go and self-publish on Xbox Live Arcade? No, we didn't. The people we wanted to publish turned us down. We didn't have a choice. It forced our hand. Hindsight's great. Thank you very much, THQ, for saying no.
Well, I guess that led you into the world you are in now, where you're a publisher of some of the biggest indie games on the market, or a games label, as you like to call yourself. What, you talked about it a few moments ago, but what was it that actually inspired you to go down that route?
Yeah, it was a number of things. I think, anybody who's a developer, who'd been a developer during the 90s and early 2000s will tell you that they had to battle to get their logos on boxes, on marketing materials. And there always seemed to be a battle over something to do with your studio branding, so that was quite important for me. And so I took a lot of influence from the music industry in terms of how they represent artists. You're buying the latest album by your favorite musician. You probably don't even know who their record label is. It's all about putting the artist first and building artist profile. Similar with book authors. You buy books because of the author. You don't buy them because of the book publisher. And so that gave me inspiration. I also looked at, I always described Team 17's journey throughout the 90s and 2000s, early parts of the 2000s, very much of a roller coaster, lots of highs, but equally some very big lows as well. And a lot of that was because I don't feel that we had the right framework around us, to nurture the talent that we were. And so I felt that developers needed a more stable framework around them. And we could provide that using our knowledge and experience of our lessons, but actually have them focused on building sustainability. I think if you ask any independent developer in the world what their dream is, they will tell you it's sustainability. These days, it's very different to what it was even a decade ago. You didn't tend to subcontract out big elements and big parts of the game for other people to make. It was pretty much all done in-house. Indie developers don't have the resources as a startup to actually be able to recruit those people. Even if you've got finance, you might not have the knowledge to ensure that you're getting the right quality of people to partner up with. If you need a bunch of network engineers, or you need AI programmers, or you want level designers, how do you know that you're getting the right people to fit with the right project? So that influenced me basically in the way that film is put together as a film production in outsourcing. So I wanted to bring that into the gaming industry a little bit. And by bringing, the way that I thought about doing it was by opening up our internal development resource skills and knowledge, So if you're an indie developer, we can offer you, it's not just publishing, it's not just the other stuff, but we can actually help you create your game. We can help you take that game up another level in terms of polish. And it was that area that really interested me And it's how we can help developers become sustainable much, much quicker.
You talked about there's almost a lot of the games that you release, actually, I don't think a lot of people realize have been co-developed by Team 17. I know that the second Overcooked game, I know that Ghost Town is sort of part of you guys now, but that was the online multiplayer was your team, right? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ghost Town's still an independent developer.
Right, yes.
If Ollie and Phil are watching, I need to make that point. They're feisty independent. What happened with Overcooked was very simple. I think they did an interview with you previously and shared I approached them about Overcooked too. And the reason for that was it needed to be network. I'm a big fan in terms of looking forward. Part of my job and part of my team's job is to look ahead and look at what's going off in the market and help our indie partners be prepared for what's coming at those times. Ollie and Phil had worked so hard on Overcooked 1. They'd done a few things that I'd asked them to help me build that franchise. One was when I asked them for additional content just after the game launched so I could take the game into retail. A lot of people won't understand the importance of retail, but in terms of building a franchise long term, it's important to start that retail shelf presence somewhere. And we needed extra content. So they did that for me and they didn't get a break. Then I asked them to make the Nintendo Switch version, which meant that they wouldn't be getting a break either. And they did that. And it really came about when I asked them about the networking side, and they have no desires to grow the team beyond, they've got a third member, which is Gemma, which is Phil's wife, who does the writing and does amazing work on the business and on the community side as well with our teams. They have no desire to grow into a big studio. So how do you make the kind of production values that Overcooked 2 needed to be? Needed to be a bit, a step up in terms of the production values, investment into the project and team size. We have such a close working relationship. We have a huge amount of trust and faith in each other. I think it's probably the biggest testament to what we are as a label when you have somebody handing over their baby and saying, I trust you to help work on this with us. And what they did, they sat in the role of creative directors. Gemma was the writer for the game. And they basically had the lovely joys of signing off our milestones that we delivered to them. So we reversed the role completely, where publishers sign off milestones to our partners. We're signing off and working with us on the balancing and the game design and bits like that. But Team 7, our internal studio, pretty much built the game for them.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if it's done on purpose or by accident, but Overcooked, The Escapists, Worms, a lot of your games have a certain flavour to them, a certain style that I know some are different as well, not all of them. But what would you say is sort of the quintessential Team 17 game?
I think this is a really tough one because I think a few years ago somebody told me we were quite family orientated, right? Our games are played that way, and I was like, we're so not. We're gamers outside of Team 17 games, and trust me, they're not family games that a lot of us play. I think the first thing that we go for, Chris, is fun. It has to be a fun experience. Visuals, I think today's world is a little bit different. Visuals certainly have to be a much higher standard to a certain degree now. Production values have risen again. But the first part is it has to be a fun experience. That's number one. Me personally, I'm always attracted by vibrant, colourful worlds, right? That always pulls me in. But I think what we do quintessential, fun. I think Worms, when you think about Worms, you go local co-op without a shadow of a doubt, sitting on the couch, playing that. Many people will be listening to this saying, I played that game while I was a student, and I was playing that in dorms with my friends. Other people more recently will have been playing it in lockdown with their family at home. Some will be playing it online. We know what makes great party games and what makes good co-op games, and online experiences in that world. So people tend to assume that, but I can say to you, honestly, the vision for our label is very simple. We just want to work with great people on great games. We don't really care which genre it is. We're very genre agnostic. I went really out of my way a couple of years ago to make sure that we will bring in a vast array of games onto our label, working with the acquisitions team, and last year, bringing games to market like Hell Let Loose, which is so not what you would say is a Team 17 game. Blasphemous, which is an 18 rated game as well. And that's because I'm always looking at the future I'm always looking where I want to be as a business for Team 17 in 5 years or 10 years. And I think all of us as a group at Team 17, we just want to work with the most talented people on the best games possible. And so it's important that we try and be as genre agnostic as we can be. But I hear where you're coming from, because people also go moving out, no surprise, Team 17.
Yeah, I can always spot a Team 17.
Yeah, and golf with your friends, right?
Yeah, that you can already spot it. And I've had developers come to me and say, what do you think of our game? They haven't got it signed yet. And I went, you know what? I think that's a Debbie game, that one. I think you'd have to put that in. Well, actually, how many games do you sort of see and compared to how many you sign?
Okay, we don't make any of it public, so I need to go careful what I say because of the PLC side. But to give you an idea, we saw a few thousand last year submitted into our label, right? We signed less than 0.5%. Incredibly selective, and that's about, I want to help every developer on the planet. If I can help anybody, that's my nature. I just want to help make everybody's life a little bit better than wherever I can. But the reality is, we're trying to help studios become sustainable long term as independent studios. So it has to be very commercial to a certain degree, and we're growing quite fast. I think we've doubled our headcount in the last couple of years. We're at about 220, 230 people these days. And less than a decade ago, we were 70 people. So it's growing quite quickly. We're building out and scaling up the infrastructure, but it's really important that we give every partner the right amount of time, the right amount of support to help them. Not just about the game, but it's about helping them build their studios wherever we can.
Well, you're having thousands of games submitted. It must be. What is the current state of the indie games market? How hard is it to sort of be a small creator today?
Look, you're always going to find the outlier that's going to come from nowhere and just take the market by storm. But nobody should ever build a business plan presuming that you're going to have one of those outliers, right? So you have to take a very realistic approach. And for me, realistic is, if I'm advising studios, it's about finding that sweet spot on their break even and profitability. We all hope for the blue sky results. We all work towards the blue sky results, but this is about people's lives. One thing that I take really serious on our label is a lot of people on our label, it's their businesses. They've got kids, they've got families, they've got mortgages, they've got to buy school shoes for their kids. It's really important that we protect that side for them. I totally advise everybody every single time, please don't borrow money off your family and friends. It's really not advisable. Don't remortgage your house. It's insane. The state of the indie market is quite good. I think it's quite strong. I look at our success rate over the last 18 months in particular. It's been outstanding. I think production values are really important now. I think launching half-baked games that haven't had proper QA or proper localization, it's so damaging if you get mixed reviews immediately on Steam. You've really got to focus on that consumer side. Building the community audience is quite difficult. You've got Discord, Reddit, and many other areas. That takes special skill sets to build those. And it's direct to gamers these days, direct to them. That's a whole different type of marketing. That's not traditional games publishing. That's old school. That world's kind of all changed about 5 years ago. So it's how you make sure that you've got that right mix. So I think the indie market is quite strong. I think there's been some great titles launched over the last 2 years. A lot of people will say it's getting harder. I think where it's getting harder is for those games that are just not commercialized, at the right levels to support a separate studio or a separate team. And that's why it's so hard. We have a very, very busy process within what we call our green light team. They review every game. It's nonstop all the time. And that's why we have to make our decisions quite carefully. But yeah, I think it's if you've got a great game's going to do well. You've got to find the right partners to take that to market and help level it up. But also, if you've got a really, really unique hook, I look back at Worms. It was hardly the most visual game when it launched, right? It wasn't that attractive. But the gameplay was fundamental, So it's still despite how busy it is, how hard it may be to get visibility on stores, if you've got great gameplay, those games tend to find their way.
Oh, good. I'm very conscious of the time, and I've got a hell of a question to ask next. We're in a time of big disruption. We've got new consoles, new PlayStation, new Xbox. We've got new streaming technology, new business models with things like subscription and Game Pass. What do you think is going to define the future of the games market?
I think lockdown has given us a great insight into the future of gaming to a certain degree. I don't know what the stats are, but I've got an 11-year-old son. He's he loves video games, right? I laugh and joke about the fact that this child from the age of 5 is on countdown to join in the games industry. I look at the way that we've played games in lockdown, without a shadow of a doubt, whether it's one game running across multiple devices, which is very much what we're hearing from some of the platforms. Cross-play for me is absolutely crucial. This year we're doing it with Worms Rumble and we're doing it with Overcooked as we bring them. We are firm believers that people should be able to play against their friends no matter what the device is. That's a core part of where we see the long-term future. But online gaming is so important. Gamers' habits have changed in the last 6 months, probably forced to a certain degree. My son, his social interaction has all been through video games in his little group at the end of each day that he joins. And I actually think, there is no benefits of COVID, absolutely zero. We'd all turn the clock back and have no benefits. But the one thing that I believe it's done, it's changed consumer habits quite significantly, and it's making us bring forward plans that where we hope to be in maybe 3 or 4 years in terms of the types of games that we make. That's probably bringing all that forward now.
It's accelerated things. I think
Absolutely.
It has that across the world.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask one more question if we can squeeze it in, which is a very generic one, but what should we expect from Team 17 next?
Look, you're talking to the people. We are launching 6 games between now and Christmas, right? Next generation consoles. Our heads are completely focused on that. But I think, truthfully, what's next from us is more of exactly what we have been doing, but bigger and more of it. And we are determined to remain the people that we've always been, which is keeping our feet on the ground and making sure that we are educating people and giving back to an industry that's been fabulous for us over 3 decades.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Debbie. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the chatting to us. And thank you all for watching at home. Please stay tuned for all the other sessions that have coming up. And have a nice, enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, Circle of the Moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe. or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4, I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent. Ooh. I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door. Yep. Just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just going to open door 10 as well, so the crawler...
Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would like, let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
Really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear.
Hi, everybody. Hi, PAX Online. Wherever you are, welcome to Improv in Roleplaying, how to run a game in the now. This is going to be a 1-hour panel. This is a panel that normally lives at PAX East, but since the concepts of space and time are relatively meaningless these days, we're happy to bring it to everyone at once. So what we're going to do for the next hour is talk about improvisation and kind of the art of improvisation and how you can use improv techniques to make your role-playing experience better, whether you're a GM or a player that's become a reluctant GM. Hopefully we can remove some of that reluctance by teaching you about the magic of improv and how it all lines up. We are going to, I'm going to introduce myself and then our august panel, and then we're just going to go from there. We will have questions at the end. So if anyone is in the Stream One Horse Theater Discord channel, feel free to ask questions at any time. We will get to as many of them as possible at the end of our panel. Sound good? Sound good. All right, so as far as who I am, my name is John Serpico. I'm going to be moderating. I've been a professional and semi-professional improviser and comedian for about 20 years. I've been playing and running role-playing games for about 25. These days, since Improv Boston, my home theater, is currently closed because of, everything, I can be found GMing Knights of Prospect, which is a live play / improv powered by the Apocalypse role-playing game show on 2MB Studios on Twitch. Bobby, how about you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Smithney, former director of Improv Boston Mainstage, current history teacher, and as we were discussing before this panel, beater of Battletoads. Just going to throw that one out there. So I got my nerd cred.
Melissa.
Oh, that was me. So I am a professional bard. I am the lead singer and guitar player in the band Minus World. I also am the director of education at the Company Theater in Norwell, Massachusetts. And I was a professional improviser for over 10 years and teach improv to children, teens, and adults now.
Awesome. Austin, how about you?
Hi, I'm Austin Habershaw. I am a college professor and a professional science fiction and fantasy author. I have a series of books out with Harper Voyager called The Saga of the Redeemed, and I've published a bunch of short stories and stuff. I've also done professional improv. I did it for about 5 years or so, a long time ago now. And I have been running and GMing games for approximately 30 years. And I've GM'd for everybody. I've run just about everything, and I don't shut up, so I'm going to shut up.
Sam, how about you?
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm an education researcher by day, and by night, I suppose. I am a professional / semi-professional improviser doing long form and musical improv comedy at Improv Boston. And I have also been playing and GMing games for the last 10 years or so, I would say.
So, audience, as you can see, a literal centuries of experience in the exact fields we want for this panel. So, I'm going to start essentially with two questions, and from those two questions, we're just going to kind of branch out from there. So, to make sure that everybody watching is on the same page as us, let's have question number one be a question of definition. So, the question is, what is improvisation?
Go ahead, Austin.
No, go ahead. I was going to defer to one of the people who are currently improvisers. So.
Sure. I think one of the things that people struggle with is this notion that improvisation means that you've got to act out and you've got to do voices and you have to, it must be a theatrical performance. But improvisation and role playing, to me, is really asking some of your fellow, performers really to be with you and create with you, is what I was going to say. It's not necessarily like I do the greatest voices or I, get up and do the greatest dances. Like it doesn't have to be that. It's the act of creating with your team and incorporating the other members who are not the GM to be part of the creation process.
Yeah. I think a lot of people think of improv as the comedy side because they all see shows like Whose Line Is It Anyway? But in terms of, especially in applying it to gaming, but also improv as a theater art form, it's more like a heightened form of communication where you're not only just having a dialogue or a conversation with another person, you're also having a conversation or dialogue with the character you've created. So you're engaging with two different personalities at the same time. And in doing that, you can create more real, more rich conversations by inhabiting that in real time and not relying on a script.
I'd like to add that about improvisation, a lot of people say, "Oh my gosh, I could never do that." Like, of course you can. It's a skill that you practice with and get better. I like to talk about it as basketball. Like, everyone can pick up a basketball and dribble it. Not everyone is LeBron James, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it, right? You can't learn it. It's a skill. No one's ever afraid when they go out and play a game of basketball that they will be unable to shoot the ball. Right? It's something that every single person can learn.
I think oh, go ahead, Samantha.
Okay. I tend to think of improv particularly in the context of like collaborative creation, which like role playing is. Improv is a set of tools that help you listen and respond actively. Like it's almost about establishing a sort of like presence and awareness of the people around you in the world that you're creating in a really immersive way. And I think that when you hone these skill sets, you become better at reacting kind of naturally in a given situation to what is presented to you. It's on the table.
Right. What I that was more or less along the same lines I was going to say, but I want to add another layer to that, which is to say that it's about listening and paying attention and collaborating with everybody and being flexible with what you had anticipated was going to happen, right? That the important thing about improv is, or I guess to more functionally define collaboration, what it means is that the thing that you 100% wanted to and I'm sure is going to happen might not happen the way you want, and that is okay, and that can actually lead you to even more interesting things. And that's the biggest fear, I think, that is associated with improv, is the idea that you'll get it wrong, that you'll go up and make a mistake and that it won't work. And the only way an improvisational activity, and I should note, just on a side note, one of my favorite things about improv, about whether or not you can do it, is all of us improvise every conversation we have every day. So you are absolutely able to do it. The main thing you need to remember is that, like, you are not no one individual at the table is in complete control about what's going to happen in the game, and that what's going to happen in the scene or whatever, and that's okay, and that your game cannot be broken unless you allow it to be. And that's sort of the biggest hurdle to get over, is that you can't. Improv has no fail state, or the only fail state improv has is if everyone decides to stop playing. And as long as everybody's willing to play this way, it will work.
So let's give everybody tools to not rage quit.
Yeah, yes. That's the big goal.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing about improv and improvisation is we're improvising all the time. Every conversation you've ever had, unless you're literally reading it off of a script, is improvised. You are getting stimulus and you are responding. And when you do that kind of improvisation on stage, you have a couple of kind of added goals. Instead of just talking to each other, you want to also kind of build a nice world, maybe make an audience laugh or cry. When you are improvising at the table, we see a lot of kind of what Sam described, this and I don't know if I'm going to get the term right, the shared narrative or the collaborative storytelling. It's the idea that all of us can contribute in some way to a narrative, instead of all of us rolling dice until we get a high enough number to move on to the next scripted step. So the act of improvisation, by simply acknowledging that it exists, is kind of a way to start incorporating it into your game. So the question, the second question is, we've talked a little bit about improv now and kind of what it is and what it means. So what are some techniques of improvisation that we can use to either GM a role-playing game or be a player in a role-playing game. What are techniques? And for my panelists here, kind of talk about the technique a little bit to define the term, and then kind of jump into how can we use this thing in the game.
Right. So the first one that comes to mind is, of course, the sort of cliche at this point, the yes and, right? The idea of saying yes to questions and then building upon that yes. So like, for instance, and the reason this works in improv, the reason this is important in improv is if you get on stage with another person, you don't know what you're doing, and someone says like, hey, would you like a cookie? And you go, no.
That's kind of not like a cookie. That's a small cat.
Right. Right. That's not a cookie. That's a cat. It's like, well, now someone has set out a thing, and then you went and slapped it down, and now you got to start over.
Mm-hmm.
So, and incidentally, there are ways in which you can say like no and have it be constructive, but that's like a whole other conversation. The main thing that the way this applies to role playing is, if you're a GM, and I usually GM, so I'll talk mostly from the GM perspective. If you're a GM and you have a player who says, hey, I want to make a character who's secretly a prince. Now, you always run into like 4 or 5 people who want to do this kind of thing. Like, I want to be the secret chosen one. This happens a lot. Like my player's whole family was killed and he's on a mission for revenge to kill the ninja lord. And it's cliche, and maybe you're like, yeah, okay. But like, you know what you should do? You should say, yeah, okay, sure, let's do that. Yeah. As opposed to slapping it down, because first of all, the overall goal of a role-playing game is for everybody to have fun, ultimately, right? And when a player comes to you with a thing, with a crazy ass idea, no matter how crazy ass it is, like for instance, I was running a game yesterday, and they were like, "Hey, can we ship ourselves in giant boxes across a planet?" And I was like, "Yeah, except why don't we make it water tanks?" And like, so I was just like, yeah, absolutely, let's do that. We're going to do a whole thing. I set up a whole thing, allows them to do that because like, that's the thing they want to do. And by saying yes, you suddenly open up possibilities for new ideas and interesting things.
So many GMs, their default setting, because they have such an adversarial relationship with their players, is no. And you've got to ask yourself sometimes, why am I saying no? Like, I go into the bar. Is there a chandelier? No. Well, why can't there be a chandelier in this weird bar? Like, let's have a weird chandelier plan. I don't know what your plan is for it. Maybe you drop it on somebody. I don't know. Maybe you're going to swing from it. Maybe you just are creating it in your mind. Why? Why is it so important to your special GM plan that there not be a chandelier in there? Right? Have your default setting to turn it from no into yes.
Yeah,
right? It's not what you expect.
I've been playing a lot of games with limited rule and playbook opportunities, like things you can actually do in the game, like Apocalypse World settings. And instead of saying, okay, this is your only menu of things, unless it's explicitly reality breaking, it breaks your world, it's something that is prescribed in the rules. If a player's like, I would like to try to do this, I say, okay, let's do it, and let the dice decide. So set the difficulty according to what the task is, and don't just say, no, you can't try that. That's impossible. You'll never do it, unless it's actually something that breaks the world.
Yeah, I think a big thing about yes and as a concept is what you're saying yes to is a shared base reality between you and the other person you're playing the game with or you're sharing a scene with. Is that you're saying, yes, we are agreeing to the base reality that this is a cookie and it's not a cat. And similarly in games, you're even having established rules is saying yes to a base reality that like these are the rules and parameters. So and of the yes and is now within that reality that we've established, what can we do? Mm-hmm. And I think that sometimes you can get so fearful that saying yes might give people too much control or too much leeway in a situation. But I think in that case, when you're afraid to say yes because you're worried, but what if it fails or what if it goes wrong or what if it breaks the game, you kind of have to trust that you've said yes with these other people. You're all sharing a reality. You have a base level of trust that the other people are going to kind of respect the the reality that you've created, and you can have so much fun and flexibility within those bounds.
I kind of want to expand off that and something Bobby mentioned earlier, which is about the adversarial relationship that often powers so many role-playing games. In that, in order for this to work, as Samantha points out, you need to have a shared understanding of what you're doing. And in order to have that shared understanding, you need to mutually trust one another that no one is out to ruin anybody else's fun. And that goes triple for the GM. The GM should not pose themselves as the adversary of the player. And I'm very firm on that because if you think about it, it really doesn't make any sense. If you were actually their adversary, they'd just always die because you have ultimate power. So you could just say, like, well, you first level characters run into a dragon. I win. Like,
undodgeable rock falls
the first
from the
time
heavens.
you go to sleep, bears.
Right. Obviously, nobody does that because they're at a base understanding. We understand that the purpose of the GM is to facilitate fun, not win. And the best way to facilitate fun is to give the players interesting challenges and things that are fun that they enjoy doing, that you also enjoy doing. I am a big proponent also of GMs having fun. And which, by the way, often gets glossed over. A lot of times the GM is posited as everybody's like story slave. Like, go work all week and then entertain me on the weekends, fool. And like, no. The GM also has a say in fun. Like, they definitely do. But the main thing you need to do is, as a GM, you need to trust that your players are not trying to trick you, because how and why? Like, you're not their adversary. Like, who cares? Like, oh, but then we're going to win super easily. Okay, but then I'm going to come up with something else that will also make it, or I'll make it more complicated in some way. Like, everything in a non-adversarial gaming situation is an opportunity, not an obstacle and not an attack. And the players and GM both have to understand that and work with that in mind.
Yeah, and I think sometimes the feeling of like that adversary can sometimes come from, I know my first time GMing ever, I felt such a sense of control because I had worked so hard to create something, and I felt so insecure that potentially the thing I created wasn't going to work, but that if it was going to work, it was going to work under the exact guidelines that I set out. It's like, I thought about this, and you know, I want to make this work because I want them to have the experience that I set out for them. And after that, I've only fully improvised GMing. I do not prep, I do not plan, because I'm not good at sometimes
have an outline. Have an outline, and it's okay if you stray off the page, right?
Or don't have an outline and just
that's fine too.
So hey, I was wondering, can I talk a little bit about session zeros, since we're talking about trust and all those things? So just to kind of pull this back to the analogy of an improv show and your role-playing game, if you're in an improv show, let's say you're doing a long form show, which is something that usually continues for more than a couple of minutes and sometimes is based around a theme, you wouldn't necessarily throw a bunch of improvisers on stage together if half of them want to do like a magic or girls style show a la Sailor Moon and the other half want to do an 80s cop drama like Miami Vice. Like, they get on stage and there's going to be some tension about what they want to get out of the show, or maybe an awesome mashup, but probably tension. The same thing goes for a role-playing game. Having a session zero, which for those who have never had one before, is a session before your gaming actually begins, can help you to establish some of the things that you as a GM and that your players want out of your game. So obviously in your session zero, you're going to discuss your game system, like what are you going to use for rules? You can discuss things like your table rules. What kind of etiquette do you expect at your gaming table? What kind of behavior? Are there topics that people aren't comfortable with? Any house rules that you might have based on the system? And then you can go into campaign expectations. Is evil allowed? Is it something that's gritty and dark? Is it light and fluffy? Are you here just to have fun? Are you going to have one party goal, or are you going to allow individual goals to happen throughout the exploration of your campaign? Character creation sometimes happens at a session zero, but it is the thing that allows you to have trust, that allows you to play in an open way, because you establish all of these parameters ahead of time that you all agree on.
Yeah, folks who are running
think
an Arkham Horror, everyone's gonna die, so like you've got that expectation ahead of time.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that now I can't get the idea of a magical Sailor Moon girl cop drama out of my head, and
Wouldn't
like
that be
honestly,
sweet?
that would be pretty awesome.
I've been playing
heavily
Glitter Hearts
invested
right
in that
now,
game
so
happening. So I think session zeros are as important to creating a great, awesome shared reality and a shared set of expectations. Just as Melissa said, the cast of an improv show getting together backstage and talking about what the show's about to be is equally important. It's about setting a set of rules, or to use Bobby's basketball analogy, defining the outline of the court. You can have all the kinds of fun you want within the court here, but these are the boundaries. And so long as you're good being there, then you're all going to have fun.
And also, and just of note, if you are in a game right now, and it doesn't matter whether it's been going for a month or 6 years, and you're like, there is a situation that is toxic, and I need to talk to the players about this, do it. Like, have hey, we're going to talk for 30 minutes about my expectations and your expectations. We can check in about it. It's totally fine to do a session zero in the middle of a session to right the ship.
Right. The thing I was going to say is that we're talking about session zero as this formalized, like, complete session where everybody meets. We have very serious conversations about whether or not Ted can play because he's a jerk. And like that's not fair. That's not really. I mean, I guess that can happen, but generally, in my experience, session zeros are informal conversations, and often are just contained in the email that I send to the people that want to play. As I'll say, like, "Hey guys, I'm going to run a game that's set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You're all going to play Space Marines."
And my question, of course, is: can we hide ourselves in a water tank to get into the base?
That's what. But and so just going in, that's almost a session zero right there. You understand what you're getting into. Okay, this is going to be very combat oriented. We're all going to be playing 7-foot-tall genetic super soldiers, and I imagine we're going to be shooting aliens and demons and stuff. So I think we get it, right? Like, it doesn't need to necessarily be this, like, okay, let's all sit around and talk about our do's and don'ts. Though it certainly can be that, and indeed, in a broad sense, you as a GM need to be aware and sensitive to what your players want to do and what they're willing to tolerate, but it doesn't necessarily need to be like, okay, everybody, sign your name on the line. We're going to have a 3-hour workshop in which we discuss your emotional problems.
Although, to be fair, Austin,
great right now. I could use that.
A session zero is, I'll admit, a lot more important when you're gaming with people for the first time when you don't know them as well, and you don't know what kind of expectations they have of you as a GM.
Totally true. Yeah.
So we have a question from our wonderful moderator. What happens when a session zero chat breaks the group up? I have had mid-game chats break games up, and basically what happens is you splinter into, for us, we splintered into the two different, like, one group wanted something a little more and with a little more backstabbing, and the other group wanted something light and fluffy, and we just split up into 2 games. We had 2 different games going on. And if you disagree, it might just mean that it's not the right gaming group fit for you. You want to have that trust. It's a good time to find that out at the beginning, not the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is a free hobby, except for all the dice we buy. It's a free hobby. It's not like someone's paying you to be there, which means you should be enjoying it. And where those, that session zero sets enough rules that, essentially some people could self-select out. If you're lucky enough to be in a group of kind of role-playing gamers that's like 10 or 15 people, you can kind of put out essentially like a casting call and say, hey, I want to run a game for like 4 people. It's going to be about pirates, but aside from that, I kind of want to tailor it to like what a subset of you would enjoy. So like fill out a form. How much do you want to do like intrigue? How much do you want to sail the 7 seas? How much do you want to just wander the earth murdering? So and based on that, I kind of Venn diagram it out, and then that's my group. It's definitely a lot trickier to get everyone on the same page if you've been gaming with the same group of like 5 people for 20 years and everyone's set in their ways. But it is possible.
If you don't like what you're doing, do something else. My favorite definition of stupidity is trying the same thing twice and expecting a different result, right? You got to get out there and try it a different way.
Yeah. I also think the few times I've had kind of a contentious, maybe mid session, talk, I think when something needs to be brought up, you either have to be explicit if it's something negative. I think that's when territory gets a little gets into the realm of maybe the group's breaking up. If it's negative, sometimes you just got to be explicit and specific about the thing that you're trying to address, rather than having an esoteric general group conversation that's like, the problem really is that John keeps talking over me when I'm trying to make a decision in a game. But instead, we're going to have a group chat about how we all need to respect each other's boundaries. Sometimes you need to be direct.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Sometimes those conversations can get really passive aggressive and bitter if you're just not explicit about the thing you're trying to address. And if you try to instead say, I'm setting group boundaries, and sorry, not that group boundaries are bad, but when you try to solve a specific problem without being specific about what the problem is, it can get a little, I think, contentious and unproductive.
You're the director of a show, basically. And if you have an actor that keeps upstaging everybody, you're not going to talk to the whole cast about upstaging the rest of the cast. You're going to pull that actor aside in a kind way if they're your friend, and in a neutral way if you don't really know them that well. And you're going to say something like, so I really like your enthusiasm for what we're doing here. And I appreciate how much initiative you're taking, but we need to share the spotlight a little bit more, just so that the other players can, pursue their goals, or fight the dragon, or get inside the shipping crate, or whatever they're going to do.
Yeah, share the stage.
Share the stage.
Now, I know I said that we do plenty of Q&A at the end, but a great question just came through, and I think this really can frame up a lot of good stuff. So one question from the Discord chat, which, by the way, folks in the Discord chat that did not know we were live, we are definitely live. So feel free to just ask as many questions as you want, and we'll go nuts. We're improvising.
Yeah, if you have any songs you want me to play, let me know. I'll play it on the
Yeah,
keyboard.
we're taking requests. So the question is, how do you practice improv? I've always had this idea that you need to be quick creating ideas and responses. So that, I think, is a brilliant question. So have at it.
The quickness comes from not anyone being any smarter than anybody else, but from removing those blocks in your mind that tell you no. Like, I got to come up with a name for this character. Oh, it can't be that. Can't be that. It can't be that. Why couldn't it be your first idea? Like, the practice that you do frees your mind up to just fire the next thing out and not judge it, and that's hard.
Yeah,
that's where the practice. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I also think, so like, how do you practice improv is closely linked in my mind to why do you practice improv, which I get a lot. It's like, well, if you're just going to go up on stage and make stuff up, why do you have to rehearse?
Return to my basketball analogy. If you've never played a game, you're not going to go great.
So and the reason is because you need to build relationships and trust with the people you're doing it with. If you don't trust that the other person is going to pick up the thing that you drop on the table and go somewhere awesome with it, then it's not going to feel fun or productive. It's going to feel anxiety inducing. So how do you practice improv, for especially in the context of a role-playing game? Do more relationship building outside of game sessions. Do like cocktail hours, hang out, build relationships outside of that setting so that you feel like you know the people you're playing with and you have a rapport and trust outside of that context.
Or Samantha, if I could add,
talk a minute.
In that setting, right? Like your friends, they get together and sometimes you hop right into like being elves and wizards. Like, have like a half-hour check-in. How you doing? How your kids? What's going on? Is that thing on your neck still all right? Like, whatever's going on. It's fine to chill that for a couple minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to say something about actual prep. About what, from a GM perspective anyway.
I have something
even
from
a player
perspective too.
Even from a player perspective. But so we already talked about how, like, if you set up that like railroaded campaign where it's like, okay, first you're going to get the job in the inn, and then you're going to go to the dungeon, you're going to kill the Goblin King, and then you come back and get the money. And then, like, if they don't do it that way, you're going to ruin the whole thing. Okay. I don't think you shouldn't prep anything, at least not if you're not experienced in doing this kind of thing. What I do think you should prep as a GM is not events, but situations and places and characters. I call it, the term I use is I sandbox my campaigns. Like, I set up a square that is the realm, and then I set up a bunch of adversaries who are doing things in the realm, and I set up a bunch of places of interest that are important for some reason in the realm, and then I set up a bunch of things that are in the process of happening. And then I throw the characters in, and then they figure it out themselves. And all I have to do as the sandboxer is remember all the situations I've set up, so that when players interact with a particular character, I can think, okay, so how does that affect everything else I've set up? And by not having anything rigidly set in stone, it enables you as the GM to be very loose and to react to what the players want to do, and still basically tell this kind of story you want to tell. And it enables you to be very, very fluid. And I think moving away from plot and towards simply setting, situation, and character can actually help an awful lot in like that being quick. You know, you'll give off this sense like, oh my gosh, he was planned for everything, when really all you did was have like a skeletal structure of stuff that they just kept bouncing off, and then you just kept reacting to it.
It fills in.
Ways.
And sorry, go ahead, Mel.
Mel, you had something about players, right?
Yeah, so this goes for when you're playing a character, either as a player or as a GM. You can kind of go back to one of the things that you learn as an improviser, but also as an actor in general, is to start with, for your character, a goal or a motive, and make that the heart of your character. Have a clear goal. And from there, you'll find what kind of actions or tactics are possible. Now, if you're a person who has trouble thinking of, I don't know what my character would do, and it takes you a while to process, do a little cheating. Write down your character's main goal in life, or a couple if they have a few, and then write down what are some tactics or strategies they would use for getting to that goal. Have a menu of things that you're comfortable playing out depending on situations. That's like a training wheel version of improv. Another thing that can be really helpful is to get into the practice of making first-person active choices in character. I think that can be the hardest part for a lot of people who aren't improvisers or actors. So as a GM, the way you can foster this with your group is to put a place in your game at the beginning where stakes are low, and you're just giving your players a chance to talk in character and get used to that idea of the first person and the idea of speaking off the cuff. So, you know, they all meet in a tavern or something like that, and you give them the opportunity to talk and get used to just having their voice out there.
A couple of very small, very practical pointers if you want to start throwing improvisation into your games. Thing number one, let your players name the NPCs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, you run into a guy on the road, and I don't know, who is he? Like just let him name Dr. Nematode. Yeah, sure, Dr. Nematode now, whatever. Other things you can do, like when they enter a place, you can have them describe it. Like if they know it, like you walk into a space bar, you can say, Jerry, what's in there? Oh, I don't know, some weird octopus alien playing an old school piano, like a Western. Like, oh, then that's there now, right? Let them fill in all the details. And the joy of that is it gives you a break as the GM. Right, because it's a lot that you're creating and having to stay on top of. And if you can let somebody else talk for like 30 seconds while you get your shit together, that's great. Like you've done a huge service and given you stuff to play off of and have fun with.
Yeah,
one thing I want to add to, Sam, go ahead.
I was going to add one thing also as kind of like a quick tip, kind of like an expanding on what Melissa said. Have a goal for your character, but don't get trapped into thinking that goal has to be big or like large, like I need to solve the mystery of where, you know, how my father went missing when I was a child, because it can be hard to kind of make that concrete and how, like, translate how does that drive my character's decision, because that's something that's been hard for me with characters. My character that I think I've had the most consistency and felt the closest connection with is a little drow rogue who loves creepy things. She collects, like, things die around her. She puts the ooze that comes out of that creature's nose into a little glass bottle and puts it in her pocket. And as I like slowly start to act on that one fact about my character, like, she loves just kind of like the creepy stuff no one else likes. I start to build how she acts in certain situations and how, like, build out her point of view of the whole world. And now that I've played her for a couple years, I know how she's going to respond in certain situations. But it all started from that one nugget of like, she's going to collect goblin snot, and it's
as a player, it's a really powerful improv tool as you're creating a player or creating character and having that character interact with the world is the idea of, well, if this is true, what else is true? As a guide, it's like, yes, do you want to avenge your father? Of course you do. But if you just like creepy things and you collect cool creepy things and you're in a situation and you think, well, I want to improvise more, I don't just want to follow a script, what should I do? Well, okay, if I like creepy things, do I also like mysteries? Yeah, I do. I also like mysteries. And so, you start developing a detective-y vibe for your character. You start from a little spot and start growing. I actually have one other tip for Bobby's point about naming as a GM, letting your players name NPCs. That's awesome. Another fun, like, quick tip on incorporating improv in is when you come up with a puzzle or a trap or something like that, don't also come up with the solution. Say, all right, well, there's a 15-foot deep pit with a foot of water in the bottom. Go nuts, everybody.
That mission you two guys are on, Serpico and Bobby are in a game I'm running. That mission you're on, I don't have any idea.
I love that.
I don't know. We're
already in the water tank.
We're
already sealed in a tank.
So far, yeah, you're in a water tank being mailed there. Anyway, I want to say, like, just one. This is just a brief story. I had one of my favorite characters I've ever played was in a campaign actually Bobby ran ages and ages ago, and he was a swordsman, and his basic ruling underlying character trait was he hated bullies. And so I made a rule with that character that anytime some giant powerful person, no matter how giant and powerful they were, was picking on someone weaker than them, I called them out.
Yes.
Even if it almost certainly meant my almost immediate death. Like, there's a point this is a 7th Sea game, and the Queen of the She was being a jackass to somebody, and I called her out to her face. And then she turned my girlfriend into a desk. But like still, like, I was like, I knew full well that I could possibly lose my character by doing this, but like, there's no way that character wouldn't say something.
And please make mistakes.
Yeah.
These people are not real, and they're not you. They'll be fine.
A good
or they
GM,
won't, and it's still fun.
A good GM will make a mistake have just as much importance and weight and a spotlight as a success. Like, if you fail, it should be spectacular. It should be something that you want to clap afterwards. And also
Sam,
should leave a little kernel at the end that you can grab on and keep playing with.
Sam, could I ask you to describe what just happened in Knights of Prospect on Saturday to exemplify this point?
Sure. So we were tasked with rescuing a girl who had run away from home into like a band of thieves, like a cult of thieves, effectively. And we decided to two of us decided to stack on top of each other, wear a trench coat, and our name was Cowboy.
Classic, love it.
And then another person covered themselves in mud to disguise themselves, because we were fairly well known in the area, and called themselves Mudman. And then Mudman and Tallboy kidnapped the 4th member of our party to bring them as like a sacrifice. And then basically the head of the thieves called us on our bluff, and we had to injure the 4th member of our party who we captured, and we failed so spectacularly at fake injuring them that we killed them instantly. And now they're trapped in a scepter, and it's a whole it failed spectacularly, but it was also the best moment of that whole show.
As a player, it should be your job to get in trouble.
Yeah.
And it should be the GM's job to make that trouble interesting, as opposed to you just dying, right? Like, so as my favorite players throughout the years have always been the players that are like, I am going to stir the pot. I'm going to cause shit to go sideways. And that is always because, and I say this, I've said this probably on every time we've done this panel, but I'm going to bring it up again. You are never going to tell the story about the time you planned a mission in a D&D game and it went perfectly and everything went straight and nobody got hurt and it was all great. And all of a vast majority of you people out there think that's what you want. And I'm telling you that it ain't true, because the best times you've ever had, and you know it's true, the best times you ever had is when things go completely sideways and everybody almost dies and you have to like light the gnome on fire and use them as an improvised catapult stone. And that is the best thing ever. And you tell everybody about it for years. So thank you, Melissa. So like, that should be your goal. And the goal of the GM is to A, encourage that kind of thing, because everybody likes things that go nuts, and B, make sure that when things go nuts, it doesn't just immediately end in miserable failure and everyone, and you don't just go like, well, obviously you all die. And like, that's
on
no
your
fun.
point, Austin, absolutely, that's on the GM. Your players will react to how you are rewarding them. If someone makes a mistake and they step out of line and you kill them, everybody goes, all right, let us not try anything, that's not what you want.
That character that Sam described, that was that inadvertently died during a number of exciting failed poor choices, and by poor I mean brilliant choices, is he is now trapped in a soul gem with his best friend that he had trapped in a soul gem 20 years earlier. So the reward for making big choices is going to be huge. You don't need to roll a 20 on the dice to get rewarded for a great decision. You can't control what's on the darn dice. All you can control is saying, I want to do something. We got to kill that dragon. I want to jump off a cliff with a knife in my hand to do it. And if you succeed, it's a hell of a story. If you fail, it's a hell of a story.
Yep.
I
you
have a
fall
great
into
question.
the dragon's nest, and it now considers you one of its clutch of eggs.
Awesome.
Whatever.
Yeah, and that's how it's going to work. I have a great question from the group. This will pivot us to this grim modern era that we're in.
Oh my God.
So this question, it's about politics. No. The question is, so improv for me normally relies a lot on visual cues. You play off the other person and use that energy. But now that much of our gaming is online, are there any tips for improv over Zoom, Discord, whatever?
Wear costumes. Dress up.
That's not for everybody. I think that art, and to be honest, like again, I consider this kind of art what we do as much as it's a ludicrous thing to say. Art thrives on restrictions. If I just say, paint me a picture, you go, oh God, a white canvas? I don't know what to do. If I say, paint me a bat, you have a direction to go and you have something to play off of. I've thought a lot about watching She-Ra with my daughter. They did an amazing job with a terrible 80s cartoon, because they took all the themes and things that were there, even though they didn't make much sense at the time. For this, we're in a different realm where things are different, but that only means that you can explore it in a different way. You can you can have people figure stuff out on the chat. Like I run a game in the Tales from the Loop role-playing universe, and these characters interacted with the computer, and I was like, oh God, I don't want to talk as the computer because I think that sounds dumb. It's like, oh, they're gonna have a typing interface, and they just we had 45 minutes of quiet typing as they were typing questions to the computer mind, and I was answering as the computer, and it was awesome. You just got to see it as something that would be a benefit to you.
I do think you can use the internet a lot better to your advantage in a multimedia sense. So as I've alluded to, I'm running a 40K role-playing game. Serpico and Bobby are playing in it right now. And there's a huge wealth of 40K art out there, tons and tons and tons and tons of it. And I have a giant file full of it. And so like when we run into something or they come up with an idea they want to do, sometimes I'll just find, oh, that reminds me of an image. I'll throw an image on the screen and I'm like, okay, this is where you are. Some sort of like dystopian hellscape kind of thing. And then that is sort of like an offer in an improv sense where it's like, okay, so that's what they look like, or that's what that thing is. Can I react to that? What options do I have around that, and what can I do with it? And in so doing, it's an advantage I didn't have before, in that like the descriptions sometimes I can just sort of like improvise or not really bother with. I ran a game that was like also online that was a cop drama, and it was all set in San Diego. And so I had a bunch of stock locations like that, like, like the docks and stuff. And so I'd throw up a picture of like a container port. And just by throwing that on the screen, suddenly they have something to react to. And then they start saying like, okay, can I climb on top of that thing? And I'm like, yeah, officially that container exists now because it's on the image I randomly found on an image search. So that's one thing I've been doing. Go ahead, Melissa.
Go ahead, Sam, and then I'll speak after.
I was gonna say something I've played with a little bit, and I've been itching to play with more. Is so when you're doing traditional tabletop games in a room with other people, everyone who's thinking about doing something says what they're thinking about doing out loud, and everyone meta understands what's going to happen before it happens in character. You have the option to message the DM privately. You have the option to have individual sessions with your players to build out what they're doing, in the town during their downtime. And then when you come all together, those can be revealed in a surprising, interesting way to the other players, in a way that you don't really have when you're all in the same room. So that's something I've played with a little bit, and I'd love to play with more, and I think is a cool way to build in like surprise, and even if it seems planned when you're like collaborating to build like a secret thing, it's still surprising to the other players once it's revealed to them. And that builds a moment of improv where all of a sudden you have these characters who, instead of thinking in their chair like, oh, okay, she's going to do that, and I feel like my character would probably react this way, instead of having that, you just have them reacting spontaneously. And it can be really fun to have that level of surprise that I think that doing, role playing over or Zoom or whatever, that there's more opportunity for that in a cool way.
So I have just some short practical things for just acting and doing improv over Zoom in general. The first one is recognize that it's more difficult. Recognize that it's not a three-dimensional forum, and it's harder to read visual cues. And because of that, there's been studies on this, it's actually more exhausting for your brain. So make your campaign, your sessions shorter, take more breaks, let people have more breaks so they can focus better. It's much harder to focus during Zoom. Another thing that comes up a lot in my acting classes, but also when I play games online, is it's hard to tell who's talking to who. Use names often than you think you would. Like in an in-person game, you might just look at the person or turn to face them. Use names frequently so there's no confusion. And the last one is, and it's kind of related to the names thing, make it even more clear when you're in and out of character. So if you have something that you're saying to the other players, not as your character, maybe have a hat that you take off or put on. It could be a physical item that you use as a visual cue, or just have a different voice, or make it very clear, just so that, because we don't have as much to work off of in the space visually, have some kind of system where they know when you're in character.
I also want to add that you can make this a multimedia experience too. One of my favorite moves of GM moves of all time was Austin ran a game. He ran a Shadowrun game, and then somebody was like, "Oh, I want to hack this computer," and he said, "I hate the hacking rules for Shadowrun," and he pulled out Super Mario 64 and he plopped it in and he threw him the controller. He said, "All right, you got 3 minutes. For every red coin you get, you're going to get another degree of information from this hack." Oh my God, it was awesome. Like
the
you
look
can
on
do
his
that.
face was priceless. It was priceless.
So there's another really interesting question came in. It's very, very tactical, but I think this group is the absolute perfect group for it. Because we've been talking a lot about, the tropes of like, walking into a tavern and hanging out in a tavern. But someone asked, what are your thoughts on essentially a dry game? And I take that to mean like a game that doesn't involve just like everyone getting hammered on mead and waiting for like a prince to walk in to give you a quest. So group thoughts on dry games, or by extension, if we want to make that a broader topic, kind of avoiding certain tropes that we think might be played out.
I think the important thing here is to think about what are the opportunities to bring people together in your world that you've created outside of a tavern. For example, right now I'm playing in a game of Glitter Hearts, which is the Magical Girls game that is based in the Apocalypse World system. And we are all at a private school, and we have things like school dances. We have things like prom committee meetings. Those are the opportunities to gather and share ideas. And it's not centered around alcohol or drinking. It shouldn't be, we're teenagers. But find in your group, what are the other opportunities for community? It's just like we have so much important things that happen in our online communities now. What are your important communities in your game?
I very much encourage people not to use the tavern trope, mostly because it's dull and so done. And there's so many other things you can do. And as a non-drinker myself, I can assure you of the drinking world, there's lots of things to do that don't involve beer, and that you should explore. It's sort of to take that idea and then just sort of like, how do we start it in a non-typical way? My favorite way to start every game is a game where all the characters already know each other. You already know each other. You already are working together in some way, and we just dispense with that stupid artificial nonsense. We're like, well, we got to meet somewhere so we can have an adventure. It's like, guys, you're all sitting around the same table. Just like already be on the job. Like just start in medias res or something.
You're dividing up the gold from your last successful heist.
Like there's so many other ways we can do it. You really do not have to have that whole rigmarole where it's like, okay, now introduce your character to everyone. Just go and say, like, we already know each other. We've been adventuring together for years. Now, that's not to say you can't have them meet, but like, I think it's so much easier if you just say everybody knows each other.
Yeah.
I also think something I love to play with is rather than, relying on tropes of going into a tavern and you're waiting on the guy who sent you a message and he's going to give you a quest. I love environment, like exploration. And so I'm thinking of a time when I ran a campaign and this was fully improvised and I didn't know what their goal was going to be. I didn't know what the arc of this session was going to be. They were walking in the woods and I said, something strange just happened. Someone describe it for me. And someone was like, oh, we heard a weird whistle out in the forest. And I was like, well, how do you want to react to that? Do you want to keep going? Do you want to go investigate the whistle? And just using those cues, like, okay, what's the sound that was interesting? Now go, what do you see that is odd or out of place that you wouldn't typically find in a forest? Kind of asking a string of questions that leads you to this mysterious thing that kind of organically gets built. And, I might have an idea after a couple rounds of questions where it's like, okay, I think they've described this weird whistle. They are going to run into a trap of this person who's trying to to trick all the druids who live in the area into falling into these pits in the ground. And so I'll start to come up with maybe an idea in my head, and then it's up to them to discover it. But they're going to continue to pull apart little pieces of the environment and just slowly get there. And it's also narratively interesting. It's cool when I don't know how it's starting, but when you start really small and focus and dive deep on that one little thing and then start to expand out and follow it, it can be a really cool way to start a game without feeling like you're falling into traditional tropes.
It's a little bit like that improv game, Follow the Action. where you start off with like one scene and then a player will leave the scene and you follow where they go and you see what's important to them by the scene they start. And then within that scene, another player might leave and you'll start to dive deep into this world that they've created and you'll see what they find interesting by what they choose to start as each scene progresses.
Something I've always wanted to try and never actually have is a collaboratively built world in which you start everybody say, okay, you come up with a basic setting idea. Okay, medieval Europe, sure, whatever. You start in a town and then like everything outside of that town and the kingdom they live in and like what's going on in the kingdom and so on and so forth, the stuff that the players determine as we go. And that they basically have investment in creating this whole world that I then am just in charge of managing. Now, part of the reason for doing that is because I don't want to think it up anymore. But like the other part is that is like a pure improvised game, and that it totally like the whole world you created is totally different and new. And it's in everyone would have big investment in it because they would have made it and it would have been a ton of fun. Because one of the main things you need is buy-in, right? You need the players to buy in to what you're doing. And if they're in on it, it's great.
That's one of the big mechanics in Knights of Prospect, which is the show that Samantha and I are in, is because it's essentially half live play and half improv show. We really want to show the audience that really we're doing a lot of improv, and I don't have some secret screen with a bunch of notes and settings. So often at the start of a show, I'll say, okay, well you're in a town. I want one of you to name the town. And I want every other person to give me a sentence about what makes the town interesting. And boom, now we have our town. All I knew going in was, in that town, the mayor's been kidnapped. But everything else is built, everything is built by the players in full view of the audience. And what's fun is you really can, in terms of setting, in terms of character motivations, you can give up so much control to your players and still ultimately make it be about the thing you, the GM, want it to be about, which is like, oh, we got to rescue someone that's been kidnapped. Everything else is up for grabs.
Players are horses.
When you're stumped.
Go ahead, Austin.
Oh, sorry. There's a really quick, this reminds me of a really quick stump trick. Like, so say somebody fumbled on a roll and you need to come up with something that happens to them and you can't think of what it is. You go around the table and ask each person to give you what could the result of that fumble be. And because they naturally want to one up each other, the ideas will get progressively weirder. And then you roll a die based on the number of people there, and that's the thing you pick. If you're ever stuck, do that. It's always great. It's tons of
I also had, before a session started, I had people drop pictures of random places, like someone drew a picture of like a mobile home with weird waves coming out of the top, and after I kept them, and then whenever I needed a new location, instead of thinking about it, I just shuffled through the pictures of locations that they drew, and I pulled it out and I was like, this is where we're going.
Here's where we are today.
That's awesome.
If you've never done it before, it sounds terrifying to go into a game where like, I only know a couple of things. Like there's a villain and there's this and there's, like, but you can come across as such a genius when you leave yourself all these breadcrumbs in the story, like, oh my God, when that person they passed on the path with the baby carriage in the first session is actually the big villain, like you can. There's so much that when you create it together seems so much more impressive and awesome and fun.
Yeah, and if there is a mistake, like if there's confusion, if there's a mistake, it's okay to say, oh, we were not on the same page. Let's rewind a little bit and reset.
Oh my God, absolutely. Oh, that did not happen. Or, you know what? Words everybody's afraid to say as a GM, I don't know.
Yeah, take a break, figure it out.
Give me a minute. Everybody go get some pizza rolls, and I'm going to think about this for a minute. And whether
I want pizza rolls, Bobby.
Yeah, they're so good. So we have about 30 seconds left. This has been a jam-packed hour. So obviously, everyone watching, thank you all so much for watching. But before we go, can I ask each of these very august panelists to give us like one sentence to end on, one parting thought, one parting shot?
Get in trouble, and
Love
trust that the GM is going to make that trouble lots of fun. And that's the key to the greatest role-playing sessions I ever had.
The GM gets to cheat, and the players get to win.
Even as a GM, you're allowed to be curious about the things that happen. That's not just a state the players have to be in.
I would just say, share the storytelling and don't have so much pride as a GM that you're afraid to do that.
And I'll close out with mine, which is the players and the GMs are all on the same team, and it is the story team. And you're all going to work together to build one. Folks, enjoy the rest of PAX Online. Thank you all so much for coming to this panel. We love doing it live at PAX East, and we love doing it here. Thank you for having us. Good night, everybody.
Yay!
Bye.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Glies 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future? Or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
Hey, welcome and good evening. You are back again for the Omegathon. You see the lovely 6 Omeganauts here in front of you. Say hi to your mom. Mr. Tom Makita is letting you know. It's the note of the day. We are back tonight. We have some Horizon Chase Turbo happening. It is a fun, Hot Wheels-esque is the feel I get when I think about this game, racing game. I feel like you could have picked this game up out of a cereal box on a CD-ROM back in the day to play on your computer. I have already surprised them and made them unlock a mode that I told them would not be available and they couldn't have, and then unlocked all the cars and gave them an opportunity to pick whatever car it is that they actually want to drive now that I made them delete everything they had in the game. So we are ready to throw them for as many loops as I possibly can. For our Grand Prix ranking, in case you missed it last night or haven't checked up in on the Discord, right now Wolfox is dangerously close to pulling away with 30 points. It's pretty much now or never. The entire 5 remaining Omeganauts below him need to blow him out of the water this round, or he's going to pretty much secure that #1 spot. GTA is in second place with 20 points, but Not Safe Baba Fett is right behind at 14, and Mr. Thomas Kita at 13. Targaryoke at 11 and Crystal Bubbles at 8 are not out, but have definite work if they are going to make it up into this. And if not, then they're just here to be our 5th and 6th people as we run these and have a good time, because I hope, like me, they're having a good time hanging out this hour every night. It's always a fun end to the day for me, and a fun, nice start to the morning, hopefully, for G-Tamp and Crystal Bubbles and those of you down under who are joining us. They are going to be running a endurance mode race, which normally, if you were playing this game, would have you run 12, but we don't have time for 12 laps. So we're doing the first 4 inside their endurance mode. They're getting a Grand Prix score. We'll take their Grand Prix score and compare them against how everybody else does. It'll be extra interesting because it's random races. They got new cars, all the bells and whistles this time around. So I think that we will have a good time with this race, and I sure hope that somebody picks the motorcycles, and you'll see why if we get the motorcycles selected. Wolfox, you are our lead. It is the chance for everybody to get to watch you and see what kind of bar you place. Wolfox selecting his car, looking for the deja vu, perhaps.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but this seems like it's good all around.
All right. Well, we're looking for your first 4 races here, so we don't have to worry about anything else. Welcome to Endurance, the game mode. You got to stay above 5th place to stay in. If they get below 5th place, they're done, and we take their score at that point. So stay in the top 5 to get all 4 runs. Go ahead whenever you are ready, Wolfox. We can take off here.
All right, so far I'm liking the name of this first one. Morning Walk. Unless it's being, like that is actually super hard.
The first race of these endurances are a relatively simple loop. Yep. The crash mechanics are extra bouncy in this game and send you flying off. And on these early courses, you might not notice it, but the fuel actually does come into play. The fuel meter up in the upper right-hand corner will slowly drift down. And it'll be extra embarrassing if someone runs out of fuel during their race, but we'll enjoy it on the audience side. This is laps 1 of 3 in 5th place, which is at least inside the continuing score. Moving on up.
I did it! Oh, we're not narrating the driver?
The driver, yeah. You can, you should, yeah.
You lack discipline. Not sure how you're coming first.
No, that was the car behind lacks discipline. He was yelling at the driver of the little black car.
Yep.
Into that final lap, still holding strong on fuel.
Yeah, this is a pretty simple map starting out here.
If there was a good way to bump you guys into mid-maps, we would have done that. But there's no real good way to get there, so we have to take the first 4. Map 4 starts to get a little bit challenging. If we do happen to run into a tie, we will have them race off in one of the control levels that we can set to make sure that they are running all the same level. And then we'll just go based off of time.
Nice.
Cool.
All
Yeah,
right,
then
so
shoot.
this Grand Prix score comes on top. You can see plus 20 points. A chance to modify your car a little bit. Pick what you want. I made them go through this whole process of deleting hidden files in their Steam drive so that no car upgrades existed, and then now they're in here getting to upgrade their cars.
Yeah, starting out these races is always like the worst part because you're just constantly hitting everyone. And
Yeah, they put you in that block in the back, and
And then they just so happen to always drift in front of you.
yeah.
Yep. Dodge 'em cars.
Yep.
Focus!
These weather effect maps are rough. They're just
They're better than
difficult
the night
otherwise.
maps.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah, the night
All
maps
the
are-
blinding lights. It's pretty, but it's distracting.
This reminds me that one of my son's favorite songs to listen to on Spotify right now is the Frappe board from Mario Kart.
Yeah.
You just like listen to it on repeat. It's like, it's the Mario song. I'm like, yeah, sure, kid, whatever.
You don't know the Mario song.
Hey, if I can listen to that driving instead of, Baby Shark and
That's true.
That's, yeah.
Chico Chico Bon Bon, then I'm all right.
I like to subject my kids to a mix of like NPR podcasts and then like inappropriate rap music.
Hey, Wu-Tang's for the children.
Just
Come
to
on
really
now.
round it out. My younger son has finally accepted that songs will have inappropriate words, and that he doesn't have to use them just because he heard them, and he can like just let them go by.
Nice.
But for a long time, he would be like, "God swore," and I'm like, "It's fine. It doesn't hurt you."
Damn.
All right, third place. Let's open the door, everybody. It can happen.
Yeah, I didn't crash at all. That was kind of rough. Let's see. Sure.
Add some more nitro. All right, going on to track 3. Yet again in the back, no matter how well you place. This is quite the course. Looks like an airplane.
Beautiful.
And some kind of like monster St. Louis arch on the side there. On 2 sides. Does the DeLorean feel any different than the base cars that you practice with the whole time, Wolf?
Not really. It's got pretty good handling, but top speed could be better.
My family will be so proud.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he has the initial D car, not the DeLorean.
Right.
Oh, is this initial D?
Oh, it's called Deja Vu, so.
Yeah.
It looks good in pink. I like it.
It's doing all right on fuel, but missed those fuel tanks.
That'll be fine. It's final lap, so.
Is there fuel or restart every match?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, that'd be tricky if it didn't do that.
I know. If it
Yeah.
didn't, then you had to hold on. You've made it to your pit crew between races. There's a refill. Now he's fine.
And someone ran into him.
I know. The extra push. Back into first place. That window that opened up in race 2 is not a very big window, but that crack is there.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to what tracks you get.
That is the beautiful danger of this is it's all random. All right, this is it. Race 4. We're going to get your standing after this race. This looks like a friendlier track 4 than most of the tracks that I've seen at track 4. So I feel like you lucked out here.
Yeah, I still think I was cheated out of that second one.
Are they pretty random?
It's all random, yeah.
Oh boy.
Yep. I don't expect to see a repeat map, which is much more interesting for everyone watching. God, that bump every time. It just sends the other car flying. There we go. You lack discipline. I don't know if that's just a comment or meant to be an insult. Like, hey, you lack discipline, or hey, I've noticed as a driver. Well, 3 of 4. First place is not too far ahead. Oh,
way.
Oh. Some Days of Thunder mess right here. Oh, inside.
Wow.
All right.
Ooh, fuck.
First place. There's a slight opening. Let's see. That's 58 points total.
Yep.
All right.
Out of what?
Okay.
60?
58 out of 60. That window is there. It's not big, GTA.
Or is it 78?
80. It's 80.
78. 78 out of 80. Okay.
Yeah, that was just that one. So
that was that one. All right. All right. I'm going to jump off of your screen. GTA, you are up next. Let me find yours. All right. Now we're going for a sleek muscle car. Gotta stay in that 5th place. This looks like a similar opener. God, what would be the odds? It's not the same one. This is just Into the Woods, though.
Out of my way. I'm leaning forward, so you know I'm taking.
So you know you're serious. I'm in.
Don't you know leaning forward makes you go faster?
I'm ready as fuck.
You gotta lean. Is it lean into the curve or lean away now, just for balance? God.
There's a horn button.
There's a horn feature?
Really?
I didn't discover a horn feature.
I didn't either.
yeah, I didn't know that.
You just sit there and honk and tell everyone to move.
Gets rid of my rage.
All right, into that final lap. 3rd place, still sitting on some nitros to pick up.
I realized.
And the first. I played with a whole scoring mechanism that was going to give you bonus points if you kept your nitro. It got real complicated.
Oh boy.
All right, sneaking in at first place. 20 points on the board, race 1. Now comes a little bit of adjustment, suspension, air intake, exhaust. Pick your upgrade.
Just doing that one.
Just went for suspension. Lock capital.
And clearly the French Alps in the back.
I wonder if every card has a different horn sound. That would be interesting.
I don't know. What's the horn button?
Back, I think. By default, I changed it.
Oh.
Today, capiche?
Oh no! Oh no!
A lot of time. A lot of time.
I was still on lap 1.
Plenty of
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
That's a good thing about those nitros. You just hop right back in.
Yeah, and they throw some bonus nitros around the track on these ones. Oh!
This is my last nitro.
Get out of the way!
Use your horn.
Gotta be in that top 5, but we got time. Nice. Final lap.
Nearly hit the edge.
Yeah, I know.
I was close. Have to take my foot off the gas.
All right, there's that 3rd place. One and 2 aren't too far ahead. Oh no! Okay, you had a good lead.
Phew.
All right, that's another 3rd at that course too.
Yeah, it's a second one then.
You need better handling.
Yeah, still no nighttime course yet. That guy did not like you right there.
Determined.
Go away. Now I have this fear that all of you guys are going to go like first, third, first, and then we're going to have like this 6-way tie.
I like that idea.
And then it's all going to come down to one race off again. And we're like, why do we do the other races? What was the point of these?
Surprise, we got one more day.
God, now all I can think about is how upset I am. I never discovered the horn feature while I was playing.
Yeah, I'll probably go through and play through this game. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Yeah,
it's fun.
It's really fun. Oh, look at that. You got a coin icon that does a thing. Oh, don't look at that. Drive your car.
If you get all the nitro coins on the field, then it gives you a
that
boost
icon.
right there.
Does it actually help you in placement?
Yeah, it gives you a boost at that moment. So
It's like a free nitro.
yeah, it's nice, but it's not
I don't
necessary.
know if I needed it right now.
4-4. All right, and a third. All right. For my own scoring system, I feel good about that third place right there. It makes the spread start to happen. All right, into race 4. Some extra nitro. Oh. All right, this is the race. It's the rite of passage. What a aptly named race. No way. Ooh. That was that same silver, like, Dodge Charger-esque car that was going for you last time. See, oh, you poor thing. Like, who came up with these dialogue lines? Like, no way? That works. Like, I've crashed, no way. But, oh, you
some
poor
models.
thing. It's like a grandma's driving in this race. Oh, you poor thing.
Oh dear.
It never feels like the other cars run into you enough. It's
No.
always the other way around.
Oh.
Out of my way. Why did I use it there?
That's okay, it got you clear. Oh, no, no!
So I'm fifth, but
Final lap. Those fuel tanks could have been important. You're not quite getting the low fuel mark yet.
Oh,
That's
you had to
okay.
say it.
Travis!
You had to say it.
Oh no.
You still managed to coast to
Wow.
it done. All
Wow,
right.
yeah.
with
Okay.
low fuel, not empty fuel.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. That's the 56, and then it'll give you the plus 19. Go ahead and confirm it's in the next one. 75 total.
3 points lower. I think.
All right. There's still room for movement. Crystal bubbles.
Let's go, Crystal Bubbles.
Ah!
Heck yeah.
All right.
is-
All right. I have selected the Bliss.
Look at that.
Modern Miracle.
That's a nice
Yeah.
car. I like that one.
See.
Wait. I'm on
Wait.
the wrong person.
Well,
Hold
I'm
on.
starting.
It's fine. You can start. I'll catch up. I just don't know what your car looks like now. It'll be exciting.
It's pretty and blue. And that's really the most important thing.
Those are the two important things. Look at that solid takeoff. Nicely bumped.
That's right. Just get out of my way.
Keep calm and let me pass. It is an old
Helpful.
lady. It is an old lady driving all of these cars. Oh, you poor dear. All right. Cleanly into 5th place. Remembering the nitro.
Yep, that's key.
That's a good bump from behind.
Yeah.
Take you out of that spin. Just one car in front now on this final lap. Now I'm all alone, or something to that effect. Ignorance is not always bliss.
On topic.
On that note, register to vote. Check your voter registration, Australians. All right, first place in. All right,
achievement, brave and bold.
There we go.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah. Now I have no clue. Someone help.
Well, look at the bars up above, and they'll move different things around on the bars up above.
Oh, let's go faster.
Don't go with suspension like I did by accident.
All right, race number 2. This has been the tricky race the whole time. Here's your chance to pull away.
La Capital. Them Alps again.
We've seen them Alps. You know the course. You saw it one time.
And automatically committed to memory forever.
Don't. Watch out for those little arrow things, those chevrons. We know they're trouble.
Thanks. Pro tip, yo. Don't hit the wall. So I remember when I was a kid and I first played racing games, I'm like, I can just use the wall to turn.
I'll just drive around the circle and have the wall make my course.
Yeah, just slam into the wall. That'll right me right. That's totally how racing works.
I do like to think that since no damage happens and cars bounce so hard, these are nothing but solid rubber and wheels and motor.
Mm-hmm. They're just giant bumper cars.
Yeah.
Sounds like something they would have wanted to build at Action Park.
Ooh!
Ooh!
Oh.
Hey, where'd that guy come from?
Behind.
They're not supposed to pass you. You're supposed to be passing them. A first or a second place would be a big win here.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
All right, final lap. Oh.
That's my last nitro.
The third place is the second course curse, but all we need now is to find that first place car. Oh, and you get the extra nitro. Final point.
No! Come back!
No. Not when you wanted it.
Oh, worst timing ever.
That's okay. You're a little bit faster than this yellow car. You're gaining on him, but do you have time? Oh no!
Wow.
Second race.
Third place.
Oh.
God.
Oh, well.
Man.
Oh, well.
Course 2.
All right. What do we need? We need handling.
All right.
That was not handling, was it? That was. All right.
Nice little seaside race.
Just cruise on down the beach. No problem. Ooh! Bonus! Oh, dang.
Oh, you got another one.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is
fine. This is fine.
Go away, black car. Like, who do you think you are? Vin Diesel? Go away.
With this water always staying on your left side, calling this seaside. Oh, maybe there we go. It felt like you were driving around a big lake.
Oh.
You know as well as I do that Seaside is not lake.
No. It's also not this sunny.
Ever.
It's also a good point to note that even though Jersey Shore took place at Seaside in New Jersey, not everyone is like the Jersey Shore.
You may have just disappointed half of the people watching. They're like, no, but
Oh man, I was gonna go there next summer. Had my hair all perfectly coiffed.
Oh, no!
What?
Oh no! That's the low fuel warning.
Okay,
You've got one. You got fuel coming up.
Yep.
Where?
Right
Oh!
there. Oh
You got
no,
some.
that was only
Oh.
one tank.
That
Oh,
was
and there's
one
only
stop.
one fuel stop on this track.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Well,
Guess you're walking.
Be right back. I've got to run to the gas station. You do have one nitro, and you can actually run the nitro without the gas.
Just on
Like,
nitro.
Just it in nitro, yeah. Third place. Okay, that's good. No. That's okay. 5. All that matters is top 5. Because that gets you into that next race.
You're almost to the gas tank.
It's real close.
Oh,
Oh no!
Just passed him.
no!
You
Just
just
passed-
passed him.
oh no!
Somebody bump her from
Oh.
behind.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no! Oh.
fuel is important.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh.
Wow.
All right,
That
hit
feels
confirm.
pretty crap.
Oh, did it lose our points? Oh, it lost our points too. Let's see. So we had a 20 and is it 17 or 18 at third place? 18. And then a 1. So we are at 39. Oh man.
That feels bad. So
You were doing
everyone up next,
so well.
fuel. Fuel.
One tank, one little tub of gas would have got you across that line.
Heartbreaking.
All right, Mr. Thomas, let's jump in here and see what vehicle has been selected to go with.
We gotta take the shades off and get serious here. I'm going
the Explorer. Time to go back.
Explorer. Yeah.
Max speed
Where we're
of
going.
88 miles per hour.
Where we're going, we don't need roads. Alright. Skulls and spikes. Haven't seen this one yet.
Well, that's a pretty straightforward track.
Wow.
A nice square. But you still got to get out of that back of the pack bumper car action. Guess you guys aren't ready yet. Don't forget the fuel tank. Oh.
Oh.
Back to the future. They threw it out there.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Stop watching your quotes. We'll read them for you.
Stop texting and driving.
That's what. Yeah. Keep your eyes on the road.
Get out of the way.
This is heavy.
It's 6 laps.
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Wait, Doc.
You have to go 6 laps on this one?
It's a small, tight little lap, though. So.
This is like Baby Park.
Yeah.
To make up for it.
The Discord is onto the match Crystal Bubbles score again.
Did you see the breakdown I put in there last night? I went through and
I do appreciate it.
Everybody's distance. No more nitro. Now you got to win this race on your skills.
Come on!
Ooh. All right. Okay.
All right.
Still good.
That still leaves the hole open to get past Wolfox.
All right, we're going exhaust. How come I got all the crazy weird ones, but everybody else got the same ones?
Got snow.
I don't know.
Yeah,
The
there's some
desert is
snow.
that crazy weird.
Well, did we just lose Mr. Thomas?
Oh no.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Oh no! Wait, we're back. Stuff happened.
Oh.
We lost you for a minute, but you're there, so it's all right. That was a lot of nitro coins. On the lead into a straightaway. That'll be real handy. So will that line of fuel tanks.
Yes, collect fuel. Oh my god, collect fuel.
My internet connection is unstable. It says, "Oh no."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's Zoom.
We just needed to hold on for 3 more races.
Only 3.
Let's go, internet.
Come on.
Oh.
There's 2 even on in one. Come on, what are you doing here?
Final lap. All right, you're in the curse place. All you got to do is, there we go.
Give him a
Oh,
boost.
There we
that
go.
was
Oh, that
nice.
was that was not the guy in first.
Oh,
Come on.
where is he? Gaining on him.
You're gaining on him. You're picking him up.
Nope.
Oh,
No way.
Oh no.
Well, you broke the curse though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 more first places, and you can slide in at 1 point above Wolfox, I think.
Be a tied score.
19 and 19. Yes, it'd be the tie. Your nitro needs to lay down like some tire flames,
Seriously.
not just the like exhaust flame. That was a nice
Suddenly
dodge
you're in a
right
Western
there.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the same course, but all of a sudden it's a Westerner. Or Future City Street. Hover cars. Everybody else is a hover car.
And Emily.
Scram! I'm cutting in.
No.
Oh! That lead group is just a tiny bit ahead of you. That helps pick up those first 2. Ah. Extra fuel tanks, always important.
Very important. At least you finished.
At least it finished.
The gardens, that sounds peaceful enough.
Yeah. It's a nice, easy race to finish on. 5 laps.
Ooh, there's your fire.
Yeah, that spun you through an extra nitro.
Hang these turns.
We need to get to 88 miles per hour.
That's it.
Much faster than that.
We got to slow down a little bit. That needs to be like the mod in this car. Is you can hold 88 for like one straightaway, and they'll just teleport you right to the end. Just whoop, you win. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
We know that warning.
No.
Oh, and you're a ways away from fuel. No! That's okay. You're going to get around this corner and be on somewhat of a straightaway, and you could nitro it to the next fuel.
Should be able to
dump.
make it.
Ooh. Oh, already?
Oh, yeah.
Should have enough to take him through the...
Come on.
Maybe.
Ooh,
Oh, well
okay.
done.
Well, you made
Well
it through the
done.
finish.
Yep.
All right. I get over 73. Okay. Let's find Boba Fett. All right, Boba Fett, first place here would push you into a strong second place in the overall rankings.
All right.
No pressure.
No pressure. Asphalt
and
and
sunshine.
sunshine. Okay.
Sounds like a nice leisurely drive. Just a nice afternoon.
It's LA.
cruise.
There's no
It's an
leisurely
evening.
drive.
There's your nighttime board.
Yep, there's the night board.
Of course I get that first one.
Oh, this is the first night one.
From night into morning, I guess.
It's a yeah. Part of your lap is in sunrise.
Pardon
Show
me,
must
sirs.
go on. At least the AI is not competing with you for those gas tanks.
Oh yeah, right.
Even if it was kind of Mario Kart style, where like they've picked them up and they'll
That would
hop
be
back in a little bit
infuriating.
later, but they're just ahead of you and keep sucking up the gas tanks. Don't forget your nitros. A nice long straightaway.
Victory will be mine!
2 laps left.
So convenient.
final lap. Let's see, they're right ahead of you. There we go. Inevitable.
Is that what it said?
That's what it said.
Are you an evil villain?
Yeah, I think so. All right. Securing that first place. Off to a great start.
All right.
Now time for some consideration. What do we need?
Hello. Oh, that's okay. I'll use this edge.
Increase that top speed, pick up a little bit of handling. Oh, it's La Capital.
Wow. Oh, this again.
Wow.
You've seen it twice now. This race will be easy.
Oh,
You should be able to just drive one-handed with this race.
as long as they stay out of my way. Stop it.
That is not what
Oh.
these robot cars do.
Like, oh, there's somebody approaching.
They don't make a good case for self-driving cars. If this was your best use scenario.
Like Oregon freeways all over again.
Well, Mr. Thomas broke the curse of course 2, so you're free to get first place on it now.
Oh shit!
Oh no! We mentioned it before. Watch out for those chevrons. They're bad news.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, you drove past those fuel tanks.
Sure did.
Who needs fuel?
I do.
You're halfway around this course. They're just a little bit ahead of you.
Oh, pardon me, sir.
Using that last nitro. Might be good anytime.
Oh, man.
Or that third place curse is back.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, great.
It's that elite 275 you gotta watch out for in your course. Targario, we need to make sure we get the car selection screen on when you log on so we can just show a few of these models. Even if you've got yours selected, we gotta at least get the motorcycle skins up there so that everybody
I'm down
can
for
see
that.
There's some wacky.
See, I was thinking maybe the tiebreaker should be both players on the motorcycle.
on the motorcycle.
That would be funny.
They are unlocked. If we have a tiebreaker, we can make them drive those through San Francisco.
Pardon me.
The show must go on. plus inevitable though as a quote, so I can't figure out what is the motivation of this guy. Evil genius, small town actor. Four of 4, third place. No nitros left in the tank.
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Oh man.
Yeah, I told you, Elite 275. You got to watch out for that guy.
Oh. Zigzag. That sounds awesome.
I need to train harder. Maybe he's a small town actor trying to get the Thanos position in the local production of Avengers Endgame. He's got to train harder because he's got to be bigger because Thanos is a big guy.
Deal with it.
Deal with it.
Oh shit.
I think I tried to throw you into a sign.
Its turns keep getting me.
You're right on top of him. Oh no! Well, that's a nitro boost. You got one.
Oh,
This is
Oh
it.
man.
All right, that was race 4. 74.
1 point difference.
1 point difference between you and GCA. Oh man! All right. Targaryen Oak.
all right.
That
You
was
want me to
tough.
find the?
Real quick, we got to get to the motorcycles
All
just
right,
so we can
so-
see.
Can you see?
Francois, it ought to be hopping up here, I believe, on the stream soon. But just we're in the bleed through of finishing out Boba Fett's run. As tight as these scores, though, are, I feel pretty vindicated as my made-up, scoring mechanism.
Is this meant to be from Ghost?
This one is from Ghost. There's a lot of great skins. if she scrolls up and down through the ghosts.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Yeah, it started as the first karate guy, and then you get like here. You get the ghost couple, Rosie the Riveter.
Yeah, this is Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Michael
Yeah.
Jackson Thriller.
It's amazing.
The ghost was not expected.
Yeah, no, me neither. When I started cycling through those, I was like, wait, what? All right, what car are you really gonna drive?
You know, I'm feeling good about the bean-sized wonder, aka
All right.
Nano. Pretty sure that's a nickname I've been called at least once in my life, so should be a good fit.
Bean-sized wonder?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm very short, so. All right, here we go.
So you can't tell from the screen, but now I'm trying to like mentally do the math on a racing chair and like where your head is coming on the standard racing chair.
I've never been in an actual one. I just have my sort of chair. And it's a little big for me, so.
Let's see. We've got Mr. Thomas's opening course here.
We do.
The Desert Square.
Easy money is this, John Connor. Or is it an Italian job quote?
Yeah, it's a little Italian job.
You wear a monocle? Such an exotic country.
Yeah.
Indubitably.
I always get what I want. The catch with this small course is it's hard to tell who it is that's in front of you.
I know.
There you go. There's second. Final lap. That was him. All right. Fuel just in case. All right.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, I got brave and bold too now. All right. Sure. Arid.
Back-to-back deserts on both the desert runs. Just gotta break away from this pack, and then the road's yours.
Actually have the coins on this one. Give me them coins.
I'll acknowledge our time warning they gave me, but not stress you about it. It's fine.
I appreciate it.
If this were a real PAX, there'd be an enforcer in the back waving a sign at me now, giving me a disappointed face, and I'd be like, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do.
Oh dear.
I can just say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you on my screen. You must have been in the background.
Picking up fuel to stay in first. Look at that! That's a first place finish in run
Nice.
2.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that happen at all.
Nailing it.
Woo. All right, what's next? Feeling the differentials.
All right, track 3 to the
Circus.
circus.
Where I belong.
This does feel like it could be a clown car that you're driving. You know,
Oh,
if it
look at
stopped
that
and
course.
just people poured out of it.
It's true.
I'm looking at the map, and it looks like either Flubber or Gak.
Yeah.
I know I'm dating myself there, but
I loved Flubber.
I was thinking more like a Ditto.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, ditto.
Nice.
I appreciate that this little Mini Cooper only has a single exhaust. They didn't try and at all soup it up so that when you do your nitro, you only get one little flame out the side. It's that final lap. They're right in front.
Oh, I actually
Oh.
did not mean to hit that.
Go.
Oh.
Second place.
Hopefully.
There it is. Finish line's just around the corner. Whoo!
Whoa.
All right, all I ask now is don't come in third.
Okay. I'll try my best.
First, second, fourth, that's fine. Third place would be trouble.
You're gonna jinx it.
Yeah. It's nice and balanced. Ooh, wild night. Well, that can't be good.
There's the horn. Was that the horn?
No, I think that was somebody's phone.
Oh. Man, that would have been so great if it was some kind of weird blah blah horn on that little guy.
I don't know what
Tricked you.
what the button is on controller, so
Don't worry about it now.
I'm not.
Focus on not getting third. That's all that matters. Oh
God!
You don't have to
All right.
come in at the bottom. It's fine. You can come in, like I said.
Well,
One or two's okay
what
also.
the- Whoa!
That guy
Oh my
is-
goodness! Did you see that? Oh,
Road
Yeah.
rage.
This map is mean.
Yeah, these courses are kind of mean.
I'm gonna accept and hear the underhanded that I was mean by picking these courses. I'm gonna own it.
Sure were. We couldn't practice these ones unless we got all the way to the top.
That was the secret.
That's good and a bad thing.
Final lap,
Alrighty.
Got
fourth
this.
place. Don't stay here.
Oh.
That misses. Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, no!
Gar.
Okay. I don't normally have any vested interest in who wins what or anything.
I wish I
but-
didn't miss those.
You got it.
Oh.
Oh. Well done.
By 1 point.
Yeah.
About time someone else got first.
Oh.
Now I don't have to go first next time.
Did I actually get first?
You got first,
Yeah.
79 points.
You just got yourself
Oh,
first.
man.
Woo!
All right. Our wrap up in order here. Targaryok pulling away 79 points
Wow.
for a first place win. Wolfox coming in second at 78 points. GTA at 75. Babafett at 74. Mr. Thomas at 73.
Man.
Big Crystal at 39
Oh,
with that running out of gas.
Yeah.
Wooden
Feels
spoon.
important, people.
Wooden spoon.
Oh, but according to Discord chat though, who gets the closest to Crystal
The
Bubbles?
closest to Crystal Bubbles would
Oh,
then
no.
be Mr. Thomas. That is,
Oh, no.
that is the exact
Congratulations,
reverse
Mr.
order.
Thomas.
Yeah, conveniently.
Closest to Crystal is the exact reverse order this time. I will get these scores tallied up and moved over to the Discord channel so you guys can follow along over there. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back on tomorrow night with Sonic Mania. It will be interesting for scoring.
Will
That's
it be
all that
manic?
I'm gonna say.
How many
Yeah. How
times
many
you die?
How many Sonics can you Sonic? So, thanks for joining us. Thank you guys for playing, and we will see everybody tomorrow. Register to vote, support Child's Play. Let's get out of here before they totally kick us off the stream.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard, and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Hello, PAX. We are live. This is PAX Online Live. There's a lot of canned content on PAX Online. A lot of people recorded their stuff in advance. Hey, that's great, so forth. No, we're live. We screw up, you get to see it happen. And by the way, that is a given. That is going to happen. I'm Mike Selinker. I am your host for this evening, but I have come with a new co-host. We're going to double host this thing. Will, tell people who you are.
Hi, I'm Will. I am a puzzle master, so to speak. I write many trivia, many games, and many puzzles to stump people.
That's correct. You've answered the first question correctly. Yeah, you're.
I knew it. I knew it. I win. Champion! Champion!
Excellent news. All right, so those of you who come to our game show before, this is a PAX tradition. I believe this is the 7th or 8th installment of this. It used to be called Mike Selinker's Can You Survive This panel, because in that panel we would, over the course of it, kill all of the audience, because that's the kind of people we are. And but we're doing something a little different this time because we don't have a live audience. I mean, you're live, obviously, thank God. We don't want you to be a dead audience, but you can't interact directly with us in the way we want. So we decided to mix it up a little bit and come up with a new name for this. It's called Sabotage Trivia. Yes, Sabotage. It's true. Sabotage. All right, so here's how this is gonna work. No, I'm sorry. Here's how the theory of this is.
Right, this is all in theory.
Yeah, we've never tried this. We don't know. But here's what we're going to do. We have gotten questions from the audience. We've each gotten about 25, 30 questions each. We haven't seen them. We haven't looked at them. We have no idea what they say, right? I am going to ask Will, we're going to go back and forth. And so I will ask Will a trivia question that you, the audience, have submitted, which is great, except this is sabotage trivia. So I'm going to sabotage the question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace one of the words in the question with a different word. Yeah, you're acting like you're surprised. I like that. What? That changes everything, Will says. He's never heard that.
I don't sign up for this at all. I'm out.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess I'm doing this alone then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace one of the words. Will has to try to figure out what the original question was. And if he can get the answer right, figure out what word was changed, he will get 2 points. Now, here's how points work. We've each chosen a sacrificial set of 100 things. So Will, would you like to tell us what you are sacrificing?
So I decided to take something from America's finest literature and rip out pages from 1 to 100 out of it. So taking a very notable book and ripping pages 1 through 100, that would be the Maze of Games by Mike Selinker. And I plan on ripping out pages 1 through 100 of this book. Critics have said this book doesn't really get good until page 101 anyway, so that's all right. That's all right. Plus, the best stuff is in the back. There's like a puzzle by me back there. So you don't want to rip out that page.
You can't rip up my book on camera.
This sounds like a great idea. No, so you're right. I wouldn't do that to this fine, wonderful literature by Little Shark Games. What I've decided to do is I decided that no matter what my score is, here at the end, I'm going to donate that much money to feedingamerica.org. And I recommend that everybody else does the same thing too. For every $1 that you put out there, for every, $10 you put out there, you can get 20 meals, 200 meals, I believe, for helping people who are in need. So to help me count, I have these fine pictures of my dog Oliver with the dollar bill in the fine tradition of National Lampoon trying to sell their magazine. I have this picture of my dog with the dollar bill, and I have 100 of them. I have 100 of them to tear through in case I need to.
You're gonna rip up pictures of your dog. That's such a cute dog. You don't
look at how scared he is. Look at that. He is scared.
Oh no, it's tragic. That's tragic.
So you want to, Mike, you want to lose. Otherwise, you're making me do this to my dog.
No, I normally will. I would be completely there. I would be like, Will, I can't have you sacrificing pictures of your adorable dog, Oliver. But you have to understand what I'm putting up is a pretty serious thing. Now, everybody knows that I have some weird proclivities, and one of them is that I really love Japanese Kit Kats.
That's true.
Yeah. So I got a bag of 100 of them, and I'm gonna, every time I lose points, I'm gonna eat one of these bars.
Starting with the sriracha one, right?
Very possible. I mean, there's wasabi in here. There's rum raisin, uji matcha, all sorts of things. Now, importantly, each bar comes with 2, so I'm gonna only eat one of those. Whatever. But my wife says that I'm going to be so sick, and she's probably right. So if you've got if you're watching this, just dial the 9 and the 1 now, and just hit the 1 when you think it's really necessary.
Yeah. I mean, when we see Kit Kat sweats coming down, we'll be a little worried. Now, Mike, those are like legal, right? Those are legal Kit Kats. Those
no,
are,
they're 100%. They're Japanese Kit Kats. In Japan, they basically they have some mad scientists who create radioactive monsters and variant
Kit Kat and various Kit Kats. That's right.
Yeah, and so the radioactive monster business is kind of down these days. So they're mostly Japan's economy is Kit Kats, and so
that makes sense. I mean, that's how you survive a pandemic.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna. Absolutely. That's what we're gonna do. I have one more announcement to make, and then we're gonna start. Okay. If you like these kind of trivia games, things we make, I want to show you this. Something we announced today. Is very first announcement from us is we made a game called Hint. You can get this from the Asmodee store starting today. And so if you want to play a game that's of this kind of mindset, go there, go to Asmodee, hit the store, and pick up a copy. You'll get one of the first copies ever. It's a really fun game, so go play it. All right, commercial time over.
But hey, I have something announced too. If you like any of these surviving pictures of Oliver, I'm willing to sell you these and give that money to charity.
That's
so
correct.
He survived. Look at that guy. Right?
He's adorable. You can't rip that up. All right. So I'm going to show you how this works. You ready? You ready to play? You ready to play?
I'm in.
Okay. All right. So here's how this is going to work. It's just very simple. Let's say one of the fine folks out there submitted the trivia question, how many moons does Earth have? Right? And Will, being a relatively smart guy, has looked up in the sky at least once in his life and noticed that there's only one moon up there, right? So if I ask him that question, he's going to go 1, and I'm going to lose. So I have to change one of the words in that. So I'm going to change it to marshmallows. How many marshmallows does the Earth have? Now, Will could then think, oh, I haven't changed any of the words. Let me count up all the marshmallows. Or he can theorize that the answer is moons and come back with 1. If he gets it right, I lose 2 points. If he doesn't get it right, then he can ask me for the real question, and I will say, oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I meant it was this. I'll read him the real question. And then if he gets that right, then I only lose 1 point. Okay. And whoever gets down to 0, whoever is the loser of the game. Okay. So you're playing for what charity again? I'm sorry.
I'm going to play for feedingamerica.org.
Excellent. I will be playing for the hometown crowd. I'll be playing for Child's Play, one of my favorite charities. So we're gonna let's raise some money. And all of you out there, please go to childsplay.com, go to feedingamerica.com, kick in some money if you like seeing 2 grown men do stupid things like this. All right. Will, would you like to?
One of us is going to get really sick tonight.
One of us is not going to be viewed very well by his dog. So
it's true, and I read his journal. I read his journal every night. So trust me, it's not going well right now as it is.
All right. So would you like to receive first or give first?
I will receive.
All right. I'm going to read the first question. It's by a fellow named Dean Gersh. Okay. All right. Here's a question for you, Will. And again, I haven't changed any words in this. Don't worry about it. If Washington is the evergreen state, what is New Jersey?
Oh, man. Evergreen state. Oh.
Yeah. No. Will, I will let you know that Washington is the evergreen state.
Yeah, I'm going to think that you changed New Jersey. It's like Jersey is York or something. So I'm going to guess the Empire State.
You are correct. I did change York to Jersey. You have shown. So this now requires me to eat a Japanese Kit Kat. What flavor will it be? This appears to be chestnut.
Wasabi.
Oh, no,
Wasabi.
we'll get to that later.
Oh.
We'll get to that later. I'm not starting with wasabi. I'm going to be eating this chestnut flavor. Kit Kat.
Chestnuts going down the.
All right.
Give us a review on 4 stars. How was it? 1 through 4.
Chestnut's very good. Chestnut's like a 3.5. Good luck, everybody. You get to hear me chew during this game. It's great.
If you're on Twitch, you guys can go ahead and share answers with each other. We're not looking at any of the stream right now, so feel free to guess the answers, guess what you think we're going to be saying and what we're going to change. We won't see any of that. Go on Discord as well. Whatever you go on one of those internet things. Discord. Discord. That cord.
All right.
Discord.
Any cord
Sounds better.
Hey, Will, do you have a question
Are you ready?
for me? Yeah.
Mike, I have a question. I have not changed the words at all. Lord Baden-Powell is best known for founding the Boy Scouts. What much larger mall is located diagonally across the street from the Baden-Powell house? This comes from Richard Aronson.
Okay, so it's across from the Baden-Powell house, right? Oh man, did you change the word mall? Oh boy, what is opposite the Boy Scout headquarters? I think you changed the word. You added the word mall. Where is that? I think it's hospital, and I think it's the Mayo Clinic.
You had correct that it wasn't the mall, it's the museum.
Museum is your word, okay.
It's the Victoria and Albert Museum.
Oh, you didn't give me a chance to do. You didn't give me a chance.
Sorry. Go ahead and answer, Mike. What do you think it is?
I think it's the Victoria and Albert Museum.
Ooh, no, it's the Albert and Victoria Museum.
Oh,
You're so close. Of course you were. So you obviously have the question right, and you actually knew what the word was. You just didn't have the right one. So, Oliver.
Hi, Oliver. Oh, you ripped up your dog. All right, you ready for another question?
There's a special place in hell for me right now. But go ahead.
Absolutely. Mine is going to be a special place in the hospital.
That's true.
This is from Michael Anderson. Categories: Disney. Okay, I'm going to read this question here. Oh, sure. Right.
I think you changed the word "sure."
No, it's good. I got it. Okay. In the live-action Beauty and the Beast movie, Josh Gad played Gaston's sidekick LeFou. What other well-known non-Disney sidekick did Josh Gad voice?
I didn't catch the last part of that. I think.
Okay, let me read it. Okay, so you got the Josh Gad part at the beginning.
Yes.
In the live-action Beauty and the Beast movie, Josh Gad played Gaston's sidekick LeFou. What other well-known non-Disney sidekick did Josh Gad voice?
I'm going to guess the non-Disney is actually, you just mean to say Disney.
Oh.
And I'm guessing you're thinking Olaf.
That's correct. You've seen through my duplicity.
Yes.
All right.
Enjoy your Kit Kat, sir.
I will. I'm going to eat the other half of this chestnut.
Ooh, okay. So do you lose 1 or 2 on that one, right? Because I knew what the question was, and I knew the answer to that question, right?
Yeah. 2. So Kit Kats come in 2 in each packet. Right. So if I lose 1 point, I'm only eating half a thing.
I see.
If I lose 2 points, I eat 2 halves of a bar. Okay.
Are you keeping score?
I am keeping score. Look, I have a lot of Kit Kats.
It's true. I have a lot of pictures of Oliver. So
I want to point out how full this bag is.
That is a full bag. And you know it could be worse. They could be like Canadian Kit Kats. They can all be like ketchup flavored or something, or poutine flavored Kit Kats.
Actually, so Canadian Kit Kats are gigantic. I would not make it through the
entire. You get 1 question. All right, Mike, are you ready for this question, which is also from Mike Anderson?
Yep.
All right. Stephen King wrote a number of novels, including Thinner, The Long Walk, and The Running Man Under a Blanket. What was the name, or what is that blanket?
Okay, so the blanket that you're referring to is the one from Misery, right? The one where no, of course, he wrote it under a pseudonym, and that pseudonym is Richard Bachman.
All right, that's 2 Olivers for you.
2 Olivers. Oh, you hold your Oliver upside down like Donald Trump holds a Bible.
Oh yeah, I'll do it with 2 hands. Sorry.
All right. Well, we're getting somewhere.
We're getting somewhere. That's right. How's your stomach so far? Good.
So
You're
far,
doing all right.
I feel great.
You feel great.
I
Okay.
feel great. That will change over time. All right. You got a root beer there, I see.
This is Sprecker's root beer. Very good.
I do love Sprecker's. It's real good. Okay. Category is psychology. This is from Jay Schneider. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Okay.
What type of mania is ibophobia?
Ibophobia? Oh my God! What type of phobia is ibophobia?
You did get the changed word correct.
Being by yourself.
Oh, Will, you should have asked me a question back.
Oh,
you should have asked me, would you spell that?
Oh,
because then I would have spelled it AIBOHPHOBIA, and you would have known. You would have known
palindromes.
Known that it was Spirit Palindromes. I think I got that one. Bye, Oliver.
Poor OLIVER.
Or Rivolo.
Rio. All right, here you go. Mike, are you ready for this? Question's from Chris Batty.
Okay.
Let me see what I got here. Albert Einstein was born in 1947 and has had a successful career as an actor and comedian. No, not that one. Albert Einstein, who has used what stage direction for the past 50 years?
Oh man. Okay. All right. So
it's tough when you haven't seen these questions ahead of time.
I know. So you changed Einstein? You can't have changed Einstein.
Would you like me to spell Einstein?
No, I'm good. I got it. It's a palindrome, just like everything else. I'm gonna say that you changed direction from name, and the answer is Albert Brooks.
It is Albert Brooks. It is. I'm getting the long. I'm getting a very long questions. Are really hard to change.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Another ripped up Oliver. All right.
I hear my dog whelping in the background. I'm like, this has become voodoo. I hope that's not true.
It seems people have submitted. We got a lot of people who submitted questions. Thank you for doing that, by the way.
Yes,
I have another one from Chris Batty. PAX. Oh, okay. Sure. All right. I got to figure out how to phrase this. Okay. Right. Okay. PAX, 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 is the nickname of a mind-altering chemical in what series, whose title could also be translated as PAX? I'm super clever on this one, by the way.
You are okay. I feel like you've changed the name of the PAX at the end.
I could have.
I want to say it's going to be. I don't know if I know the word, but I think your answer is going to be a Clockwork Orange. I think is the name.
Oh no, that's Moloko.
Oh, Moloko.
I'll tell you what word I changed.
What word did you change?
I changed it, and it's really important. I changed movie to series.
Ooh.
So it's PAX is a nickname of a mind-altering chemical in what movie whose title could also be translated as PAX? And I did that very intentionally.
I don't know if I know it, but PAX is peace. So
what movie's title could be translated as PAX or peace?
I don't know. I don't know if I know it.
The answer is Serenity.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
Serenity.
Yes.
But see, my goal was to get you to guess Firefly. If you
nicely done.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right. Did you rip up any Olivers? All right, excellent. I'm ready for you.
All right, here we go. Which lobe of the brain processes oral input?
Oral input. I think you mean sensory input, but this would be good if I knew the answer. I think it's the cerebellum.
That is not correct. You were right that it's the visual is the thing.
Visual input.
Is the thing that you want it to be. So if I said visual input, you would
What
say.
would I say? I would say that the part of the brain that processes visual input would be the cerebrum.
It is the occipital lobe.
Oh, the occipital lobe. Sure.
Occipital
Yeah.
lobe.
Oh,
Enjoy your Kit Kat.
I'm
Enjoy
gonna
your
enjoy my
Kit
Kit
Kat.
Kat. I think it's time for what do we got here? Ooh, how about a mandarin orange? A
yeah.
satsuma.
Ooh.
A satsuma. I'm trying to go with the less, sort of dynamic flavors to start because
Sure.
I think stomach's gonna be a little bit difficult after this, but
I would imagine everybody in Twitch right now is saying hit the wasabi and hit it hard.
do you think I should go early on the wasabi?
Right. Again, anybody out there, if you see him having any kind of Kit Kat sweats at any point, don't hesitate to call the authorities.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting theory, audience. Okay. All right.
By the way, that question was from Ewan McNay. Thank you,
Okay.
Ewan.
This one's from Mike Sylvia.
Okay.
Oh, cool. All right. Okay, so the famous American movie star B.F. Goodrich was named for an even more famous American. What does the B.F. stand for in B.F. Goodrich?
Can you read that one more time? I don't know if I
I
caught
sure
the-
can. The famous American movie star B.F. Goodrich was named for an even more famous American. What does the BF stand for in B.F. Goodrich?
Oh man, I don't know what you replaced there. That's not good.
No, it's probably not. It's the kind of thing that might end up in an Oliver being ripped up.
What do you think, Oliver? I don't know either. All right.
I'm an Oliver lover.
BF. Let's see.
Would you like me to tell you what word I replaced?
I would like to hear what word you replaced.
I replaced industrialist with movie star. Because B.F. Goodrich is a tire manufacturer.
Yes, that's true. That's why. Okay. What does the BF stand for?
Yeah. Another question might be, what's a famous person's name that's BF? Whose initials are BF?
I don't think it's like Barack Firestein.
It's famous tire manufacturer Barack Firestone.
So I would say Barry Firestone is what I would say.
Barry Firestone, is that what you're going to go with?
That's what I'm going with.
Well, I'm sad to hear that you've never heard of Benjamin Franklin.
Who?
Benjamin Franklin. He was a famous electrician.
Okay. Yeah, he might. He's no Tesla, but whatever.
No Tesla.
All right, there's two Olivers out there.
Two Olivers. How's your Oliver supply?
My wife's not going to.
No.
All right, so let's see here. You got this is from Ray Nakazawa, who writes. Let's see here. What, mind you, what was the name? Was the name of the television quiz show hosted by Daffy Duck in the 1950 Warner Brothers short The Ducksters?
What was the name of the quiz show? The quiz show. Quiz might be the wrong word. Hosted by Daffy Duck in what was the name of the series, the show?
In the 1950 Warner Brothers short The Ducksters.
Okay, so I think quiz has been replaced. So I think it might be talk show. So I think it's probably something like You Bet Your Duck.
All right. I changed the word television to the word radio. Or
Oh,
radio
nice.
to the word television.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. That's good. All right. So it's a radio show. It's a radio show, but it's still a quiz show. Oh man, it still really wants to be You Bet Your Life, doesn't it? Oh man, I feel like I should know this. Definitely seen the cartoon. I'm still going with You Bet Your Duck.
All right, Mike, if you can hear me.
I can.
A different screen here, so give me 1 second.
No worries. A little technical difficulty. Live theater ain't nothing like it. It's now a radio show.
Yeah, it's not a radio show. So it was not Bet Your Life. It was Truth or
Truth or yeah. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let me
All right.
switch computers here.
You're good. You're good. All right. Well, then I'm gonna move on in flavors here because I got to eat something. Let's do a rum raisin. Nope. Sorry, lying. Premium mint. Premium mint.
Premium mint is good.
It is very good. It's very good. If you're not eating these Japanese Kit Kats, why aren't you helping me?
That's a good question. That's a great question. All right. So, Mike.
My turn.
It's your turn.
All right.
I should have really. See, if this was the Maze Games right now, I would be tearing up.
Ripping it to pieces. All right. I like this question.
I'd be tearing a flame into darkness, by the way.
I like this a lot. You ready?
Yes, sir. Go for it.
The category is 80s action films. This is by Ed Grabianowski. Question, that is. Not the action film. Producers were contractually obligated to offer the 73-year-old Frank Stallone the lead role in what classic 80s action movie because he'd starred in a movie that was technically its prequel 20 years earlier?
This is one of my favorite trivia questions, believe it or not.
I don't like that you know the answer.
So not only do I know that it's not Frank Stallone, who in his own right is
action star.
Choice. Some choice. I'm going to say it's Frank Sinatra.
That's correct.
The movie is Die Hard.
That is true. It was he did his performance with Ella Fitzgerald in Vermont. What does that mean?
The name I believe it was the name of the movie.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, well, I lost that one. I'm gonna eat this. Oh, I'm gonna eat this Momiji Manju Aji, which is, I don't know, it's kind of like a hazelnutty thing, I guess. You'd think I know
like that
Japanese.
You're eating flavors you have no idea what they are.
I have no idea what this is going to taste like. Oh.
I hope it's nothing you're allergic to, because that would really cut this game. We have to speed this up. We might have to speed the game up before you know.
I'll let you know if I need a heart injection. It's sort of a paste. I don't know what that is, but it's good. I like it.
All right.
All right.
All right, here we go. Here's your question. It's from Matthew Baldwin.
Okay.
I got to figure out what I'm going to change here. All right. So the DEF CON system prescribes 5 graduated levels of readiness or states of alert for the U.S. military, from DEF CON 5, least severe, to DEF CON 1, the most severe. The U.S. has never been at DEF CON 1. How many times has it been at DEF CON 2?
Did you change the word 5 to 2 at the end of that? That's what I think you did. Read that to me again.
Sure. The DEF CON system prescribes 5 graduated levels of readiness or states of alert for the U.S. military, from DEF CON 5, least severe, to DEF CON 1, the most severe. The U.S. has never been at DEF CON 1. How many times has it been at DEF CON 2?
I think it's DEF CON 5, and I think the answer is 0. I think it started at DEF CON 4.
I don't know if this question is right, but I think I may have misread it. But I actually, you know what? I misread it as I'm looking at a different screen. I didn't change anything in the question, so that's
Oh,
that was my fault. That was my fault. Oliver's taking a hit.
No.
Oliver took a hit for that. Oliver
Was
took
it
a hit for
DEFCON 2? All right.
It's
So I think
DEFCON 2. So we'll go for give me
the
that.
U.S. has been at DEFCON 2 once with the Cuban Missile Crisis.
It has been at twice.
Oh, what's
Twice.
the second one?
Let's see if they wrote from October 24th until November 15th during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and on January 15th, 1991, in the opening phase of Operation Desert
Absolutely.
Storm.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, no, don't trick me by not tricking me, Will.
Well, again, I'm looking at the screen and I look in, so that was my fault on that one. But
Okay.
hey,
all right.
you did good.
I have a question for you. It is from Ryan.
Oh, wait, you didn't get the question right.
What?
You just get the question.
It's all good.
Oh, okay. Don't you have to eat something?
I did. Do I have to eat? I didn't get it. Oh, but I didn't get it right. But you asked her. Okay, fair enough. I'll finish the tangerine.
Okay, there you go. All right, hit me up. All right, we're back in this. We got this.
I should just answer the question while I'm eating.
Yes.
What word, not a proper noun, has 3 capital letters in a row?
I'm going to guess you changed it from 3 to 2.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a proper noun, but I mean...
I said it was not a proper noun. I wouldn't lie to you, Will.
Oh, I know, Mike. Let's go with... I want to say I don't know the answer, but I want to say you change it from 3 to 2.
Oh, so you want me to tell you what I changed?
Yes.
I changed capital. The word that was there was dotted. No, you're fine. Oliver's fine. You can answer the question now.
No, it cost me there. So with what? What would you...
3 dotted letters in a row.
3 dotted letters in a row. So so it's probably IJI or JIJ.
Probably, since those are the dotted letters.
Well, you don't know how I spell.
I do know how you spell.
So I want to say it's IJI, but I don't know if I like Kaji or something like Kaiji, KAIG.
This is a common English word. Is not derived from Japanese.
The first thing that comes to mind is something like hijacking, but it's
you're so close.
Hijinks. Hijinks.
That's correct. Hijinks. I would like you to know that it is in this submitted question spelled with an X, which I've never seen in my life. So,
all right. Let's see here. Let's get to this next question. Take a look at it. All right, here we go. Here's your question in the sports category.
I'm ready.
It's by Matthew Winberry.
Okay.
All right. It says, how many times has the city of Vancouver celebrated an American Cup championship?
Well, okay. So I assume what you meant was America's Cup. So the America's Cup is given for sailing and is generally awarded to a country. So I think that's the Stanley Cup.
It is the Stanley Cup. You're correct.
I think that's the Stanley Cup. They have, I don't believe, oh man, has the Canucks ever won a Stanley Cup? They have certainly not won it in a very long time. Certainly not won it in 50 years. Have they done it prior to that? I'm going to say that they, do I want to say that they did do it prior to 50 years ago, or do I want to go with 0? I think they must have won it at some point. So I'm going to say 1.
You are correct. The answer is 1, but I want to warn you, the answer is, it actually was not the Vancouver Canucks at all.
Oh, was it, what was it called back then?
The Vancouver Millionaires.
Millionaires.
But you got it right.
What I love is that the pinnacle of economic result for athletes at the time was $1 million.
Right, exactly.
And no one has ever gotten a contract for more than $1 million since. So
yeah, no.
All right, I got that one right.
You got that one right. Good job.
All right. Okay, so your category, this was from Miles Nye.
Okay.
Your question is about U.S. state capitals. Oh, okay. Oh man, I wish I hadn't read that out loud.
I'm glad you did.
Because I would have changed the word U.S. to Canadian. Okay. All right. So, what is the one U.S. capital city that shares no vowels with the name of its state?
I think you changed the word vowels to letters.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I've heard this not too long ago.
I also feel like I've heard it, but I'm glad I'm looking at the answer and not trying to figure out.
Yeah. So give me a second.
I'm going to give you a hint. It's not Indianapolis, Indiana. So you only
again, I feel like I just saw this not too long ago, but I'll be honest with you, I don't want to take too much time thinking about it either. I'm going to say it out loud, whatever it is, and it's going to end up being wrong because I'm going to know right away. Boy, I don't. I off the top of my head, I'm trying to go through the cities as fast as I can.
You want another hint?
No. I'll just randomly say, Carson City, Nevada, and I know that's not correct.
That's not correct, as it turns out. It's Pierre, South Dakota.
Pierre, South Dakota.
Yeah. All right.
Here we go. Next question.
Bring me a question.
All right. This is from Richard Molina Webb. What is the name of the Dungeons & Dragons monster, which features both a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises and milky otherworldly tentacles?
Did you change a word this time?
I did.
Milky otherworldly tentacles. I don't like the idea of milky tentacles. Like, that makes me feel ill. And it's not the Kit Kats talking.
The Kit Kat bars, right. Milky tentacle. It's the next Kit Kat bar.
It sure could be.
Enjoy.
It is the combination of the radioactive monster and
that's right.
and the Kit Kat.
Absolutely,
100%. I'm gonna say that you changed milky, and that they are some other kind of tentacle. Some wooden tentacles, I think. And I think that's the susurrus.
All right. The word I changed was monster. It was supposed to be spell.
Oh, geez. Wow. I really screwed up. I got killed on the Dungeons and Dragons question. How about that? This is a first. It's not a first. Anyway, so that's Eward's Black Tentacles?
It is not the correct answer. It is, it's similar to it, but it's the answer is saying is the Hunger of Hadar.
Oh, the Hunger of Hadar, sure. You know what I am? I'm hungry for Hadar. I'm going to eat a Benny Emo purple sweet potato Kit Kat.
Oh God!
No, it's purple sweet potato. You gotta like purple sweet potatoes, right?
There's a place local to me that makes purple sweet potato donuts, and they only make them once a week, and they're all right. They're all right. Okay.
Yeah, very sweet potato. You kids out there, you should get your sweet potato Kit Kats.
All right, you're upset.
Okay. Is it my turn to read a question?
It is your turn to read a question. Read away.
Okay. Sure. All right. Euler's number is 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd. What common SI unit is the name for this amount of anything?
So it's not Euler, it's like avocado.
It's not avocados.
Not avocado. Avogadro. I can't remember saying his name.
It is Avogadro's number. That's correct.
Avogadro, and it's a mole.
That's correct. You just knew. It's funny that when you get a math question, you get it right. All right. I'm gonna
enjoy
eat some, Sakura Japanese sake is what I'm gonna eat. Ooh, and it's got a pungent smell to it.
Pungent is never a good word. No. No, here, hey,
Oh, boy.
Oliver's watching you. Oliver's watching you. Better eat that
Oh,
whole
boy.
thing.
All right.
On a scale of 1 to 4, what do you got there?
Oh, I mean, it's pretty tasty. But
All
it's a
right.
kick in the brain, too.
So here we go. This should be an interesting question for you. What is the estimated ground speed velocity of an unladen swallow? This question comes from Tyler Tinsley.
Awesome. I would like to know if you mean an African or European swallow.
I cannot tell you that. I don't believe that's your quest.
I believe that is my quest. I don't know that we ever find out the answer to that in the movie. Do we ever find it out? Well, it's flight speed, but God, I don't think we ever actually find that out in the movie. So I guess I just have to know what swallows, how
I'll tell
fast.
you what, I'll give you a range of answers here. So if you say the answer,
yeah,
it'll be in meters per second, or you could give it to me
meters.
miles.
Oh, you
per,
want?
Give it to
I
me
can
miles
probably
per
do it
hour.
miles per hour. Miles per hour.
And I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you three either way.
I think a swallow can go 3 miles an hour.
It can go 20 miles an hour.
Oh my God, I'm so far wrong.
This is not your quest.
Apparently, I get thrown off a bridge now.
Yes, I believe that is correct. Are you drinking liquid Kit Kats now?
No, I just
melt them down and just.
I'm gonna eat the rest of the sake one.
Yeah, you are.
The Japanese Sakura sake. It's Sakura is cherry blossoms, right?
Sure.
So,
yeah.
And
Is there
it
a
smells
flavor
like
you,
sake.
Is there ever a flavor you've gotten of Kit Kat that you don't?
Oh no, I would eat another one of everything.
Okay.
Oh,
all right. You are up when you are ready.
Okay. I'm doing this. I want to point out, I'm doing this for charity.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
So,
you guys can help that charity as well.
That's right. So if you like seeing me die from anaphylactic shock, then you should donate to Child's Play, childsplay.org, or feedingamerica.org. Did I get it right? The website?
You got it right.
Yeah, feedingamerica.org. They will not give people Japanese Kit Kats. They will give them real food that has nutrients in it. And so I would really like it if everybody watching this would just make a note to themselves to kick $5 over to one of those two charities by the end of this broadcast or right after. You make us very happy. And I'm not stalling between now and the time I need to eat the next Kit Kat. I'm trying to actually raise money for charity here. So, man, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see after this. Okay, you ready for a question?
Yes, please. And if you could make sure you're getting enough oxygen while you ask it,
I'm getting there. Okay. This is from Jeff Raven. The other question I just read about the mole was also from Jeff.
Okay.
What 4 ingredients are needed for a combustion reaction?
God, combustion reaction is a thing. So I want to say it's 3. I think you're lying to me. I don't think it's 4.
You don't think I changed combustion?
No, I don't. I think it's 3, and I want to say it's like fuel, oxygen, and ignition.
Yeah, you got all 3 of them, and yeah, there's only 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm like going through my head. I'm pretty sure there's 3 of them.
Like I looked at that, and I also knew the answer, right? So I was like, what can I change here to make this harder? Oh wait, I'll make him think there's a 4th one.
I don't think people need to understand. I think people do need to understand that we didn't see these questions ahead of time. We're editing these.
No,
on
we're
the
seeing
fly.
them live time. We don't get to look at them ahead of time or anything like that. All right, I'm gonna eat this the rest of the mint one. All right.
See, this is why I chose no food challenges. Originally, I was going to do 100 Oreos, and then I realized I have things to do tomorrow. I can't,
I regret everything. Don't use that phrase. I regret every decision I made today. The only thing I'm hoping for is that this panel ends before I have a stroke.
Well, keep testing that arm. Let me know. Let me see some movement. Okay. Here we go. Jeff has also sent this question to us. Let's see here. Neon is used as an indicator for which macromolecule, lipids, proteins, or carbohydrates?
Neon, you say? Well, it wouldn't be fair if you changed one of the three choices. Because if it was like, if it was actually like oils, and I said lipids, you would be like, haha. So it's got to be neon. So, oh man. But there is a like all of those are revealed by something. I'm gonna say that the answer is lipids.
It is incorrect. It's carbohydrates, and the word was replaced was iodine.
Iodine, yeah. I knew
I was
that.
going to say iocane powder, but I thought
iocane. Oh no! I built up an immunity to that.
Right, but not to Kit Kats that taste very,
I'm sure that there's an iocane flavored Kit Kat in here. Let's see
inhale
what
it or
haven't I
taste it.
had. Let's do. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so I don't know if people can see this. This is a polar bear flavored Kit Kat. There's no indication whatsoever what flavor it is. It's just got an ice cube on it, and it's got a polar bear on it. So I'm guessing it's ice cube flavored.
Ladies and gentlemen, go out and buy the new game from Lone Shark Games before Mike dies and is not able to see.
Oh, it's probably like a cookies and cream.
Okay, that's not bad. Does it taste like polar bear?
Well,
does it taste like you? Does it taste like you're in? You've destroyed the environment.
I've only had polar bear fried, not grilled.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But, oh man, I think it's cookies and cream. It's good.
Okay, good.
It turned out all right. Okay. Let's see. I want to jump to the end just to make sure that we don't lose any people who've submitted things. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right. Okay. I think this one's from our guy Chad.
Okay.
There's no name listed in the field, so I'm going to guess it's from Chad, and I like it. So, this now classic video game console uses a compact disc rather than a joystick.
Compact disc instead of a joystick. I want to say it's like maybe like a controller disc, and I want to say you're thinking about the Intellivision.
Holy cow, that was really good. I am so impressed by that.
I own an Intellivision. I still own it, actually. I still have it. I go down and play Astro Smash every once in a while.
That was a surgical hit on me. All right, it's time for the wasabi.
We're hearing that the polar bear Kit Kat is vanilla. It's just straight up vanilla. It's not
vanilla?
cookies and cream.
I mean, it's a weird sort of mottled black and white color. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna eat this wasabi.
Wasabi! Yeah!
I'm gonna get to the wasabi because
this is a good time for everybody to make a donation because
I might die.
This cast might not last.
I might die. Okay. Wasabi's good.
Okay. Well, like traditional Japanese wasabi is not as hot as American wasabi. Like American wasabi is just horseradish, right?
It's good, yeah.
Okay.
All right, hit me up.
All right, let's do this one. Here we go. This one, Chicago sports, something we both might have a little bit in common.
We have had many conversations about Chicago sports.
You probably know that Soldier Field is the home of the NFL's Chicago Bears.
I don't believe you've changed anything in the question so far.
So you think. During the 1980s, it was also the home to which USNL Chicago team?
Oh my gosh. USNL. What sport is that? Oh, unless it's the USFL, which is what it probably is. So it's another Chicago team. Oh man, what was the USFL team? Was that the Blitz? Was that the Chicago
It was the Blitz? It was the Blitz.
Holy cow! I don't know where I pulled that from. I'm sorry, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're
I'm
not.
not sorry, Oliver.
You're not sorry.
You don't
You're not
understand.
sorry.
Like at the beginning of this, I was like, I'm super excited. I'm going to eat some Kit Kats. Now I'm not as excited.
Wait till you get to that arsenic flavored one.
Oh,
it's gonna be.
it's in the thing.
Yeah,
All right.
it's gonna be great.
Okay. Sure. Okay. The developers of this is from J. Earl. The developers of a popular multiplayer game recently revealed that they had a place to send cheaters called Fantasy Island. What is the name of this game?
Well, I don't think it was Fantasy Island. I think it was like the Fantasy Zone, I think is, if I want to guess what it was. And I want to say it was Animal Crossing.
It's a good guess. The word I changed was cheater. It's Cheater Island. But it is not Animal Crossing.
So
it's a very popular game right now.
I mean, I guess Fortnite, I guess, is what it would be.
It's not Fortnite. Sadly, it's Fall Guys. Or Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, if you prefer.
I have not played it yet. That's
because you're not a cheater, so you've never been to Cheater Island.
That's true. True. Say hi to Tom Brady for me while you're there.
Yeah. Tampa Bay Buccaneers legend.
That's right. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a very interesting question. This professional sports team's mascot is named. I'm giving this away. Scarlet Sam.
Scarlet Sam. Scarlet Sam. Okay. So it's probably something else Sam. Oh man. Could be Scarlet something. Probably not Scarlett O'Hara. That would be the Atlanta Falcons, I guess.
That would be the Baltimore. Frankly, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Shoot. Something Sam. Cavity Sam? No.
Yes,
Uncle
yes.
Sam? No.
Yes, the Utah operations. Yes, I believe was the name of that team. I think the Vancouver Millionaires moved to Utah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little known trend.
Little known fact. Very little known.
Very few people know that. I don't know what this is. I think it is the Western Kentucky Mountaineers, and that's the big red monster.
So the answer. So this might help you think about the word I'm going to tell you. So it's not.
Okay.
It's not scarlet. It's sourdough.
Sourdough Sam. Oh, sourdough Sam. So
what's sourdough like? Why was that? How did that become famous? Like, right?
It's a baking related football team. That's common.
But who made sourdough? Well, why was sourdough like important? Who would it have been important to?
I'm gonna guess this is the Milwaukee Brewers.
No, well, it's the NFL team, the San Francisco
49ers.
49ers.
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
All right, what are you eating there, my man? What are you eating? What you chomping on?
Let's go with strawberry cheesecake.
Oh, okay, safe.
Strawberry cheesecake's good.
Little known fact: in Japan, strawberry cheesecake is really spicy. That's not true.
Right. Okay. Sure long. Okay. All right. The question here, I believe it's from Chad, is in this film, the USS Enterprise is led by a captain with the motto "Never give up, never surrender"?
Well, obviously, it's not the Enterprise anymore. The USS.
I may have
Oh.
changed 2 words. I'm in a,
What?
I'm in a chocolate coma at the
Well,
moment.
sure. Well, that makes up for me not changing one before.
I changed 2 consecutive words to USS Enterprise. I apologize.
Okay, so never give up, never surrender. So it's obviously a ship, and I don't know if I know that. Never give
I
up,
can't
never
believe I'm
surrender.
going to get this one. I want to get this one.
Tell me what you changed it from.
I changed to USS Enterprise. I changed NSEA Protector.
Oh, wow.
I'm so happy that you don't know this.
I don't all of a sudden. I'm like stumped on it. I don't know it.
All right, you giving up?
Yes.
That's Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest. Oh, man, why did I not know that?
Yeah, you've seen the movie.
Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't seen it in a long while.
Well,
while.
you know
I've
who
seen Die
hasn't
Hard
seen
with
it?
Frank Sinatra, though.
You know who hasn't seen it? Oliver. Not that Oliver. That Oliver's been torn up.
All right. Well, now that my
All right,
dog's
so let me just confirm something. We have like 5 minutes left. Is that right?
Okay.
All right,
Hold
this
on.
one's for all the marbles, except for we're not playing for marbles. No, this one, but we've only got 5 minutes left, so we're gonna do just a couple more questions.
Okay, great. All right, so here we go. Question for you. Let's see which one's good. This classic computer game takes place in the city of Skara-Brae, but hint, despite its name, it's not related to Chaucer.
Okay. It's not related to Chaucer, suggests that it's a knight's tale. So I think it's a bard's tale.
Hey, it's a bard's tale. Good job.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow, that was a circuitous path I got to doing that one. Okay. All right. I'm gonna give one more, and then you're gonna give more, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. No, that one's too easy. That one's too easy. I need to go out strong here. All right, here we go. This one's from Rei Nakazawa.
Okay.
What Japanese mythical being is sometimes said to be a normal frog that somehow becomes unusually intelligent and long-lived? Long-lived.
I don't think it's a frog.
Oh. Well, that's not good. You shouldn't have been able to figure that out. You got it?
I don't know. I don't know it. I don't know if I know it.
Oh, it's a fox.
Okay. Oh,
So
it's name escapes me. I keep thinking Okami, but it's not Okami, right?
No,
It's,
you're close though.
I don't know it. I don't know it.
It's the kitsune.
Oh, kitsune. Oh, I
It's
should know
fox. All right. We are just a minute away from being done. I think I'm gonna surrender so that you can have good relationship with your dog from here on in, and also I don't have to eat any more of these things.
I am suspecting that I have at least 60 hours left, so I will be making a donation of that amount of money to feedingamerica.org.
Yeah, I still have about, I think I have 45 or 50 left. So I'll just round it to that. Hey everybody, that was Sabotage Trivia. I'm Mike Selinker. That's, I think, still Will over there. Yeah, I can't see anymore. just so everybody knows. And I'm about to have my stomach pump. But this was super fun. This worked
Awesome
out, I
time.
think. And so we'll do it again the next PAX. I just want to let everybody know one thing. On Sunday at 2:15 p.m., you can see me, Elisa Teague, Joshua Boggs, and Summer Herrick do a panel called How to Puzzle in Your Game. If you like puzzle panels, come to that. It's really great. I know that already because we recorded it in advance, so I'm going to sleep through it, but you should watch it. It's 2:15 on PAX 2 and on YouTube and on Facebook. And thank you again. I'm Mike Selinker, Lone Shark Games. Go to our site, play all our games. We love you. Thanks, PAX. We'll talk to you soon.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are live on the internet as Super Art Fight makes its long-awaited return to PAX, although in a very, very different form. For those of you who have never seen us, hello, welcome. My name's Marty Day, and I represent the greatest live art competition in the known universe. That is Super Art Fight. Unsurprisingly, we, like most live events in this year, this damned year, 2020, have been unable to do live shows in person. So we've taken Super Art Fight digital. And that means we are now with you here tonight at PAX. And we're very, very excited. We're very delighted. And we've got a jam-packed show. But it's not just going to be me rambling on this whole time. Oh, no. I have a friend to ramble on with. For those of you who have never seen us, this man is my brother from another mother. Ladies and gentlemen, Ross Nover. Ross, how you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm doing good. Man, that was the most professional broadcasty intro I think you've ever given me, and I really appreciated it. I love the bit. I love the bit where you said that you represented Super Art Fight. I didn't know where that was going, but I'm glad I get to be your brother at the end of it. I'm doing all right. You know, it's a late. This is literally my bedtime right now, so yes. I drank some coffee after 4 p.m. It's a real no-no for me. I think I'll turn into a gremlin, but I'm ready to do this thing.
Yes, we are East Coast based. We're based primarily out of Baltimore, Maryland. So we're coming at you at 11 p.m. Eastern, our time. So we are doing a late night show for us, but I know a lot of the PAX crowd coming from the West Coast, and we've got some Australia folks, people all over the globe possibly watching this right now. So wherever you are, I hope you're excited. I hope you're feeling well. I hope things are going awesome for you as PAX Online rolls on. And we're going to give you what we do best, and that is an art competition unlike any other. What's going to happen? Well, let me turn it back over to Ross to explain to you what exactly we're going to do here tonight.
What you are about to see tonight, ladies, germs, and everybody else, is two fantastic bouts of art fight action. Two artists are going to walk up, metaphorically, to the digital canvas. They're each going to have a starting topic, and they're going to have a limited amount of time to cover the canvas with artwork. At the end of that time, you, the audience, is going to be choosing the winner of the bout live via your votes, via poll that our own Ref Adam is going to be posting in all of the relevant chats. This is a great reminder. Be sure to register to vote. Anyway, you are going to be choosing the winner of the bout. That is how it works. So whatever you like most is going to be chosen as the winner. But if that wasn't fun enough, every 5 minutes during the bout, we are going to throw a wrench in the gears, or something we like to call the Wheel of Death. That is a bunch of random topics that have been submitted ahead of time via our website, superartfight.com. If you want to put Wheel of Topic suggestions in for future shows, you can go there right now and do that, but then come back and watch the stream. You got tabs. Watching a tab. It's fine. Anyway, that's about how it works. I kind of lost my train of thought. I've had too much coffee. It's kind of late. Marty, did I cover everything?
You did cover everything, but as always, the best way to understand how a Super Art Fight works is by seeing one live and in person. So just 4 minutes past the hour, let's roll into bout number one. Your opening contest is scheduled for one fall, and it has a 20-minute time limit. I'd like to bring to the stage first. She is, at least in meat space, our Super Art Fight champion. She is a one-woman mosh pit, and she is ready to decimate her opponent on the canvas here tonight. PAX, get ready for this. This is Titanium.
Greetings, PAX Online! I, as host Marty so kindly introduced, am your Super Art Fight champion. I want you to make so much noise in the space of your keyboards and in your houses and domiciles that we can feel the ripples all the way here in Super Art Fight HQ East Coast.
Well, I can tell you're excited, Titanium, but you've got quite the challenge in front of you. Ross, if you could please bring out her opponent tonight.
Really? You want me to do that? You normally do that. I can do that. I can totally do that. I know who her opponent is. I totally do. Who's her opponent? Thank you. So, this is my pleasure to bring to the stage, ladies, germs, and everybody else. Her opponent this evening, as far as we know, he is at least 2 drinks in. Is he more? Let's find out together. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 Drink Alex.
Good night, or good evening.
Wow, 2 Drink Alex seems very, very hyped up for this one. Is that coffee, and is it spiked?
It's not coffee, but it is spiked. It's a hot toddy. It is currently 11:06 on the East Coast, where we reside, and you got to class it up for the night times.
I'm into it, but let's see if you can keep it classy on the canvas as we roll on into bout number 1. Producer Steve, let's throw it to the canvas as we find out the opening topics for this first contest. And there we go. We are going to take it to the console wars here tonight and try to settle it the only way we can in artistic action for the opening topics for the first 5 minutes of this bout. Titanium, you get Microsoft. 2 Drink Alex, you get Sony. And you see Titanium drawing in pink and 2 Drink Alex drawing in blue. We got 20 minutes on the clock, and we're going to start this like we start all of them, asking the artists if they're ready, and then counting down 3, 2, 1, art fight. So, Titanium, are you ready?
Ready!
2 Drink Alex, are you ready?
Bottoms up.
All right. 3, 2, 1, art fight! Microsoft v. Sony, Ross. It's a battle that is being fought anew. We just saw the PS5 go on sale earlier today. We've got the Xbox Series S and Series X going on sale next week. And we're going to see how exactly those two kind of throw down in the artistic realm, as we've got Sony being drawn in blue on the left and Microsoft being drawn in pink on the right. Ross, I got to ask you, put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Where are you siding in these console wars right now?
As a Nintendo person for an extremely long time, I still have a Nintendo Switch. But to be honest, the PS4 has been my console of choice this last generation. So I'm planning on getting a PS5, eventually when I actually can. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm going Sony. I have not ever owned an Xbox related system. How about you?
The only time I ever was on the Xbox side of things was back with the 360, but I came back into the fold with the PS4. So I'm probably going to stick with the 5. But right now on the canvas, we are giving that lovable black brick over on the left, the PS2, probably the first DVD player many people owned. Truly one of the best systems ever, but it did have one notable flaw, and we're seeing it come together on the canvas, and it's that
yes, it was an extremely angry system.
It would growl at you as it chewed up a disc, as we are seeing it with the disc read error, of course, a classic issue for the PS2. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, from the Microsoft side of things, Titanium drawing in pink, what have we got going on there, Ross?
Well, it's been marked a Xbox, which I assume means it's just really witchy, which, hey, cool, why not? But also on fire, Marty. It's got that classic blue flames, which means that 2 Drink Alex has set the Hexbox on fire, which, has happened on occasion to a couple Xboxes, as far as I understand it.
Definitely likely that has happened once, if not multiple times. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. If Microsoft really wants to fix up this whole naming convention issue, just rename the Series X the Xbox 666. It's way better than 5, and also gives it that nice demonic touch. And speaking of giving a system a demonic touch,
speaking of which, yeah,
go ahead, Ross.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. We've got the PS2 being turned into a PS666, although that first 6 is backwards, as it's also been given the appropriate addition of devil horns and a whippy tail over there on the left-hand side. So we're seeing the first offensive attacks coming from our artists right here tonight at PAX.
Yeah, and now from up top, we have got what I believe to be the PlayStation Vita.
I think that's a PSP, Ross.
It's PSP.
Yeah, I'm seeing some UMDs getting shot right into the face of that dragon on the right.
Oh no, not the UMDs, because down they go, right into that poor dragon, sticking it right in his face.
Yeah, I believe
not looking good.
I believe that UMD contained 3 episodes of the Chappelle Show. That was a real thing you could buy, Ross. UMDs that had a random, small selection of Comedy Central shows. I don't know why that was a
so
thing.
Oddly specific.
But you could buy it. You could do it. And we've got 1 minute to the first spinning of the Wheel of Death, and it looks like Two Drink Alex now capsizing on that demon on the right, throwing a Game Boy on its ears with just a minute to that all-important first spin. The Wheel of Death, as Ross mentioned, is filled with topics submitted by you, the audience, via our website, superartfight.com. It's randomized, and whatever comes up, they have to draw, with the noted caveat that each artist gets a singular respin per bout. So if you see some topics and you think, I can do way better than that, well, please, by all means, head to superartfight.com and do better. We implore you.
Yeah, and now down below we've got Titanium, who has drawn her opponent just swimming in a giant martini glass under the hex box.
Yeah, I almost don't know if that's an offensive maneuver. I think that's going to go well. 20 seconds to that first spin.
Well, it's offensive. I don't know if it's a maneuver. But as that comes together, 10 seconds until our first spinning of the Wheel of Death. And then once again, what shows up in those tiny little boxes will be what our artists have to draw.
1, 2 respins, or excuse me, 2 original spins coming in. We'll see if they use the respins. Titanium gets to draw Saf Chapter 1. For those of you who don't follow us on Twitch, we'll talk about what Saf Chapter 1 is. And Two Drink Alex gets your opponent's evil twin. Titanium, would you like a respin?
No, I do not require a respin.
And Two Drink Alex, would you like a respin?
I'm good.
All right, so to break down what Saf Chapter 1 is, Ross, I think the best way to do it is by bringing him in just a little bit early. We have a referee who follows all of the action, and since we've gone digital, we've upgraded his ability. He's no longer standing by us on a physical canvas. No, we've made him the eye in the sky as joining us from Saf Chapter 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Ref Adam. Adam, are you with us, my friend?
Hello, Marty, Ross, Super Art Fightians, PAX, everyone out there in the world today. How are you doing? This is Adam, your ref in Saf Chapter 1. Just taking a look, seeing what I see, surveying the scene as you will. I'm wearing my PAX cap. I got my PAX sweatshirt. I got my Penny Arcade pins, ready to trade. I'm ready to go. So, I'm also here in the chat, in Discord, monitoring the chat. So please stop by, say hi, make your voices heard, make your votes count, say something, I'll bring it up. It's great. Everyone loves it.
Thank you, Adam, and we will be checking in with you throughout the show. And it looks like we have both Saf Chapter 1 coming in as the PlayStation demo disc has been turned into a helicopter, and Titanium's evil twin just kind of looks like Two Drink Alex doing Titanium cosplay, if I'm honest, Ross.
Yeah, that's Guytanium right there.
I'm very into it, weirdly enough. It's a mirror version, apparently.
The Star Trek joke.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hence the goatee. That makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, they all have goatees and swords.
But yes, we've got the
and
Saf
also
Copter.
like slightly bigger eyebrows.
Yes, very true. Saf Copter 1 coming in, and it's firing bullets into the head of Mirror Titanium down there in the lower left corner of the canvas. This is the type of ridiculousness that makes Super Art Fight so fun. We started with a PlayStation demo disc, it got turned into a helicopter, and now it's literally firing at the art. Where else are you going to get anything like this, I ask you?
Listen, I've watched esports. This is definitely more riveting.
I
Just
feel
flat
like-
out.
I feel like
calling
that's
out
gonna-
all of esports right now.
I feel like that's going to turn the Discord chat against us. And that reminds me, folks, if you're watching
They're not
us on-
voting for me.
If you're watching us on Twitch, if you're watching us on Discord, the voting for these bouts will be available in both. At the end of the 20-minute period, we will post a straw poll link in both the Twitch and Discord chats, which will be able to click and pick a winner, whether it's Titanium or Two Drink Alex. So keep an eye on the artists, keep an eye on the canvas, because at the end of the day, the power is in your hands. And we're going to learn, probably the hard way, what happens when you give people on the internet just a little bit of power.
Yeah, that's always worked out so well in the past. I really can't wait to see what happens when we do more of that. Yes. But with a minute and 17 seconds left in the bout, a minute and change until our next spinning of the Wheel of Death, still respins in play for both of our artists. Over there on the right-hand side, what is it that Two Drink Alex has done to this dragon, Marty?
The dragon that started on the right-hand side from the Pen of Titanium through the efforts of Two Drink Alex has been turned into a chocobo. Shout out to the announcement of Final Fantasy 16 yesterday, as we're now getting a chocobo. But Titanium coming in with the pink pen and throwing down blood coming from the eyes and beak of the chocobo. Basically, it's a death metal chocobo now.
Yeah, that's a choking bow victim.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I tried. Let me ask some, Marty.
Yes.
The Fast and the Furious franchise started in the late 90s.
Yes.
They're up to 9. Mm-hmm. The Final Fantasy series started in the 80s. They're up to 16.
Yes.
What year until we get as many Fast and Furious movies as we have Final Fantasy videos?
I'll let you know in just a moment, as we're at the 10-minute mark. So 2 more spins coming for our artists. 2 brand new topics possibly coming in. Respins is still available. Titanium gets Pillow Fight, and Two Drink Alex gets Death by Donuts. Titanium, would you like to keep your topic?
I would like a respin.
Respin for Titanium. Two Drink Alex, keeping or respinning?
Oh, I'm keeping it.
All right, Death by Donuts kept by Two Drink Alex, but Brain in a Jar goes to Titanium. So no pillow fighting here tonight. But we are going to get some brains in a jar. So when will we basically cross the event horizon of Fast and Furii and fantasies which are final? That was your question, Ross?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. What do you think?
Basically, I think, considering the level of consolidation we've seen in media properties, I'd say we've actually got a good chance of Final Fantasy 18 being Fast and Furious 11. It'll be Final Fantasy 18 : Fast and Furious 11. They'll have a completely CG Vin Diesel. Yeah, or Fast and Family, or Final Family. There you go.
Final Family. There we go. Boom.
Pulling it together.
Chocobo Drift.
Completely CG Vin Diesel, which means he doesn't have to get into Toretto shape anymore. He can just get as bloated as he wants. And, CG model of him and CG model of The Rock will actually get along, which means we can reunite the family as it should be in, a very chocobo-filled Throwdown.
Now, I want to throw out some things that are happening here in the artwork.
Yes.
We have Titanium draw a drumstick down below with an asterisk.
Yes.
Of course, saying up top, the drumstick you see is mine. So apparently this poor chocobo has lost a leg, and there it is on the ground.
Oh, no.
Drumstick.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he looks kind of into it, though. I think he's going for self-cannibalism. So if you are what you eat, he hasn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, up top, we've got our Death by Donuts going full-on Simpsons there. We've got Homer as the Grim Reaper. But meanwhile, we've got Titanium coming in, leaving no quarter as a chainsaw to the head. Just a flat-out chainsaw to the head.
Yeah, we're going to get our brain in a jar, as it says, "Don't my brain."
Great. There we go. Brain in a jar in progress.
Yeah, that's actually step 1 of brain in a jar. Remove brain from head.
Yes.
Step 2 is put in jar, of course.
Meanwhile, over there on the left-hand side, we've got Two Drink Alex working over there. I do believe we're getting Lard Lad over there on the left.
Yes, the Lard Lad
That's
is
a very
coming together.
recognizable, the original Thick Boy, I think we can all agree.
Yes. The biggest of Chungai over there on the left.
Chungai?
Yes, that's the plural.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So the largest of Chungai coming in on the left. You can tell by the blue font that it is the Lard Lad. But my understanding, Ross, was we were supposed to just not look.
I did just try earlier today to explain to my wife that the single version of panini is panino. It didn't work, but I tried.
I appreciate your efforts, as do all of us on the front lines.
It was a Turco panino, and I was trying to convince her of this. She wouldn't
all
go
of us
for
on the
it.
front lines of bad dad jokes. I just want to say thank you for that. We've got 1 minute and 24 seconds until the final spin of the Wheel of Death, and that deadly donut is coming in with some delicious blue frosting from the pen of Two Drink Alex.
I would really mess up a donut right now.
I'm right there
I would
with you.
totally destroy one.
It is well past 11 o'clock Eastern time. I would totally do it. And Titanium adding the jar for Homer's brain to fall into. You can tell that's the right jar because it's got a little tag that says 4 bad brains with the additional note, like the band.
I don't know why I went full Daffy Duck there.
Yeah,
but
you're not going to find too many other panels here at PAX this weekend that are talking about bad brains, unless you're talking about songs that should have been in Tony Hawk that weren't. But that panel, of course, coming up on Sunday. And we've got about 30 seconds to that final spin of the Wheel of Death, and a lot of the room on the canvas has been taken up, folks. This is something that's so key in an art fight. It's all about canvas control, not only making large drawings which pop to the audience, you at home, but also making sure you have enough space to continue on through the bout. And we've got 5 seconds to that next spin, so we'll have to see what they do to it. 2, 1, and we spin the Wheel of Death. Respin still available for Two Drink Alex. Teacup Animals goes to Titanium, and Two Drink Alex gets IKEA Mistakes. Two Drink Alex, you keeping that or are you tossing it?
I'll toss it.
Tossing away IKEA Mistakes. Not a fan of Swedish furniture. Two Drink Alex, as we get his replacement topic, Muppet Rabies. Muppet Rabies.
I dig it.
Yeah, that for those of us who
We'll do the same for you.
True. For those of us who know Two Drink Alex, we know very well that Muppets and Simpsons are kind of the 1 and 1A of Two Drink Alex's specialities. And I will say props to the deep cut Simpsons reference in the center of the canvas as Mo is holding a little piece of brain in the jar as Two Drink Alex takes Titanium's original illustration and makes it his own. So we've got
when you
teacup
bring
animals.
Mo onto this canvas, it does make you think that the martini glass on fire could be a flaming Mo.
It could
I mean,
absolutely
it really
be a flaming Mo.
recontextualized the whole thing.
Now, I will say I don't know 100% if that's Mo because I don't see the stink lines. The stink lines are a key component of any illustration of Mo. There we go.
There you go. There's some stink lines.
Thank you, Two Drink Alex. Got the stink lines and everything. So we got our teacup animals.
And top left corner, as Titanium confirms, fire makes it good. No arguments here.
Very
as big
true.
fans of Korean barbecue, fire does make it good.
Our Muppet Rabies coming together as Ralph, I guess, late for a shot as he's foaming at the mouth. And I would assume in the Muppet realm, rabies means you are literally foaming at the mouth. But where are our teacup animals, Rossifer? Oh, I think I see the teacup.
We're getting them right below Ralph.
Yeah, right.
By
there
the way,
on top
I
of the head of the
assume Ralph, similar to how he just kind of says, "I'm a dog," he would just say something like, "I got rabies." Like, I assume it's a similar.
Missed my
bit from
shots.
him.
I missed all my shots.
Thank you, Two Drink Alex.
Took myself for a walk, but forgot to take myself for a shot.
Guess I'm gonna have to take myself and put myself to sleep. 2 minutes 43 seconds to go.
Gonna take myself out back.
Good old yeller myself. 2:35 remaining. Titanium, Two Drink Alex.
And that's a Jim Henson lost a hand.
Two Drink Alex, Titanium, 2 super hard fight vets showing their skill here tonight at PAX. And remember, you at home will get to vote. Just take a look in this Twitch channel or in the Discord channel for this very stream. There will be straw polls at the end of the bout. You will get to pick a victor. And these last few moments, these last almost 2 minutes to go, this is really what separates the good from the great when it comes to Super Art Fight. So many times, we've got 12 years of history doing live events. So many times those last 2 minutes, you see something get flipped, turned around by an artist. They look for that opportunity. They have that big aha moment, and something amazing appears on the canvas. We'll have to see if that happens here. And it looks like, Ross, that Ralph is now holding a teacup himself.
Yeah, that's right. He may have rabies, but now he's drinking a foamy cappuccino, I think.
Oh, Jesus.
So now he's fine. Now we don't have to shoot Ralph. That's great. But if you are watching this Muppet match and hoping something better comes along, stay tuned because we got another match right after this one, and we'll be sure to make the Rainbow Connection along with you. Marty.
Yes, Ross.
Crucial minute left here. Down below, we've got Two Drink Alex working on Pre-Order Lost.
Oh, and he's turning the Hexbox into a PS5 as the PS5 pre-order has been lost, turning it around with less than a minute to go. Tough times if you want a PS5. Legit, though, I don't know why so many people try to be the ones that get it day one. We always find out there's something wrong with the day one models. We always do. 35 seconds to go. Will it be Titanium in pink? Will it be Two Drink Alex in blue? You, the fine folks at home, get to vote. So I hope you've got a favorite in this one. I know I've got my preferences here, but we'll see how it comes together. In those final moments, I see Two Drink Alex throwing down a little bit of Undertale right there in the middle of the canvas to the right of Homer. What we got coming from Titanium, it looks like we had a lot of flames start to envelop the bottom of the canvas.
Titanium is just lighting the canvas on fire.
Caps on markers. That's an art fight, ladies and gentlemen. That went right down to the wire, but that's what you would get with two greats like Titanium and Two Drink Alex. And as the cryon at the bottom says, the link to vote is in the Discord and in the Twitch chat. So please, viewers at home, we want you to vote because we want a victor. And while we let you vote, we're going to go ahead and chat with the two competitors. I'll go ahead and chat first with Two Drink Alex, and I'll turn it over with you, Ross, with Titanium. So Two Drink Alex, dear sir, you had a lot of great topics that were right within your wheelhouse, whether it was Death by Donuts or even some reversals with being able to add Mo with the brain in the jar. What was your favorite thing to draw on the canvas here tonight?
Oh man, I loved everything. Being able to draw Lard Lad, I think, was a real honor. I'm super impressed that you got the Mo reference, by the way. Rolf with the foaming mouth is really great, and I love dunking on old PS, old Sony PS2 and PSP hardware. Like I'm a Sony man myself, but it's just super fun to dunk on it.
No, I'm with you. And I can say I went through more than a few PS2s myself because I was an idiot who went, oh, I'm going to mod chip this thing myself. And now, of course, you find viewers at home, you should not mod your system because it's illegal. But I'm also here to tell you, you shouldn't mod it because you're probably dumb like me and you will break your thing. Anyway, any topics that were difficult for you to Drink Alex?
Yeah, the one I threw out, the IKEA one. I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Right on. Very cool. Well, I wish you the best of luck in tonight's matchup, and we'll see in just a few moments how the voting went. So now I'm going to turn it over to my broadcast colleague, Ross, with Titanium. Ross.
Yeah, so Titanium, you set a lot of things on fire. What sticks out to you?
Well, I'm glad you have described my average Friday night, but it always is a delight to turn a donut into something murderous.
Okay, I've never heard you sound so much like the Crypt Keeper, but I'm into it. So, Titanium, we were all over the place on the references, but what? Let me just ask you, why'd you go Hexbox?
Hexbox? I don't know the simple meaning of having an Xbox. I require something that can breathe the infernal hells, although now that I say it out loud, I guess that is just an Xbox. Those things get pretty hot.
They do indeed at that. All right, make sure all of you at home are voting both in the Discord and the Twitch chat. So, Marty, are we ready to call the winner?
Yes, indeed we are. The votes are tallied, and your winner of bout number 1 is... Two Drink Alex takes the victory here tonight. Alex, dear sir, anything you would like to say to the fine folks of the internet?
Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us. Listen to the One Piece podcast.
Thank you so much. And really a really incredible, really awesome throwdown. But of course, unfortunately, our own Ditanium was not able to win. Ditanium, producer Steve, we can bring it back up to the main screen there. There we go. Thank you, Ditanium. You know, the victory was not in your favor here tonight. Just want to say, how you feeling?
As long as our dear audience has learned the word of brutality, then I can be nothing but satisfied. It is not my job to only win, but to decimate. And I'm pretty good at that. You saw how much stuff I killed on canvas.
There was a lot of murder, and there was a lot of fire, and you know what? We're all really proud of you, Titanium.
Good. I'm also proud of me.
I'm proud of you.
Good job.
All right.
All right.
Very cool. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick moment to clean up our canvas and get ready for bout number 2. Just want to throw out to those of you watching us at home, if you're enjoying us, we do all sorts of stuff across the internet, whether it's popping up on cool online conventions like this one, or we have our own Twitch stream, and we'll be doing a Super Art Fight show on Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's twitch.tv/superartfight. You can find out more about us at superartfight.com. We'd very much love for you to join us. Ross, how you feeling so far about how the show's going? Good? Good?
I'm somewhere between amped and chuffed. No, we're awesome. We're doing great. I mean, I think we settled a lot of debates here tonight. I think we can all agree that the PlayStation's just a superior console, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, and that's absolutely not going to get us any flames in the Discord chat for this one. All right, nevertheless, before Ross gets us into even more trouble, let's go ahead and roll on into bout number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the last bout was filled with fantastic Super Art Fighters. This one, once again, filled with 2 of the best.
Pretty good.
Well, I'd like to bring to the stage first one of the most infamous members of the Super Art Fight roster. He is a former Super Art Fight champion. He's a former Super Art Fight tag team champion, and he was in the finals for the Pixelweight title tournament, which is our digital championship. He is the owner of the tightest planets in Super Art Fight, though, I'll be honest, his opponent is a strong rival for that one. Nevertheless, PAX, get ready for this. It's Baron von Sexyful.
Hello, Sir Marty. How are you? It is I, Baron von Sexyful, ambassador of all that is filled with the sexyfulness, from my zebra print jacket to my leopard print shirt to the of my leggy poos. How are you today?
I'm great. You know what? A lot of us haven't necessarily been doing the best job of taking care of ourselves during quarantine. Baron, I'm very happy to see you've done very well, although your background is frightening and will haunt my dreams.
My background is everything that you have all dreamt about your entire life. And let me say, as far as self-care goes, there's no one better than me. I care for myself almost as much as you all care about me. You look at me and that's all you do is you care. You care!
Well, we'll see how much your opponent cares, as I'm going to turn it over to Ross to bring her out. Ross!
All right, Baron von Sexyful's opponent, it looks like a highlighter exploded at a rave, and is a walking techno slide whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to bring out onto the canvas, Rave Royale!
Hello, darlings. Thank you for having me here tonight. It is lovely to be here with Super Art Fight, can I say.
And we are so happy to have you. Are you a PAX goer? Would you have been at PAX if there was a way of being at a thing right now?
That was indeed the plan for this year, yes. I am just slightly a little bit sad about it, we'll say.
All right. What is your go-to thing move at PAX? Like, what do you like? Go play in the video game room. Like, go to the panels. Like, what's your deal?
That would have been my plan. It actually was going to be my first PAX this year. I go to MagFest, and this year was going to be the year. It was going to happen. Finally, the stars were going to align, and I'll just cry in my pillow later about it. It's fine.
And like so many things for so many of us, the stars have, well, it's 2020, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to make the best of it here tonight as we turn shit into shit aid. So let's get this match started, Marty.
All right, we've got the canvas coming up here, and we settled the current generation console wars. We're going to throw it back to the OG console wars. It's going to be Nintendo v Sega. No, it is not a lawsuit. It's an art fight. Baron von Sexyful with Nintendo in red. Rave Royale is going to do what Baron von Sexyful don't in black. So Sega for Rave Royale. We've got 20 minutes on the clock, and we're going to roll through this like we did the last one. Baron von Sexyful, are you ready?
Of course I am, Marty. Yo!
Rave Royale, are you ready?
Hell yeah!
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, art fight.
All right. Once again, working on Nintendo is Baron von Sexyful, drawing in red, while meanwhile Rave Royale, basically the adult personification of Lisa Frank, is drawing in black. So as both our artists draw their kind of what we would call their opening salvo, up top in red, Baron von Sexyful drawing in the middle there. Is this Spot the video game? Or are we finally getting Spot the video game represented?
It has a very strong Cool Spot vibe, but I feel like that's not where we're going to go, because that was a third-party game. But I can tell you what's popping up over there on the right-hand side, if the sketchiness is what I believe it to be, as Super Art Fight's #1 Dreamcast stand, I can tell you that's semen right there. Happening right there on the right-hand side, that's semen.
Okay, can you give me a little more on that? Because that really, that doesn't tell me the answer.
So it was a Dreamcast game that came out in, I believe, 2000. And
that was just called Seaman?
Yes, Seaman. And it was a weird little virtual fish man that you got to talk to, and he talked back to you, and you formed a friendship.
And when you played that game, is he stroking Cool Spot's face?
Well, I don't believe that's Cool Spot's face. I believe Baron von Sexyful, in a traditional Baron von Sexyful move, has taken his starting topic and made it into his favorite topic himself, as we've got what appears to be the end result of Kirby eating Baron von Sexyful. But yes, the always calm Seaman.
I hear that's having a moment these days, Marty.
Yes. Eating is very much having a moment. The very cool, calm, and collected Seaman just stroking the face of Kirby over here and just telling him, shh, just relax. Leonard Nimoy did the narration in that game, sir.
Okay, great. Nice to see that on his IMDb.
Yeah.
All right, so as Baron von Sexyful draws himself in, I mean, those pants have the look of a gentleman who wants to believe he can still fit into the same pants he used to.
This is what happens when you go full Swole Patrol, but you don't buy new pants.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be honest with yourself.
Sorry, what was that, Baron von Sexyful?
Don't be hating on my thickness, Rossi Poo.
No. You're dummy thick, and we love you for it.
Yeah. You just can't sneak up on anyone with them butt cheeks. So, meanwhile, what is Rave Royale working on over there on the left? Because it is creepy as hell.
Well, again, we're seeing some trademark moves from our artists. I believe that's one of the chows from Sonic Adventure, but because this is coming from the pen of our own Rave Royale, it's being given that additional little creepy yet cute twist, as it's got a Venom-esque mouth just coming out of its gaping maw.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, meanwhile, speaking of gaping maws, it looks like Kirby is trying to suck in the semen, just really swallowing that entire semen hole. I am just telling you what's happening in the drawing that I'm seeing in front of me.
That is what is happening, and praise God, we've got 1 minute and 16 seconds until the first spinning of the Wheel of
What
Death.
is the show rated? I think that
Throwing at 11 o'clock at night our time, so it is what it is. We've got 1 minute and 3 seconds to the next spinning of the wheel, and I'm going to be honest, Ross. If the chows were this intimidating, they may have actually been able to make the Dreamcast too.
They sure could have. Well, meanwhile, over there on the right-hand side, it looks like a Metroid has been drawn onto the canvas and appears to be just Baron von Metroid. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess you could kind of say it's got your teeth. We'll get more on that as the details come together. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, looks like Baron's jumping over on the left as well, trying to add some Baron von Sexyful-esque details to what started as Rave Royale's drawing. So now Rave Royale sees the opening, is jumping in, and is adding some rave features to what I can only describe as thick as hell Kirby, who is now getting thicker by the minute. Just specifically in the codpiece.
Very, very nice fishnets being added. 2 and 1. The Wheel of Death spins. First spin of the bout. Respins available for both artists. We've got Baron von Sexyful getting a hot topic. Now, of course, that could reference the Mall Goth store or anything that's in the news. And then Rave Royale, you get old-timey cartoons. So I'm expecting something probably from the Cuphead realm. So Baron von Sexyful, would you like a respin?
I think I'm going to go with this one.
Okay. Rave Royale, keeping it a respin.
I'm keeping it, honey.
All right. So we'll see what they do with the Hot Topic and old-timey cartoons. Ross, were you a Hot Topic kid when you were in high school?
I wasn't a Hot Topic kid in high school, but I distinctly remember being on a road trip, stopping in a mall in the middle of nowhere, discovering that first wave of when retro t-shirts became popular, and just being so excited at the idea that I could purchase a Ghostbusters and Ninja Turtles t-shirts. Like, just the idea that they existed at all was crazy exciting at the time, because I am 36 years old, and that is when that happened. So yeah, I think it was late high school, early college, right around there when that happened. I don't even exactly remember, but I still have my Ninja Turtle shirt, and I still wear it proudly, and it still fits, which is really the feat of them all.
That's some serious skill right there. And speaking of serious skill, we are seeing some serious piercing skill on the right-hand side from the pen of Baron von Sexyful, as he
just an ear.
Yes, we've just got an ear, and it's got 3 earrings in it, and 1 large gauge is what we've got going on there. And down at the bottom, Rave, is that Bendy? Am I correct on that one?
It is indeed, darling.
Yes. Now, of course, because Ross, like you, I am also what the kids would call an old. My extensive knowledge of Bendy is, this is the thing that has merchandise at Target that I don't know what it is.
Well, Bendy, it looks like, has a chainsaw, Marty.
Oh, good for Bendy.
Yeah, and bad news for that ear. Because, I think that ear's getting Van Gogh'd.
Oh, no. Van Gogh.
Yeah,
right
bad
down
news
to
for the
core.
ear. You know, this happened in shop class one time.
Well, I'd love to get more details about that, but we're just about halfway through the bout. So I think what we're going to do is check in with our eye in the sky himself, Ref Adam in SAF Chapter 1. Ref Adam, are you with us, bud?
Hello, everyone. Once again, I am in the sky taking a look and keep making sure that everyone is in the chat and making sure that everyone is staying in line. I see we have someone from Australia in here asking how can anybody respond to some of the stuff that has been coming out of Ross's mouth recently. I mean, talking about swallowing semen whole. It's 2 p.m. over there. It's not 11.
Okay.
You need to calm down. At the same time,
I'll tell you exactly how to do that. Come on over to our Twitch stream, twitch.tv/superartfight. Come watch our shows there. I'm in all those chats. and take it up with me, I invite all of you to do that. Subscribe to us, and then I will gladly listen to you yell at me.
At the same time, though, we have Magnazord piping up saying, this is legit one of my favorite panels all week. I need to see this in person next PAX East. So, PAX people involved, will come.
Yeah. Hey, we've been to PAX East in the past, and we'd love to come back to PAX East in the future, in 2035 when we're all allowed to be near each other again. But down in, and I just want to say, Adam, thank you for keeping things together in the chat. Thank you for relaying the messages. We very much appreciate it. And again, people watching at home, maybe you're just now joining us. This bout is going to be voted on by you at home in both the Discord chat and the Twitch chat. There's going to be a link for a poll. We get to click through and go ahead and choose a victor. So taking it back to the canvas here, looks like we've now got Echo the Dolphin down in the
Echo
lower
the
right
Dolphin
corner.
with the Wi-Fi coming straight out of its nose.
That's called echolocation, Ross.
I believe it's called Wi-Fi location, Marty.
Fair point.
And
it looks like
I know that icon when I see it.
It looks like that Echo the Dolphin got hit by a little bit of the hot topic, because he's now got a nice bit of red spiky hair, like our dear Baron Von Sexyful, and a nice earring through. And we've got the Wheel of Death spinning now. 2 brand new topics as Ooh La La from Space Channel 5 comes in. Baron Von Sexyful, you get unicorns, and Rave Royale, you get the perfect crime. Baron Von Sexyful keeping it a respin.
Keeping it.
Okay, Rave Royale keeping it a respin.
I'm gonna keep it, honey.
All right, everybody keeping their respins, probably trying to hold them off for that last spin at the 5-minute mark. We've got the continuation of Ooh La La down there in the lower left. I'm going to be honest, Ross. I'm surprised she has not made an appearance in a Smash Brothers game yet. This feels like a perfect addition for the next Fighters Pass.
Yeah, they gotta put in 12 more Fire Emblem characters. I understand. There's just not room to put in a new character until they've just totally effed out every single Fire Emblem character ever in anything.
Yeah, we need more JRPG characters with capes. More of them.
Yeah, I do want to point out just how much gauging is going on here on this canvas, as Baron Von Sexful has added bars just all over the place. It's just covered in bars on bars on bars on bars. It's looking
honestly right now I'd say it's pretty embarrassing for his opponent to have so many bars ran through her artwork. But over on the left, we are seeing the unicorn come together, and of course it's Baron Von Sexyful's unique way of illustrating it, as it's a Baron Von unicorn complete with those meaty gams, one popping up as the unicorn horn in the center of that head.
Marty, question for you as we're talking about all this Hot Topics stuff. Did you ever dye your hair? Were you ever someone that dyed your hair?
No, I never
went
hair.
manic panic on it. Never bleached it.
No,
never
you can't see it because of the hat. But I actually have a natural blonde streak in my hair, so I never felt the need to add more.
And you didn't want to then dye that red that would fade to orange? That would fade to pink?
I probably should have, especially right now, considering I don't have to leave the house, ever. So now might be the time to do it. But no, I never thought to do it as a kid. Ross, please tell me you dyed your hair a weird color.
Oh, heck yes, I dyed my hair many weird colors, Marty. Why do you think it's gone? I tried to dye it white. It just went yellow about this shirt color. It looked like complete garbage. Then it was like bright red, which faded to orange, which faded to pink. I know that from experience. Then I tried to dye it this really, really dark blue that just faded to like kind of a pale, cruddy blue after like a week, which is what it was when I went to Jewish services that year, which was very funny for my grandmother.
I've no doubt. Now, taking it back to the canvas, Ross, we're seeing our perfect crime come together as Bendy has now gotten some additional jail stripes all over his body and holding up a bag of money very, very much in the Monopoly Man style.
And it's the perfect crime.
Yes, and on top of the head of the unicorn, though it has since been turned into a very Baron-esque version of it. I believe that was a jailbird right there on top of the head of the unicorn.
Yep. I
Yes.
get it.
Yes. And it looks like Ulala's now being attacked from Baron von Sexyful. You can see the red coming right on top of the black. Both competitors have been very willing to attack each other's art. I dare say a little bit more aggressive than what we saw in the opening round between Titanium and Two Drink Alex. We're seeing two artists really basically chasing each other around the canvas, as we've now got a slime from Dragon Quest over there in the left. There's gonna be
Yeah, and it is a thirsty slime, Marty.
Yes.
Or drunk. I don't actually, it's kind of both.
Why not both? I ask you. 44 seconds until the final spinning of the Wheel of Death, and then we are going to once again throw it back to you fine folks at home to make the call. I dare say it's anyone's game, Ross. We've got two artists in Baron von Sexyful and Rave Royale, who since we started streaming art fight shows on Twitch have really upped their game. They both of them have done great work on the digital canvas on our Twitch channel, and we're seeing more of that here tonight at PAX.
Yeah, and dare I say, Marty, two what I would describe as of all of our artists, two pretty similar styles.
Final spin coming in right
All right,
now.
we'll see how
Both
this
artists
turns
have
out.
respins. Bear with me for Baron von Sexyful. That's BEAR with me for Baron von Sexyful, and Nunchuck Nuns for Rave Royale. Baron, would you like a respin?
I think I would like a respin.
Away goes the bear. Rave Royale, would you like a respin?
I think I would.
All right, no Nunchuck Nuns. Baron von Sexyful, you get to catch these hams.
Ooh.
And Rave Royale, you get a cheat code. So it's your time to go full god mode on this canvas while Baron von Sexyful catches these hams, something my dear broadcast colleague is not allowed to do.
All right, that's right, Marty. Down below, not since the lawsuit, down below here we have what started as Space Channel 5, now turned into Princess Peach herself from the pen of Baron von Sexyful. We've got our Catch These Hams coming in the top left there, while meanwhile our cheat code coming in from Rave Royale right below that. Once again, just to make sure you're all following along here, if it's drawn in black, that was the pen of Rave Royale. If it's drawn in red, it's Baron von Sexyful. If you're colorblind, good luck. So as it all comes together, we are seeing a whole lot of combating and collaborating, going up and over things. Speaking of up and over, though, we are getting the full-on Konami code there in the top left corner from the pen of Rave Royale, right next to those hams, which, by the way, some fervent hams, and I do believe that's a pig eating a ham, Marty.
Yes, the cannibalism is not just happening in round number one, as the cannibalism continues on here, as we've got a pig munching down on ham. It just says, "Sorry, Mom." Wow, this just got real grim. Thanks, Baron von Sexyful, for putting up
you
this
gotta wonder
nightmare
if
here
it's
tonight.
telling like you gotta wonder if it's telling like one whole story where he's eating his own mother, and then this lovely little creature from Rave Royale is like using the cheat code to bring her back to life.
I can eat her again.
Oh, you had to make it weirder.
Yeah.
I tried to come in and swoop and save the day.
Nope. We're just going to get real weird as we get closer and closer to midnight here on the East Coast. 2 minutes and 22 seconds to go in your main event of the evening. I said in the last one, those last 2 minutes really separate the artists here. We'll have probably a very clear winner by the end of the final 2 minutes. And I don't know who it's going to be. Rave Royale's been destroying it with her trademark mixture of cute and horrifying, whereas Baron von Sexyful's been bringing the weirdness that is him to the canvas. With only 2 minutes to go, it's
And
anyone's
nipples.
game.
He also added nipples.
Yes, of course. Of course he did. Why not add weird nipples? I ask.
Yeah, that's right. Still now with 1 minute 40 seconds remaining in the bout. For a canvas that's this contested, we've got two key areas, and it looks like both artists have moved into each one now. So we've got Rave Royale working over there in kind of just middle of, or just left of center, while meanwhile down below we've got Baron von Sexful working his artistic voodoo. I don't know what to call it. But anyway, if you're liking this bout, and I know that you are, we hope that you tune in and follow us on Twitch. We've been doing live shows. We've been doing a show called SAF Neo, our never-ending online season. We have another show this Saturday. We hope you tune in. All the details about that are on our website. They're on our Twitch stream. Go follow us there. It is Saturday night Eastern time at 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
We
Eastern.
hope to see you there. I know I just said it's never ending and online. It's actually going to be like one of our last shows, as we are going to be changing format soon. More on that. Come to our show. Learn all about it.
35 seconds remaining.
35 seconds to go. Both artists trying to make use of these last crucial moments. We've got more ham. This is ham being caught, literally, down below from Baron von Sexyful. While meanwhile, we've got Rave Royale drawing an extremely creepy Care Bear. I don't know what else to call it.
Very creepy.
Puma from Danganronpa.
Wow, going with the deep cut there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Will the deep cut get her the win? We'll find out in just a moment. Caps on markers. That's an art fight. And again, folks, Discord and Twitch both have the link for the vote in the chat. So please, by all means, vote early, vote often, just as you should in real life. Do it in this digital realm. And we'll give just a few moments to check in with the artists. I'll start with Rave Royale. Rave Royale, an incredible round here tonight. What was your favorite thing you got to draw on the canvas here?
Honestly, I think my favorite thing I got to draw tonight was Ulala being incredibly passive-aggressive, which I think is potentially a perfect crime. And she's saying, I love how you just wear anything.
That is that's one of those deep cutting things you can say to someone. And Super Art Fight top tip, don't say that to someone unless you want to emotionally destroy them hours later after you've said it. Nevertheless, Rave Royale, another great bout. Thank you for joining us here at PAX. With our time limited, I'm now going to jump over to Ross with Baron von Sexyful. Ross.
Baron von Sexyful, you drew a whole lot of ham tonight.
I am a whole lot.
You slung a lot of meat. What was your favorite thing you got to draw?
Myself as Kirby. Come on, look at some double stick gams I gave me. That was very fun. I also like ham on ham action, and so that was fun as well. What was your favorite things that I drew?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute, but let me ask you this. Rave Royale gave you a real run for your money on this canvas, and it was really neck and neck. You guys were right on top of each other. What was the hardest thing for you to react to that she did?
I think I was having a lot of fun drawing the ear, all the holes being poked through it, the input like holes, and then she started drawing the chainsaw. I was like, no, I wasn't done. I'm not done poking holes in this fleshiness. So that was kind of a challenge, if I'm honest.
All right, and I believe we have our winner, so I'm going to turn it back over to Marty. Thank you both of our artists. Thank you all for watching at home before we announce it. Thank you to PAX for having us. Marty, what else we got to cover before we lose everyone's attention and announce the winner?
I'll get there in just a second. Your winner of bout number 2 in the main event is... Rave Royale! Rave Royale takes the victory. An amazing victory here at PAX. Excellent work. Rave Royale, anything you'd like to say to the fine folks watching at home?
I just sat down to grab a stuffed animal and I didn't expect to win. So thank you very much. You guys are all wonderful. Thank you.
Well, it's a very big thank you also from us at Super Art Fight to all of the artists who participated. That's Two Drink Alex, Titanium, Baron von Sexyful, and Rave Royale. If you enjoyed this show, twitch.tv/superartfight or just head to superartfight.com. But until next time we see you, for Ross Nova, producer Steve in the booth, and all of us here, I've been Marty Day, and I want to say to you, register to vote, wear a mask, and we'll get through all of this together. See you. Bye.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait